What?
I hit the button, by the way.
No, we're scheduled for 10:45. Don't hit the button.
Too late.
Oh my God. You kidding me?
And now we're not
You,
gay. Now we're
we're
decidedly
early.
we're
Great.
early and straight.
Great.
I'm sorry. I thought it was gonna just be like 10:30. I was wondering why there was no slew of people calling us gay as soon as it hit 10:31.
Well, it's because I moved it to 10:45, you silly
Well,
goose.
you know, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. That's my fault. But yeah, no. So yeah. So yeah, no.
I think my mic's a little hot. So this is the kind of thing you could
Do you?
figure out before going live, you silly goose.
We got time to look.
It seems a little hot to me. Anyway, hello there, fine people in chat.
I'll
All
turn
you
you down
fine
a little
people.
bit. Maybe that.
Just
Just a
a hair.
smidge. Just a smidge.
Just a smidge. Hello, all you fine people on both sides. How you doing? Hope you're having a fine Sunday. Yeah, we're early. We're starting earlier than we usually do, and we're earlier than we even scheduled to be because he was just feeling a bit chaotic today. He's
Yeah,
feeling a bit like Peter
I've
Pan,
really
so he said.
internalized Peter Pan. That
So
was a fun one.
now it is you guys who are late and gay. How's it feel? How's it feel to have the tables
The
turned on you?
turntables.
How's it feel? Not so good, does it? Not so good. People are going to show up later and be like, "Whoa, I didn't know this was starting." It's like, well, it's because you're late and it's because you're gay.
Yeah.
But while we
How
let the
about
fine
that?
people roll in, because assuredly no one was ready for this, not even myself. Hugh, how's it going? How are things going for you?
It's going. It's going a-okay. I just inhaled the breakfast of kings, which is essentially the full Irish, including that sausage made with blood, and two beers. So I think we're ready to go.
Sorry, I was trying to listen to my audio to see how it sounded.
Does it still sound too hot? Because I turned you down a little bit. Your
It sounds
levels look where they need to be.
all right. You have to let me know in the chat, you find people. Because it just sounds a little scratchy, but I don't know what it is. So who cares? If it sounds fine to you guys in the chat, then we'll continue. And if it sounds a little scratchy or hot or whatever, you might need to like do the dumb thing that OBS makes you do every once in a while, where it
Just
forces you to
yeah.
make a new input.
We already got a
So
super
yeah,
chat. What a beautiful. Thank you, Nick the Greek. Now that you're reviewing Peter Pan, y'all need to do Hook, one of my favorite childhood movies. I don't know that I've ever seen Hook, actually.
what?
Yeah.
What? So here's the thing about Hook. It might be the most underrated movie of all time.
I've heard that,
And
actually.
because if see, here's the thing. I watched Hook for the first time only a few years ago. I did not grow up watching it like many people our age did. The movie came out in 91. Um, if you watch the movie, you'll be like, yeah, that was a pretty damn good movie. And then you'll look at the reviews and you'll go, what? How? So, for example, Hugh, on Rotten Tomatoes, everyone's favorite review site, Hook has a 29%.
What?
And if you click on it and look at the actual
That's
numbers,
insane. I've
it's
only ever heard
29.
glowing things about this movie. Like, how in the hell?
It's crazy. It's crazy how, because on IMDb it has a 6.8, which is obviously considerably better, but still a bit low, I would say. I think Hook's great. I really like Hook. We will have to review that at some point. It would have been nice to pair it up with Peter Pan, of course, but we're doing Alice in Wonderland and Peter Pan as
Yeah,
a little
well,
package
so
deal instead.
the
So,
reason that we decided to do that was because when I watched Alice in Wonderland, I kind of got a little bit of a vibe that you, Jamie, may not be super into it because it felt a little bit more like the Fantasia side of things, a little loose on the overall story. And so I figured we would, do a double feature of Alice and Peter Pan, a little back to back kind of thing. And a lot of the critics at the time of its release of Alice in Wonderland actually tended to agree with that assessment. Peter Pan was a much, well, not even just a bigger success. It was a success, and Alice in Wonderland was decidedly not. So,
Interesting.
yeah, there's a
Interesting. Yeah,
very interesting thing.
We'll talk all about it. Yeah, so yes, thank you for the super chat, Nick the Greek. Hook is something we will get around to reviewing at some point. I'm sure of it because it's good. It's really good, and I want to understand why people hate it because I don't understand it at all.
That's
Muggy
wild.
asks, "Are you guys too good for cape shit, or have you seen the Superman trailer? I hated it. Pierre Chan on Exeter, that's what it's called now. They decided to combine it. It's like HBO going back. It's like Max going back to HBO Max. X has reverted to Exeter.
Wait, is that true?
Is
that actual? Like,
no, I'm just fucking around.
Okay.
But Pierre Chan on Exeter edited the trailer and made it good. So I have seen the official trailer, and I also didn't like it. I don't think the movie looks great. I think the vibes are all wrong, if you will. It's hard to judge too much based on a trailer, but if I wasn't already just very curious to see what they do with Superman because of how much I hated Man of Steel, I don't think I would see this movie.
The only thing about the trailer that I saw that I enjoyed was the fact that they were using the music. They were no, and that's comes with a huge caveat because they didn't use it well, right?
No.
But I was like, oh, at least they're trying. But that scene where he's arguing with Lois Lane over all his good deeds, I was like, why is he a pouty little bitch? Like
he was being a little pouty and a little, I don't know. It's not what I would hope for in a Superman movie. I will go see it. I'll reserve final judgment, but I was not greatly impressed by the trailer. Basically, the more I see of it, the less I like it, which is not a great sign, but so it goes. I have heard that there is a fan-edited trailer that people are liking a lot more, just using the footage from the teaser and all the, any other promotional stuff that they've put out. Someone has done a fan cut of the trailer, and people tend to like that more. I have not had the chance to see it yet, but I will check that out at some point because I'm kind of curious what they change. I think one of the things, my understanding, is that they used, not as a cover, not as like a weird slowed down ambient guitar cover of the John Williams score, but just the original John Williams score. So I think that probably goes a long way.
Yeah,
because
I
John Williams
can imagine
is the GOAT.
that Superman score is one of the best for any superhero movie, and it kind of the way that WB has shied away from it, not even shied away from it, outright ignored it, thanks to the Zack Snyder debacle of the last 20-something years, really, that really grinds my gears, because, I think we've talked about this a little bit before, right? Like, it's inspired by the fanfare for it's called the fanfare for the common man, right?
The main Superman theme from John Williams is, you can tell, very much inspired by, several things, but one of the big ones is Aaron Copland's fanfare for the common man, which is a very American piece of orchestral music. It's great. It's nice and big and open and grand, and it's a fanfare. John Williams loves his fanfares.
Yeah,
as we all know.
I think the idea of the fanfare for the common man, that line right there defines Superman's character and what he represents better than anything Zack Snyder or WB has put out involving the character in quite some time. And
at least in live action, yeah.
Yeah, at least in live action. I'm not super familiar with the animated WB films, although I hear people are big fans of those. But I do not like that they ignored that for a while. I was at least kind of like, oh, well, at least they sort of went back to it for this trailer a little bit. But
It's something, I
I
suppose.
am very curious in seeing what James Gunn is deliberately tanking the Batman's success to push. So I'll probably go and see this Superman movie. It's like
Yeah,
I
well,
wasn't a
I'm
huge
definitely gonna
fan
see it.
of the Batman either. Like I didn't like. Don't get me wrong. I didn't think it was a terrible movie, but I didn't think it was like the be all end all of what we
Yeah,
what we
no, I
got
agree
for
with you.
Batman. But there's no doubt that it was wildly successful and that people really liked it. And
Well, I mean, it was pretty successful. Certain people really liked it. I think the even more successful thing would be the Penguin.
yeah,
The Penguin glowing reviews, and that seems like it's probably not going to happen at all unless James Gunn's whole project fails. That seems to be the only way you get season 2 of The Penguin is if everything James Gunn is hoping for collapses, which I don't know if it will. It's hard to say, but yeah, I'm definitely going to check out Superman because, I'm curious. I have to know, but I don't have high hopes. I think one of the things that really bugs me about the Superman footage that we've seen so far from the teaser and the trailer is just the aesthetics in general. I mean, yeah, like there's the argument with Lois where he comes across as kind of whiny and ill-tempered.
ill-tempered
Like
and
that's not,
defensive, and like that's
yeah,
very odd to me. To
yeah,
make
that's not a
him,
great start.
yeah.
It also seems overstuffed with a bajillion characters. That also is kind of
Oh my
worrisome, I
god, dude!
would
When I
say.
saw like all that Justice League dissent, like there's what Hawk Girl is gonna be in this one too, and then they've got a
There's so
Green
many.
Lantern, not like
There's so
still
many.
not the Green Lantern that everybody wants to see, which is John Stewart, the Black One from the Justice League. Like
Yeah.
we're getting now. I am interested in seeing Nathan Fillion as sort of the dumpy villainous Green Lantern. I'm okay with that. I think that's fun. I've been
Well,
rewatching
it just seems
Firefly
like
again.
he's trying to do a bajillion things in this movie. I mean,
Well, yeah, he's got to set
that's
up
it.
everything and
Yeah,
also like tank the Matt Reeves Batman universe in order to like try to because he wants Batman for himself, right? So like that's
oh,
his
that's the going theory.
yeah.
That's, I mean, well, certainly he wants Batman for his universe, but there's also the theory that he is going to be the one who is directing that as well. I think there's strong evidence for that. We'll see what happens there. But anyway, what I was getting to is that there are a lot of things about it in terms of, you know, character and writing decisions and how many characters we're including and all that sort of stuff. But just the general aesthetics of the footage we've seen so far, I really don't care for. There's a couple big egregious things that I really don't like. One, a lot of people have pointed this out, is the color correction. It has this very sort of cyan, like blue tinted color correction that looks bad. I don't know how else to say it. It doesn't look right to me. I feel like, it's kind of there's like a coldness to it, sort of lack of warmth, and it also just makes everything kind of feel like gonzo and weird and sickly almost. Some of the lighting choices in certain scenes. It's not really what I'd want for a Superman movie. The other thing that they do quite a bit is use like really extreme wide angle lenses and have the camera go whoa whoa all around, so it gets a lot of that sort of lens distortion constantly. And in general, the aesthetics of the film so far seem to be rather like weird and strange, which is, perfectly good for something like The Suicide Squad and even Guardians of the Galaxy to a degree. James Gunn's a weirdo
Yeah, he likes
aesthetically
he
in
likes
terms
weird
of
shit. I mean,
he
I've
likes
seen
weird shit.
Slither.
Yeah,
It's like
I've
that's where
seen,
he's at his
I've seen
best.
Super. Like,
Yeah.
shut up, crime. He's got sort of, weirdo outsider tastes and aesthetics, right? That's kind of his thing. I don't know if that really fits Superman. Obviously
Well,
the
that's
the
why he's
original
bringing
Super.
in like the obscure Green Lantern character and all the extra like the weirder for the normies, Justice League members like the Hawk
Sure, yeah,
people and everything. That's why
yeah.
he's bringing them in.
He likes the weird stuff on the fringe, and that's fine for certain stories. But I feel like Superman is kind of needs to be the straight down the middle story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, like in a perfect world, right? the person you get to direct a Superman movie, in my opinion, is someone like Steven Spielberg, who has a real sense of like cinematic flair and like has done a lot of great sort of like adventure stories and heroic stuff. And he just has he's probably the closest in terms of like carrying on some of the visual traditions of like old Hollywood that anyone out there alive is still trying to keep alive, if you know what I'm saying. I feel like that's sort of what you want. You want something a bit more normal. You want something a bit more, I don't know,
like
just
a
straight
straight
down the
story.
middle.
Yeah, like a
Yeah.
regular hero's journey tale. You just
I would
want
also I would also advise if if you're starting over with Superman, this is the big like we're going to bring Superman back after, his metaphorical death
and
at the
crucifixion
hands
at the
of
hands of Zack
yes,
Snyder.
yes. We're going to bring him back, right? We're going to make a good Superman movie because that's really important for the culture and people are going to really like that. I feel like you should go really simple. You should do like simple and straightforward instead of this wild, unwieldy, overstuffed, wacky, strange looking movie. I don't know. It gives me bad vibes. I'm not especially looking forward to it.
But I'm still gonna see it because I am very I'm very interested in seeing what he does. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, bringing
Yeah.
crypto into the mix is another interesting decision. So at least there's that. I don't know. Yeah, I did not care for the trailer.
I would say
And
not
that's
modern Spielberg, but classic Spielberg. Yeah, certainly classic Spielberg would be ideal, but honestly, modern Spielberg would be an improvement over James Gunn as
yes,
well.
yeah,
I
agreed.
really, I really, I really feel that. Someone said the guy who directed Forrest Gump movie deserves a chance. I mean, if it's classic Robert Zemeckis, hell
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Current Robert Zemeckis, he's kind of gone off the deep end in terms of like weird, uncanny valley, like doing things because we can, not because we should, in terms of technology. Like
yeah.
that movie Here, that's based on like a comic or something like that, where it's Tom Hanks and whatever her name is from Forrest Gump, Robin Wright. And the whole thing is just one camera angle, and we like cut around to different points in time. It's like, okay, but no one talked about the movie. No one thought it was very good. It's like it's an interesting challenge, I guess, to make a movie like that. But he seems to do things to try to push the boundaries of like technology and stuff like that, and that definitely
Yeah.
worked well for him early in his career. But I don't know, when's the
Well,
last time Robert
then he
Zemeckis
got to
made like a good
Beowulf.
movie? Yeah, well, yeah, that's the sort of thing I'm talking about, like the Uncanny Valley Polar Express. That was him too, right?
Yep, that movie is having a little bit of a renaissance though. I've
Oh, but
noticed.
it's so ugly.
It is really ugly.
It's
Yeah,
it's so ugly.
I don't like it, but there's a lot of people that I work with, who are 10 years younger than me who
Oh, he also did the live action Disney remake of Pinocchio. Who could forget that?
oh my god. Yeah, he did do that, didn't he? Yeah,
Yeah. Anyway,
interesting.
don't
Yeah.
have high hopes for Superman. I'm gonna go see it either way because I really think it's important. I think Superman as a story is important, especially for American culture. I would like them to get it right. I'm hoping at least it isn't quite as cynical and miserable and insulting as Man of Steel was, but hey, it could be worse in a whole different kind of way, for all I know. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
We'll see what
there's
happens.
one Nami Nom Noms right there in the chat. Still watches the Polar Express and doesn't hate it. It's interesting because like there's a lot of it. Like I said, 10 years younger than me, working with me at this office, who like this is their Christmas classic, is they go back and revisit the
So
Robert
strange.
Zemeckis Polar Express.
That's
It's
strange,
yeah,
I
it's a
would say.
it's a weird cultural shift I'm noticing from generation to generation. Um,
I forget where I was, but it was on TV, and I thought about watching it, but I couldn't.
it's so strange it's so difficult to watch for me. Like I
Yeah,
cannot stand it.
I'm sure the story is fine. Like I would not be surprised at all to know that the
Yeah, I
story
mean
is
like the
fine, but
Beowulf story isn't the story in Beowulf isn't the worst thing ever. It's just like a really uncomfortable, uncanny thing to watch. Like him run
yeah,
around. This is like
yeah.
weird naked CGI character running around. with his cock out and banging Angelina Jolie. It's odd. It's an odd thing. You know, if you did it in live action, it probably would be something of a classic. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it sure could be.
yeah. Speaking of classics, I
Oh, we're gonna talk about
we're
some
going to talk about
classics
some
today.
classics
Wow,
today. Yeah, look at
great
that
segue.
segue. We're right on into it. Now, let's explain the opening frame we have here, Jamie, because when I went to turn on Peter Pan last night, I noticed something. Um,
You notice
I
the absence of
the
something.
absence of something that I have become very used to in the years since 2010, which is this little
Well, when
warning.
did they put those in? Was it 2020 that they put those in?
I feel like they've started doing it even earlier than that.
Maybe they
But
did.
yeah,
Anyway,
because
continue.
I noticed the absence of this little warning at the beginning of the film, indicating that there were negative depictions and or mistreatments of people or cultures, in the film that I was about to watch,
Hey,
which
they were wrong then and they're
they
wrong
were wrong
now.
then and they were wrong now. And so because I noticed the absence of this, I took that as a ringing endorsement of the depiction of Native Americans in Peter Pan. Um,
As you should.
yeah,
I mean, what else can we conclude other
yeah.
than they fully endorse it and they
But
have no
yeah,
regrets?
the only other potential option to consider would be that these warnings have been completely removed entirely from the Disney Plus catalog, which
Yeah, you
that's
told me
just
that it was.
baffling. That would be
You told
unreal. Could not
you
possibly.
told me you told me that it was gone from Peter Pan, and so I noticed that as well when I watched it. I looked at Dumbo, which we've discussed before. It definitely has it, even though it's maybe one of the least deserving of any of the movies that got slapped with that label. It's gone from Dumbo. It's gone from Aladdin, which I know had it at one point. It appears, and I remember there was an article saying that they were going to do this, but I didn't remember when that was actually going to go into effect. It appears that these content trigger warnings, whatever you want to call them, at the beginning of Disney movies on Disney Plus are gone. Apparently completely, unless there are some that I just don't know about. So I would describe that. I don't know about you. I would describe that as a good thing.
Yeah,
We've talked about this before at length, but the short version is I don't think we should be priming people to be offended by things that they might not be offended by ahead of time. And I think often the way Disney treats it or has treated it in the past, whatever, 10 years, has been rather hypocritical, by like putting this in front of it. It was wrong then and it's wrong now. Also, we're still going to make money off of it. Also, we're still going to bank on it. Also, it's our whole brand identity is built around these products, but also they were wrong then and wrong now, and like inherently harmful. Often these warnings make it clear it's like not a matter of opinion, as the warning puts it. Like the warning makes it seem like these are wrong categorically. You're wrong for liking them. You're wrong for disagreeing, and you should be offended by these things. But also, we're going to leave them up. I think that's a really bad way of approaching it.
yeah.
Certainly, it's a bad way of wording it, if nothing else. And so it appears that they've decided to just get rid of them completely. Now, no word on Song of the South for those
Yes,
that have
those.
been with us for this arc so far. We watched Song of the South and decided that there was decidedly less offense there than everyone is making out. And we think
Yeah.
it should be brought back. That's the long
I
and
think
short of
that
it.
they should acknowledge Song of the South as one of the momentum changing productions that saved the fate of the studio, that launched James Baskett into a well deserved spotlight, and that are people who are convinced that it is racist mostly have not actually watched the movie or paid enough attention to it, in general. I think,
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about that at
most of
length.
the
Yes.
criticisms we dove into them and discovered that many of them, if not all, in that vein, hold no water.
You know what's funny, Hugh, is that obviously Song of the South is not on Disney Plus anywhere. They've gotten rid of any reference to it in their parks and
Yep.
etc. They've completely disowned the movie. And then, they still have Peter Pan up. They still make reference to Peter Pan. They have rides based on Peter Pan and all that sort of fun
Peter
stuff.
Pan's Native American stuff
Is worse.
Is so much worse. It's
yeah. Like I'm not gonna say it's like the worst thing ever, but it is worse than Song of the South.
It's
like for sure,
far
like categorically.
More racist, categorically. Like
categorically, which is funny, I think.
I cracked up the whole time.
If any movie on Disney Plus, if you're going to entertain the idea of putting a little warning, even if you rephrase it from this like really extreme warning that they had on for a long time, if you're going to make it like, some people may find this offensive instead of saying this is offensive. If you're going to entertain these sort of trigger warnings about sort of cultural mistreatment or ignorant depictions and all that sort of stuff, Peter Pan is probably the one you'd put it on.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
like out of all of them that we've discussed so far,
yeah.
A major milestone for the Disney studio in racism, and I applaud them.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think so far the peak is still that brief like
the weird like
fawn
minstrel show
in Fantasia, but they cut
Fantasia.
that.
But they cut that out of the. That would have been interesting to revisit after figuring out that these warnings are gone.
Well, I'm sure they didn't put. I doubt it. I really, really doubt that they uncropped that and said, "Fuck it, we're putting it back in." No, I doubt that very much. But that was probably the peak, but it was also very brief, and they cut it out. Anyway, if you're going to put a warning like that in front of anything, actually, Peter Pan is probably what you'd put it in front of. It's certainly worse than Song of the South, which is to say, bring back Song of the South.
Yeah,
that's. It's
acknowledge
time.
it.
We're ready for it.
But they got 15 years before
the copyright runs out.
Runs out on it, and it just enters public domain, and anybody can toss it up on DVD or Blu-ray and make some money off of it. And we'll see, because if the tides keep swinging this way, this is a victory for Song of the South. In the long-running war.
We're getting closer.
So
we will get there one day, lads. I have faith.
Yeah.
Donald Tankery asks, you boys discussing Hook at all today? We touched on it a little bit earlier. We're not going to be reviewing Hook today. We would like to review it at some point because I think it's a pretty great movie and it's also criminally overhated. So we'll talk all about that someday, but we're just going to focus on Alice in Wonderland
and Peter Pan. Muggy, real quick, Muggy says, Peter Pan's depiction of the Indian didn't entertain me. It's like going ching chong ching as an Asian joke. It lacks layers of racism in the joke. I think for me, the thing that I find funniest about it is that it isn't really a joke. It's just sort of, something they were like, yeah, no, this is good. Like, I'm like,
we'll talk about it. It's
sure.
It certainly could be more offensive.
Yes,
but it's there's some things about it that I would not have done personally. Like there are little things. Well, I'll say it now. So there's one thing. When the little kid, I'm so bad with names. The older son,
Jonathan, the one with the top hat.
Yes.
When
he's talking about like now when we run into the natives or the Indians or whatever, like he says like it's like don't worry, they're not very intelligent, which is like ooh. But then immediately they get captured and outsmarted by them. So that's like obviously, that's not actually offensive. It's kind of a joke on the expense of the kid who just assumes they aren't intelligent. But then there are things that they do after that are a little bit like, that's not the smartest choice.
Huh.
And like Muggy says, it's not even especially funny because I don't think it's really trying to be a joke.
No,
they're just having fun.
They're just
having fun, not really caring about getting it right. If that makes sense.
Exactly. The whole there's a lot like the extent of the joke is them like kind of saying things in a funny way. Right, like you fetch 'em firewood is like that's not really funny. That's not a joke, but you didn't intend it as a joke necessarily. So I'm not like it's more the intense irony of it that gets to me in a way.
I disagree with the pyro in the chat who says Hook is not a great movie. You're fucking tripping. I think it's a pretty good movie.
I
It's
have not
certainly
seen
pretty
it, so
good. Maybe
yeah.
maybe great might have been a little overzealous on my part, but I think it's pretty solid. I think it's a lot of fun, and it actually makes a great sort of like counterpoint to Peter Pan. So yeah, I think it's good and it's well directed. It's got a great cast. It's fun. It's a fun movie.
Yeah.
Jay Jameson says they're a childish depiction of Native Americans, that's for sure. But in terms of their purpose in the narrative, it's not disrespectful. Yeah, they're not.
Yeah,
They're not
I could see that.
deliberately insulting. It's more like it's more ignorant than
Yes.
racist, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah,
It-
yeah.
they just
I'm
don't
being
care to know anything about what they're actually like. They're just like, we had this fun idea. Like, this is just a fun little sequence we had in our heads, and we're just not going to check any of it. It's like it's an indifference to cultural accuracy. So it's kind of fun. We'll talk all about it when we get there. But yes, so that's the big news on Disney Plus. They finally got rid of these trigger warnings, which I
Yes.
think is good. I think it's good. I don't think Alice in Wonderland had one originally. I doubt it
I
would.
can't imagine it
but
would have. I mean,
yeah,
yeah. Maybe we can just jump into it right there. Alice in Wonderland. Let's get started. Why
yeah.
don't we?
Well, so we're gonna spoil both movies. So we'll start briefly with the overall take on the movie. Hugh, what'd you think of Alice in Wonderland, 1951?
I thought it was fine. Um, like I said, this one, when I went into it, I kind of had the idea that maybe it was a little light on the overall, story and adventure of Alice. It felt a little bit more like watching, a few vignettes as she goes through this wild journey, and I figured you might not enjoy it as much as some of the more like Pinocchio or even like
Cinderella, Snow
Cinderella,
White, yeah.
the more traditional ones, because it is a little bit more loose in that department, and I think it's
Dreamlike.
yeah, very dreamlike is a good way of putting it, which is interesting. But I thought it was, I thought it was fine. This is one of the ones my girlfriend has a very significant connection with this one. I think she really, yeah, this was one of her movies growing up. And I didn't quite feel that hit for this, but I did enjoy. I did enjoy all the wacky, wild little things. I was kind of surprised to do some research after the fact and find out that this was a colossal bomb at the box office when it released. Because given how everybody talks about it, it's pretty beloved. Yeah, like the Cheshire Cat and Queen of Hearts are, the Mad Hatter. Those things
There's a lot of
are
iconic things in
iconic.
it,
Yeah,
that's for
and
sure.
like people love those. Like they hold a particular place in culture, certain subsets of American culture even now,
Yeah.
So I was a little bit surprised by that, but yeah, my response was a little lukewarm, I would say.
That's fair. I went into watching these two movies thinking I would feel basically meh on Alice in Wonderland on Alice in Wonderland and be really jazzed on Peter Pan, but it was actually kind of the opposite for me, which I did not expect. We'll talk all about it, but I quite liked Alice in Wonderland. It's certainly not as strong as the best of the best that we've seen so far, which I think are in no particular order: Snow White, Pinocchio, and Cinderella. Those are like top tier at the moment. But I liked this more than I was expecting to. I think obviously it does have a sort of like dream-like structure to it. Obviously, like in the end, we learn that she was dreaming. Spoiler alert. I think the ending is probably my least favorite part. It feels a little easy, a little cheap, but in general, I think it deserves a bit more credit in how it sort of ties things together and has a sort of I mean, it's a very simple arc, but it's like it does tie these little vignettes together in that they kind of escalate in terms of Alice getting more and more fed up with the nonsense that she sought out at the beginning. Um, so I think it deserves a little more credit than that. It certainly is kind of loosey goosey narratively, and I wouldn't. Someone in the chat said that it feels pointless. I don't think it's pointless. I think it has a very simple moral to it, which is a sort of it's not just to be careful what you wish for, but it's like so basically the gist of Alice in Wonderland, we learn from the very beginning she's getting a history lesson from presumably her mother. She's bored with it. She doesn't really care. She's disinterested. She just wants to like play in nature with the animals and
She
all
only
that sort of
wants
stuff
books
and
with
daydream.
pictures.
Yeah, she only wants
Yeah.
books with pictures, right? She's very sort of creatively minded and interested in sort of her imagination and things like that. She doesn't want to listen to a boring history lesson. And so she fantasizes about, oh, this like magical wonderland where like flowers can talk and all that sort of stuff. And all the books have pictures and stuff like that. And then the mother says that's nonsense. And she's like, you know what? Yeah, maybe I do want nonsense, you know, where everything doesn't have to make sense all the time and up is down and down is up and sort of stuff like that. So it's a sort of like very creative, imaginative girl, sort of being bored and disinterested with her world, which is maybe a little too orderly. It's a little too boring and like practical. There's a little bit of like a difference between like childlike whimsy and sort of practical maturity. That theme kind of runs through both of these movies actually, which is interesting.
Enough.
But basically, she kind of wishes her way into this magical wonderland where everything is different and everything is chaotic and everything is fantastical and everything is nonsense. And she certainly gets that. And then what she realizes that that's a nightmare.
Yeah.
That's a nightmare. That's not what she actually wants. That's not what any reasonable person actually wants. And there is a kind of interesting thing because at first it's all kind of silly. It's silly nonsense that ultimately kind of harmless nonsense. But then it becomes something of a tyranny by the end. It's like, well, in a world where there aren't rules and where there aren't norms and things like that, and where people don't take their responsibilities seriously and whatever, and everything's nonsense, like new rules develop that are just kind of the arbitrary whims of a tyrant.
Yes.
And that's the nightmare, and you don't want that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Ultimately,
I think that's a very somebody had asked us to put on our Jordan Peterson hat to do the analysis of this movie, and I think that that's essentially the extent of Jordan Peterson type analysis. Right? Is that she wishes for the thrill of chaos, and then after descending into it and realizing that it's a bit of a nightmare and that things will not go her way just because she dreamed up the world. And the whims of a tyrant are, she's left to the whims of a tyrant, and that nothing really like it's impossible to get your bearings on the rules of a orderly society. So like the Tea Party and the Queen of Hearts and everything are big indicators of that, right? That it's not all fun and games, and actually it's annoying at best and horrifying at worst.
So it's kind of like she, it's one of those stories of which there are many where someone is having a sort of problem or their ordinary world it's too rigid, it's too ordinary, it's too whatever, and then they kind of go way too far in the other direction and then they kind of come back towards the middle. That's the very basic arc of the story. I think what would help this movie out is a stronger ending, because basically right at the sort of peak intensity of the nightmare, she just wakes up. And it feels like we missed an opportunity for her to do something that indicates a solution to the problem, or do something that indicates that she's realized she's learned a lesson. Instead, she just kind of wakes up. And I think that's a little weak. The movie ends very abruptly, where we get to the point where she's being chased by, the Queen of Hearts and all her goons and all the wacky and sometimes horrifying creatures she's met in this place. And then she looks out through the keyhole that she was trying to get into before, and now she just sees herself dreaming, and she's like, "Oh, I gotta wake up," and then she just gets woken up. And I think that's a little lame. It's a little lame because I think if we could have her do something, and I'm not sure exactly what at the moment, but if she could find a way of solving the problem and that allows her to get out again,
Yeah,
having it's clear she learned a lesson, right? At least in an abstract sort of
in that abstract sort of way of like,
yeah. She learned something for
but she
sure, but
doesn't she doesn't really have a moment of like experiencing a heroic sort of
yeah.
conquering of the chaos, right? And I think that
Yeah,
that's maybe
yeah.
where it falls a little flat, is that she doesn't have that.
Or she outsmarts them or something like
Yeah,
that.
outwits them, learns to play the game better, the game of
Yeah.
nonsense. No, it just,
Kind of
and
flips it back. She like the world gets flipped upside down, and instead of finding a little clever way of flipping it back, she just wakes up.
yeah,
And I think that's otherwise, I think the story is, you know, it's all there. You know
yeah,
what I mean? I feel like, and there is a nice little arc, or at least it's an escalation in the intensity and the type of nonsense that she's encountering and how she reacts to it. I would also add that I one of the things I like about this movie is I think it's pretty funny. I think I find a lot of humor, and especially at first how sort of like cavalier her responses to everything she's saying, like she's falling down this well that goes this rabbit hole, obviously, that's going down basically past the center of the earth and onto the other side of the world, but she's falling and falling for a long time, and she's like, oh dear. You know what I mean? She's not like terrified the way you might expect.
yeah,
And so there are things like that where her sort of nonchalant response is pretty amusing. Going into this movie, I remembered essentially nothing about who Alice is as a character, and I assume that's because there was nothing there. But I don't think that's quite true. I think she's like a sort of very creative, imaginative girl who wants to daydream and, play with the animals and everything like that, and she doesn't want to do rigorous intellectual pursuits and whatever. She doesn't want to have to deal with all that stuff because it's boring and not what she wants. And then she gets way too much of what she wants and realizes, uh-oh, this is not good at all, actually.
yeah.
And so there's a very simple story there, but I like it. I think it's pretty good. It's not as strong as the best we've seen so far, but I think it's a little bit of a disservice to the story to compare it to Fantasia.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I just kind I didn't mean that it is entirely devoid of any sort of
Oh yeah,
connective tissue.
I know what you
Um,
mean.
it like there are bits, right, like that feel they all of the elements of it feel a bit disconnected to me. Just because like there's not one, like the bit with the caterpillar smoking the hookah feels a little disconnected from the Tweedledee and Tweedledum telling the story of the walrus and the oysters, and that feels disconnected from the song with the flowers. It feels like she's sort of experiencing all these different versions of nonsense, and individually each like realizing that each is not, giving her what she needs or wants,
Mhm.
from that,
And frustrating her
and
more and more,
frustrating
and
her
then
more and more.
eventually
And
terrifying
so
her.
it's just
Yeah.
like it doesn't have anything that builds to a natural conclusion, which I think is probably why they just went with the dream sequence
Yeah.
as the ending. Now I did not manage to reread the book for this, which normally
Gorgeous Rex in the chat says he thinks the book is funnier, much more wry and witty. I can believe
I
that.
can, yeah. Well, I
I
have
haven't read
read
it
it.
though.
I have read it once or twice, quite a while ago. But I do remember it being a lot. I mean, literary critics love Lewis Carroll because he kind of has this, like, he had this way of breaking rules and conventions in a way that showed you he really truly understood them, and was able to turn them on their head in a very creative and unconventional way. And I think that's one of the reasons why that book is so beloved, even to this day, by a lot of, by many, many people. The initial critical response to this film was not, like, especially from fans of the book, was not great. They did not
Interesting.
like this even a little bit.
What generally speaking, what did they think was worse compared to the book? You know?
Compared to the book, so let me get
Well,
the
while you
full
bring it
on.
up,
Yeah, here we go.
yeah.
They accused Disney of Americanizing a great work of English literature, um, and they felt that it was kind of divulging from the goals.
Diverging.
Diverging. Sorry, from the goals of the original novel. I don't remember how the original novel ends. I'm sure somebody in the chat can remind me of that. But that they also did not like that the Disney animation style, they felt, did not capture the full breadth of the creativity of Lewis Carroll's characters.
Okay.
So he agreed with them. Funnily enough, he was not surprised by the reception. He said it was intended for family audiences, not literary critics. And his two of his animators also stated that they did not think that their designs or story had enough heart. That it was sort of like a just rough translation or adaptation, and they just got it done and got it out as quickly
Mhm.
as they could, which is interesting because I think that they did, you know, a pretty a
I think
pretty
the
good job
visual
of creating.
design, I mean,
Yeah,
whether it's very accurate to the book or not, I think the visual design in this movie is actually quite strong. It certainly doesn't feel rushed.
yeah.
I think,
They
these
did move a lot of different, like, so they kind of took elements from the second book, which is Through the Looking Glass, and
yeah,
mixed them in
they
with
say that
this.
in the credits of this, that it's an adaptation of both of those. They sort
Yeah,
of combined them. Yeah.
and they remove a lot of the bits that people really liked about the original book, like the Jabberwocky is probably one of the most famous parts of the book that does not appear except in a very passing reference. The Cheshire Cat is sort of reciting the poem in the one of the first scenes he appears, but that's the only reference to the Jabberwocky that
Mm.
is in the movie. So the fans of the book felt it was a poor adaptation, and most of the critical reception essentially said, like, it's children will probably find it kind of fun, adults will find it a little bit empty. Is essentially the
Yeah. Having not read the book and just taking this for what it is, empty is not the word I would use. I would say a bit thin is probably what I would describe this movie as. It's, because it has a story, and I think the story itself is pretty good, but the ending is a little weak. Obviously, we talked about that, and I think overall it's just a little thin. Now, you mentioned the sort of like vignettes, like she's going on this journey and encountering all these different wacky characters that are sort of nonsensical and chaotic and anti, you know,
anti-order.
yeah, all these different versions of that, and they're getting progressively more frustrating, progressively more scary, and all that sort of stuff. I tend to be okay with those kind of stories if they have a strong enough through line, kind of threading them through like an overall goal. Like this one is a little bit lacking in that department because I'm a huge fan of Finding Nemo. It's my favorite movie of all time. Finding Nemo, at least with Marlin's story,
It's like
is
a
a
road
series
trip.
of
Yeah.
a series of vignettes. He encounters the shark, he encounters the jellyfish, he encounters blah 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 blah. But the overall story of what he's moving towards and that he finally gets it and everything, and that all these little vignettes relate to the overall story of, facing your fears and like braving the sort of horrors and dangers of the world. It's all tied together. There's a way to do that kind of story where it's a series of little episodes along a greater journey. There's a way to do that well. I think this movie is just okay in that regard and how it
Yeah.
ties it all together. Because I think the little visions of different kinds of sort of arbitrary, nonsensical rules and customs and all that sort of stuff. Like they all kind of present different problems in relation to, the antithesis of everything that she's rejecting in her normal world, right? Like the caterpillar, for example, it's a weird question of like identity where she's being asked who you are over and over and over again. And I think that's kind of related to, symbolically speaking, this is something like Jonathan Peugeot would definitely talk about. Um, you know, like there's all this talk of losing your head, not only in going crazy, but also like being decapitated by the evil queen, but also like losing your identity.
Yeah.
Those are all kind of
Well, and your
thematically and
rationality
symbolically
too, right? Like your
related. Yeah,
head, the brain
exactly.
represents the more rational, ordered side,
Yeah.
and the
It's also
opposed to
your
the heart.
identity. It's like the thing at the top that sort of like
Yeah,
ties everything together, right? And so, they're all sort of thematically and symbolically related to each other, but it's only really on that level that they're related to each other.
yeah,
They're not really related to each other in any other sense in terms of like they lean on each other, they rely on each other for the plot. It's a little bit like, oh, and then we walk over into this area of the map and this wacky thing happens. I think at best narratively there's an escalation in how frustrating and how far away from her original goal this brings Alice, but that's really about it.
yeah,
It's certainly not as strong as something like Finding Nemo in
yeah.
that
That's
regard.
true. Yeah. So there are a couple people that are saying that she does just sort of wake up from it in at the end of the book.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess that is pretty accurate, pretty close to the
Fair.
representation.
I feel like that might frustrate me in the book as well then,
Yeah.
because I would like a little bit of something that she does, at least in this story, a little something to solve the problem or to outsmart it or to use their sort of arbitrary rules and whims against them in order to sort of flip things back.
Yeah,
Um,
to master the chaos, as Jordan Peterson would
yeah, or
say.
just yeah, exactly. Well, because the world gets flipped upside down, she's got to flip it back.
Yeah,
Got to solve the problem. She's got to find a way to come back to the middle. And so,
and
yeah.
incorporate like to incorporate the chaotic subconscious and whatever it is that you find from there, like the hero's
Mhm.
journey type thing, right, where you descend into the labyrinth to get
Yeah.
the prize that will fix and heal the society at large, right? So
Yeah.
that's sort of what I'm looking for a little bit, and I don't feel like the dream ending in either sense. If like she gets swarmed by cards and as a giant and then wakes up with her sister, I don't feel like that really incorporates that lesson there. Uh,
Yeah.
but although
Or
Georgius also
if
says that he didn't see the theme about her learning that anything is bad, or that nonsense is
well,
bad in the book, that Disney might have added that one as a moral, or yeah.
I mean, I feel like I don't know. I shouldn't speak. I haven't read the book, but I feel like if it has a lot of these same elements, like the sort of Queen of Hearts, like tyrant of this
It does,
crazy
yeah.
nonsensical world, I feel like that theme's probably still in there. But we'll set that aside.
No, I
So
think it is. I think it's just maybe not executed particularly strongly.
yeah,
Yeah. I don't remember the book super well except for the Jabberwock poem because it's a I mean it's a masterpiece, that thing. It's a nonsensical rhythmic masterpiece. It's pretty cool.
is that a long poem?
No,
I
no,
don't
it's
actually.
it's pretty short. But it's and it's sort of like it's kind of basically taking a traditional heroic story and saying it in a very giving you the impression of what it's about without actually like making any sense, because the words are all fanciful and made up. Like it's a lot
Interesting.
of like wordplay and goofy sounding things, that still gives you the heroic sort of, yeah, it overall impression of a story.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. So, Dave L says, I thought the theme was cocaine is bad. Yeah, cocaine is a hell of a drug. That is for sure.
Lewis Carroll.
Well, that's the other thing is, at least in a lot of modern culture, this movie and probably the books as well to a certain degree, but a lot of the iconography from this movie specifically is very popular among uh, drug users, especially
Oh yeah.
psychedelic
Well,
fans.
funnily enough, when this initially released in 1951, it was considered a bomb. It had a production budget of $3 million, and it grossed a total of 2.4 million in domestic rentals. So it was written off as a $1 million loss. But during its theatrical re-release in 1974, it grossed $3.5 million in domestic rentals. So by the time
Interesting.
acid had entered the overall culture, what a
Yeah.
surprise! The movie did much better.
Well, what's interesting about that and why that it's so popular among the hippies, if you will, is that I feel like the movie is kind of rather um anti-hippie, if you will. It's like, it presents a sort of hippie fantasy, and then you learn that that's a nightmare.
Yeah,
So it's interesting that the people that love, psychedelics and stuff like that, and the hippies in general, were big fans of this movie, or certain, the Cheshire Cat and all these little bits of iconography. Because I feel like maybe they should think about what the story's about a little harder, just a little harder. I know you lost a lot of brain cells from doing too much acid, but just think about it a little bit harder. That's all.
that's all we ask. Uh,
So yeah, let's walk through the basics of it, because we got two movies to talk about today. But so, like we said, she's getting a history lesson from her mother, and she's bored by it, and she wishes for an imaginative nonsense land, and so then she's
a world of her
roaming
own.
around
She has a
a world
song
of her own.
that she sings about wanting a world of her own and how everything will be, topsy turvy. The flowers will all speak to her, and it's not going to be weird at all. Nothing, nothing weird about that.
No, but weird in a good way.
Yeah,
Everything's gonna be great. And then, but I think it's worth mentioning. I would say about both movies today that all the songs are really good. I
yeah,
think the songs in both movies are quite strong. I have some gripes about the score in Peter Pan. We'll talk about it, but the songs in both movies, a lot of really great numbers, and it's that old classic Disney style still, with the choir and the orchestra and all that sort of stuff. Delightful. And this is also a very beautiful movie as well. There's a lot of great visuals in it. So anyway, she's daydreaming, she's playing with her cat, and then she sees a rabbit in a waistcoat. And it's interesting, just in terms of the symbolism, I feel like this movie gets a lot right. So she's daydreaming, she comes upon this pond, she's looking at her reflection, and we see her reflection. We don't see her, but we see her upside down. And then that's when she sees the rabbit in the waistcoat with the giant watch. And that's her clue that, like, oh my gosh, that's fantastical. What's that about? And then she goes chasing after it. Right. But like the reflection of her upside down, all the upside down imagery of which there is quite a bit in this film. It's just a nice little touch that, like, that's right when it happens. That's
yeah.
right when the
Well, and it's
first.
the rabbit in the waist. She's daydreaming about having a fantastical world and a crazy upside down experience, and she then like immediately begins to pursue the physical embodiment of that as a rabbit in a waistcoat rushing to get somewhere because he's late, right? Like that's
Mhm.
sort of the first
That's
taste of it.
silly.
It's
Yeah.
yeah. She's like, wow, wait. She was like, first she's just like, oh, it's just a rabbit in a waistcoat. A rabbit in a waistcoat, like does a little
Yeah.
double take and then starts chasing after him, trying to figure out what's going on with that. Um,
Chases him into the rabbit hole. She goes through it, and and her sort of like nonchalant attitude to everything crazy that happens is really amusing to me. Anyway, so she crawls through the rabbit hole, and then she goes tumbling down the rabbit hole, as you were, And so then
She just like waves to her cat. She is
like
just like
goodbye.
goodbye,
Exactly.
goodbye, and the cat
Yeah.
just waves back, watching it. Yeah, that's funny.
And so she goes tumbling down and she's falling and she's falling and she's falling and she's seeing all this weird stuff, like weird impossible architecture and all these weird, pieces of furniture floating in the air. She's falling forever. And she's very kind of nonchalant about it in a way that like she's kind of sailing with her dress, if you will. She's kind of using it as a parachute. And she's like, "Oh dear." and she travels all the way down. She eventually goes like presumably past the center of the earth and like and then flips upside down and goes all the way to the surface on the other side of the world where people walk upside down, as she says. So
Yes.
there's a lot of topsy-turvy things being turned upside down, things being turned on their head imagery.
And what's interesting is like the little bit of the book I listened to the audiobook a little bit. Like basically right up until she gets to the door. Like in the beginning of the story. And it was pretty close. Like it was a pretty accurate adaptation as far as I can tell from
At least
that.
up until that point. Yeah.
Yeah, at least right up until then. Muggy mentions that they have the same sort of theme. Another thing that these movies share, the two, is that Catherine Beaumont voices the main characters in both. One of the first times I think that a voice actor was reused for one of Disney's projects, so she voices Alice and Wendy in
Interesting.
back-to-back productions.
That's interesting. I think there's another one. I think there's another person who is, Bill Thompson voices the White Rabbit.
The White Rabbit and Mr. Smee. Yeah.
And Mr. Smee. Yep. So interesting thing I noticed. I think is it this movie? No. Wait, hold on a second. Yes, it's this movie. At the very end of Alice in Wonderland, and then it's gone again by the time Peter Pan comes around. There are closing credits that credit the actors, the voice actors.
That's because in Peter Pan it's at the beginning.
Oh, Peter Pan has them at the beginning?
Yeah, it says featuring the talents of, and then it shows the names of all the voice actors.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, because we've also been keeping track of this, I think then this is the first time that the voice actors actually get credited in the movies.
Yeah. This is
because up until now, for those who have been following us on this saga through all the theatrically released 2D animated Disney films, none of the actors have ever been credited up until this point. We've been calling for Disney Plus to at least include sort of post credits at the end of the films, just to give them a little credit, give them a little shout out. That might be nice. Finally, they're actually credited in
1951. They finally decided, hey, maybe we should be doing this.
Yeah, maybe we should.
It's been almost 20 years. Maybe we should.
Yeah. So that's good. Good. I'm glad. That finally happened. In terms of other things we've been keeping track of, this is still distributed by RKO Pictures. So
Peter Pan is the last one to be distributed by RKO. So we've essentially concluded one little mini arc within the arc.
Yeah, well, there you have it. Anyway, so that's cool. Yeah, so a couple reused voice actors. That's also fun. That's a nice little detail. So
I like it when I'm watching these old. So this is a little bit of a tangent, but when I watch older movies like this, and I see that like the same people kind of follow each other around as like almost like a troupe of actors. So like when I was watching The Maltese Falcon a little while ago, pretty much everybody in that movie is also in Casablanca, and I was just kind of this is fun. Like I like seeing the same people play different roles in good movies, right? Like it feels like there's
Tarantino,
there's like a classic
like Wes
sort
Anderson.
Of there's a classic sort of like acting troupe sort of vibe that I get from that, and this is right at Disney's beginning of that. Like I think they're going to start having some of these voice actors reappear multiple times moving forward. But until...
Well, it's because he finally gave them credit.
Yeah, exactly. They finally wanted to come back.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
So she chases the rabbit in the waistcoat down the rabbit hole, ends up on the other side in a topsy-turvy upside-down world where all the architecture is strange, all the tiles aren't like neatly symmetrical, they're wacky, and all the proportions are wrong and everything's crooked. It's, everything Tim Burton has ever wanted in his life. I suppose now might be a decent enough time to mention that I've not seen Tim Burton's remake of this movie, and I have no intention of ever seeing it. It looks awful. And it did not get good reviews, so I don't really
Yeah,
have
but it
any
made a
intention.
buttload of money.
Yeah, well, I don't care. It looks ugly and gross, and Tim Burton fell off hard. So
The 2010 Alice in Wonderland feels like the stoner, like the stoner's version, like the one that doesn't care as much about the themes or anything. It's more about like,
yeah,
oh, you love these kinds of characters, right? Like you love the Mad Hatter and the Cheshire Cat. You think that like the Jabberwocky is in that one. It's a dragon that terrorizes Wonderland's inhabitants and all that. Yeah, it's
it's like, well, yeah,
oof.
the Cheshire Cat is cool, but he's terrifying.
Yeah.
Like he's scary. He's a villain.
Right, that
You know
made
what I
a
mean?
$1 billion. That didn't even just that blew $1 billion off the lid of the box office.
Made $1 billion.
It made
Wow.
$1 billion. It was $150 to $200 million production budget, and it made $1 billion. I knew it was successful. I didn't know it was that fucking successful. That's
Gross.
crazy.
That's unfortunate.
Fifth
So is
highest
that
grossing
partly?
movie in history during its theatrical run.
Wait. At the time, it was the
At the
highest grossing
time, it
movie.
was the fifth, like it was number 5 on the all-time list of box office successes.
Wow. Great. Great. So, wait, when did that movie come out? 2010?
2010.
So I guess that was kind of around the start for live action remakes, right?
I think so.
I think you could, yeah, it's around the start. Interesting. That's unfortunate because it looks terrible. I mean,
It's not good. It's
have you
really
seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Not good.
Not good. No, yeah, I was working at a movie theater when that came out. Like fresh out of high school, my first job was at the Cinemark, the big Egyptian movie theater in Maryland.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And so I got to see things for free, so I used to go see everything. But that one, like, it was consistently packed all the time. Obviously it made $1 billion, but like for weeks on end, you could barely even like get in. It was crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, someone said it knew who's the star in the movie, and it's not Alice's story. It's Mad Hatter's. What? Did they give Mad Hatter more to do in that movie than Alice?
Uh,
Because that's crazy.
Maybe not more to do.
But way
But
more
Johnny
to do.
Depp is the Mad Hatter, and
Oh, of
there's
course.
like
And so, of course, yeah, he's given way more screen time than he deserves.
yeah,
Of course. I know where this is going.
because it's the Mad Hatter and Helena Bonham Carter are both in the movie. Helena Bonham Carter is the Queen of Hearts.
Wait, in a Tim Burton movie?
Yeah. I know. They're crazy, right? They've never worked together before,
Wow.
or since.
They're like a 3-person acting troupe,
Yeah.
or like a 2-person acting troupe. Anyway,
There you go.
Yeah.
There's my lesson. Be careful what you wish for.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
That's funny.
he has a lot. Alice becomes like a warrior princess who runs around in armor and slays a dragon.
So this is like the perfect beginning of these live action remakes, especially when they have female main characters and they need to make them warriors
Yep.
or political leaders because they just can't help themselves. Wow. I guess I didn't realize it started that early. I sort of assumed, I don't know when I assumed this started. When did that Cinderella? So that was 2015, and that Beauty and the Beast with Emma Watson. When was that? 2017. Okay.
Watson, like you praised people working together in movies. I know. I be careful what I wish for. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, since you're the what Mad Hatter. You're saying, yeah, I can't remember it very well because I had no interest or intention in rewatching it ever. But could you like? I seem to remember there's like a weird love story between Alice and the Mad Hatter. Am I wrong about that? Is it Mad Hatter and somebody else? Because like I could have sworn at the end when he does his happy little dance, it's because Alice gave him a kiss, and I can't recall entirely, but I
Probably.
find that very strange. But
That's
like,
funny.
correct me if I'm wrong.
Daybell.
Like somebody who remembers the movie better, Wasserman. I'm looking at you. Please, please. Oh nope, there it is. It is bizarre. There is a love story: the Mad Hatter and Alice, star-crossed lovers.
Well, that's that's an interesting change. We'll just say that because the Mad Hatter is like a
Perfect to
dopey,
recall.
obnoxious, like nothing in this movie. Anyway, Dave L also mentioned Snow White and the Huntsman as one of these movies where they take the myth and they make her into a girl boss. That was 2012, so that would be after
Yeah,
Alice in Wonderland.
yeah. Kristen
Interesting.
Stewart, Snow White. Better or worse than what's her face, Rachel Ziegler?
Well, she's got to be better.
There's
I
not,
think
not much of a
it's
not much of a chance to do worse.
that's what I would say. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, back to Alice in Wonderland. She chases the rabbit who's late and in a waistcoat into the rabbit hole. She goes all the way to the topsy-turvy world, and she's in this strange room with really high ceilings and like all the, everything's crooked, everything's kind of oddly colored. She sees the rabbit go scurrying under this little curtain. She opens the curtain, and there's a tiny little door. And then when she grabs the doorknob, which is sentient, goes, "Oh!" It's such a bizarre noise. I love it. It's it's I don't know how else to describe it. It's one of the strangest noises I've ever heard. But he's like, you gave me a good turn there. And then basically this little vignette, the basic gist of it is that like, okay, well if you want to get through this door, you have to complete this task. And then she completes this task and then it's like, oh, well, now you need to complete this task. It's just like
Well,
constantly
she has to shrink to get through the door, so she gets a bottle that says "Drink me," and she shrinks, but she leaves the
yes.
key to the door. Like it's funny. He's like, "Oh, I think you left the key," and then he looks up and the key is up there. I don't even remember her ever having the key, right? So it's like one of those things where she doesn't think about it until it's necessary, and she's already done
Well,
something, right?
no, it wasn't there before.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So like she's not thinking about it until it's necessary. She's like, "Oh, if I shrink, I
Yes.
can get through the door." Oh, but wait, of course it's a door with a lock. It must have a key. But so
He didn't say that it was locked yet. It's
yeah.
like
No, I
so
get
but
it. It's just,
okay.
like do you so what I'm getting at is that like she is focused on the immediate next thing, right? Without going through the thought like because this is all sort of symbolically representative of her, like this is her subconscious, right, and her attempting to tackle problems. So she knows she has to shrink, and she jumps headfirst into shrinking without considering other possibilities that might make that more difficult on her,
I
right?
understand what you're saying, and I think there's something of that there. The way I sort of looked at it is more like because there's going to be a lot of arbitrariness to everything down here. Nothing works the way it should, and so the first example we get of that, it's like, oh, well, to get through this door, you need to shrink. So she shrinks, and it's like, oh, yeah, but also you need to have the key, which is way up there, and now you're too small to get it. And then like
Yeah.
it's just constantly every time she thinks she has the thing to get through, they're like, "Oh yeah, but also there's this other thing I didn't tell you about before."
Yes.
So it's
Yeah.
it's frustrating because there's like this arbitrary oh, like I didn't tell you the full scope. I could have told you this all at once, but I'm deliberately not doing that because everything down here is arbitrary and
Yeah.
you can't
And it
you
moves at
can't
a whim.
reasonably expect things to work the way they do because they don't. And that's like the first bit of frustration here. And the first example we get of that is like
She has
they're like,
to she has to get big again to get the key, and then she's too
yeah, and
big.
it's made complicated and obnoxious on purpose. Just like,
Yes.
oh, and also you need the key, and where does he manifest the key for her? It's way up there again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, but I mean, if you're looking at it from the lens of like, everything in the dream is her, that sort of thing, then yeah, you can interpret it that way as well. But it's kind of her first taste of like, oh, topsy-turvy's fun, right? No,
No,
it's not
actually,
fun
actually, I
because
don't. Actually, that wasn't very nice.
yeah,
Actually,
because there's no consistent set of rules, and so you can't reasonably expect to like you can't understand what the rules are in order to succeed because they're constantly going to change on you,
yeah,
essentially. And
or
that's their
add
first little
new
taste of that.
elements that you're not prepared
Yeah,
for.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
she gets big again, and she gets the key, but now she can't fit through the door. She's too big to fit through anything,
Hmm.
and she starts to cry. And because she's so big, her tears flood the room below her, uh, and then she gets the bottle again, right? And then she drinks and shrinks and falls into the bottle. Um,
Yes.
and then the door opens, and she, sort
As
of
a result of
as
the flooding.
as a result
Yeah.
of the flooding, and she sort of like is taken through. Um, and
And
there's
now she goes through the door, and now she's in this vast kind of open ocean. And then she sees a whole bunch of wacky creatures. Like there's this big dodo bird that is being pushed along by other birds in a sort of strange way. There's just a lot of strange things. And so she's in the bottle and she's trying to get to shore and she's being tossed around in the waves. And eventually she finds the dodo bird is leading a bunch of the other birds. Well, there's fish and lobsters and all sorts of other creatures running around in a circle. The dodo bird is on a rock, and all the other animals are kind of marching along in a circle around him.
and the
And she's
tide is
like,
coming in and out, right? So like at points there's nothing, it's just sand, and they're around the rock. There's fire on top of the rock too. So the dodo bird
yes,
is next to the fire, and he's having the rest of them march around in circles on the sand, and the tide keeps coming in. He's telling them that they're going to dry off this way by marching around in
yes.
circles,
And
but
he
the tide
tells
keeps
Alice
coming
the
in.
same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like,
Um,
and then because he's like, that's no way to dry off. Like, you got to basically, so they're engaged in this ridiculous, absurd, like Sisyphean task, if you will, of trying to get dry in the dumbest way possible by
yes.
like marching around in a circle in the middle of where the waves are still crashing. So they just keep getting wet and then they have to try and get dry again in between the waves. And of course, it's never going to work. And the dodo It doesn't seem that the dodo is like malevolent. He's just retarded. Like he is very, very, very dumb. And he's like, come on, man. It's kind of like he's trying to lead people and trying to solve problems for people, but he just has no idea. Like he has the stupidest solutions possible. We'll get more of that later. But this is our first little vision of like people going about trying to solve a problem in the stupidest way possible.
Yeah. And so this
Yeah.
one, Georgius recommended reading the annotated version of Alice in Wonderland to sort of get all of the references that he was making. This is one of those moments that feels to me like a veiled political satire, like satirical
Yeah.
thing that
Well, speaking of
doesn't come
like
through
really
all the way.
biting political satire, Dr. Diddler says everything's arbitrary. It makes no sense. Is this some kind of allegory for government? There you
Oh,
go.
hmm.
There you go.
I think you hit the nail on the head
Now,
there.
now you're using your noggin. No, but ironically, like with a bit more specificity, I would believe that a lot of this is a sort of critique of certain kinds of shoddy thinking in
Yes.
various forms. Um, Especially when like the Mad Hatter and the Hare are like there's like the way they talk about the unbirthday thing is like has
Yeah,
this
that's a
it just sort of rings of like shitty like what would you say? I don't know. It has they sort of talk like they're academics that are speculating on this like wild new theory of physics or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I get what
It
you mean.
has
I
an
think,
air of
yeah,
stuff
because
that sort of thing.
the whole, yeah, there's a bit of that, like they're intellectuals at a like a tea like at
At a dinner party, yeah.
intellectuals at a dinner party, right? Like discussing things that they have no true understanding of, but they're just kind of going along with it, right? Like that's sort of,
Yeah.
yeah,
I really like the unbirthday gag. It's pretty funny. But we'll get to that. So after encountering the birds that are trying to get dry by running in a circle where the tide is still coming in, she's running after the
Oh,
rabbit who's. Go
wow.
ahead.
Sorry, Lord Mix. In the book, they refer to the running around the rock as a caucus race.
Oh, there you
Well,
go.
there we go.
it, that's kind of funny. I feel like I'm curious to read the book now. 'Cause it sounds like a fun, very elaborate sort of like political cartoon, if you will.
Yeah,
Yeah, it has that energy from the sounds of it.
that is interesting. I'll have to reread that as well. I mean, it's pretty short. I remember it going by rather quickly, but
Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense to me.
So now she's running after the rabbit. The rabbit's one step ahead of her. She can't catch up to it. While she's trying to figure out where the rabbit went, she runs into Tweedledee and Tweedledum, another pair of very iconic characters from this.
Yes.
And they keep getting in her way. They make really funny, goofy, sort of clown circus noises. They like honk each other a lot. And they're blocking her way and they want to tell her a story. And she's like, I'm trying to do something. And like, no, you have to hear a story. It's going to be relevant. It's going to be relevant, we promise, essentially. And so they tell this story. And we get this long little sequence with there's a walrus and a carpenter, right? And they sing a
Yes.
little song about this. And the walrus and the carpenter appear to be like land developers who have found a stretch of beach and they're going to try to build this up into something. But instead of engaging in any of the actual work necessary to make this beach into something really nice and to build anything, they just get distracted by like, oh, we can eat these oysters. And so they come up with this plan to trick the oysters into coming with them to the restaurant. And it's not even an especially clever trick. They're just like, hey, come with us. And they're like, okay.
Yeah, we've got yeah, and like we've got so many interesting things up here. Don't you want to, you'll never what is it? You'll never like see the world lying in bed basically, right? Like don't you want to come up and see how cool our shit is? And all the
Mhm.
little oysters are like, "Yeah, let's do it." And the mama oyster is like, I don't know. I wouldn't trust that guy, but the little ones
Yeah.
all do. And that's sort of like the plan, right? Again,
Mhm.
with the land developer thing, he's the carpenter is the one doing all the work, and the walrus is like the shyster con man, who
Yeah.
like he's dressed up in a top hat and a raggedy coat. He's kind of got like that Depression era tramp looking
Yeah, but
style.
he's sort of like a tramp who's trying to like play the Monopoly man kind of thing. Like he's trying to portray himself as a man of business or whatever, but is like he's got kind of like a raggedy hat and everything.
Yeah, yeah,
So anyway, so they trick the oysters to come onto shore, and then they build this really kind of goofy. Like I like so the carpenter throws together this really shoddily built like seafood restaurant,
yeah.
but the way he builds it from the top down is really funny to me.
Yes, it is.
Like a fun little visual gag. And it's like, oh my gosh, special today, oysters. And then the con man capitalist guy, he eats all the oysters while the carpenter is in the kitchen making the stew. And then he comes out and oh my gosh, he's eating all the oysters. And the carpenter gets really mad and his face gets red and he goes like chasing after him with the hammer and then they run away and that's the end of the story. It's
Yes.
like, okay, and they're like, wasn't that a great story? It's like, yeah, and it had a great moral too if you're an oyster.
Yeah, which
And
is
then
which is funny. It's funny to me is like deliberately just being like, yeah, no, it's just I like her like cutting through to like the heart of it, right? To be like, yeah, is it satire? It was like I don't know, maybe if you're an oyster, like don't trust walruses if you're an oyster is basically the
yeah,
moral of the story, which I
from her
like that.
perspective, yeah. And then they're like, now it's time for another story. And she's like, no, I don't need any other stories, thank you. They start telling another story and she just walks away. So like this little bit of nonsense, this little segment is like people that want to tell you these stories that aren't really relevant to like what you're trying to do, and they just like they're like, oh, they want to tell you, they just want to talk at you constantly, and it's like, excuse me, I'm trying to do something, And they're like, no, you have to hear our tale. And they're bouncing around and singing songs and stuff like that. And
And then
eventually she
eventually
just,
they just start talking to themselves as she
yeah,
leaves, right? She just like gets
yeah,
up and walks away, and they're in the middle of doing something else, which is another fun thing, I think. Like, it's interesting that like they're the ones telling the, this story that has, some kind of maybe political or religious sort of overtone, like some kind of vaguely didactic warning about like getting eaten by something if you trust it enough to get out of bed. And then
yeah,
like they're the ones who and like they want to tell their story so bad that they'll just end up like ignoring everybody else's response to it, including their audience, just to sit there and babble to each other about another story,
yeah,
which I like that as well. I think that that's
yeah.
kind of I don't know exactly what he was getting at necessarily. I'll have to like definitely
Yeah.
have to check it out, right? But I think that there's
In the
some
book, it might be a bit more obvious what he's getting at here. It's just it comes across a little bit like, oh,
it's
okay,
fun.
thanks for that.
Yeah, it's
Thanks,
fun. It's a
thanks.
fun little thing. Um
No, I mean like from Alice's perspective, she's like, okay, thanks for your story.
yeah,
That was
yeah.
great. Thanks.
That
I'm
was
gonna be
great. Bye.
going now.
I've got something to do. There's a
So she
rabbit.
goes after the. She eventually finds the rabbit's house, and he's panicking. And a little fun subversion. He comes out and he calls her the wrong name. What does he call her? Does he call her Mary? Is that what he calls
Yeah,
her?
something like that. I don't
Yeah,
remember what
Mary Ann. He's like, where
Marianne.
could you
That's
put
it,
him?
Marianne.
She's like, what? And he's like, Marianne, where are my gloves? I'm late. Like, it just as a running gag. I like that he's just late constantly the whole time, like just in every scene. It's like, how late are you exactly?
Late and gay.
But yeah, he's like, Marianne, where are my gloves? I need my gloves. I'm late. Get me my gloves. And she's like, oh dear. And so she's just instead of asking any follow-up questions or like pushing really hard on the like, hey, I'm not Marianne. What are you talking about? She's
Yeah.
just like, oh dear, and she goes looking for the gloves
Very
for him, which is kind of funny.
dream logic type thing, right?
Exactly,
Yeah, I like that.
exactly. So she goes looking for them, and eventually she finds them, but she finds another cookie that says "Eat me," and that makes her big and makes her huge, and now her arms and legs are sticking out of the house.
Another
And
iconic sequence.
yes, and then the rabbit is like, "Oh my god, it's a monster!" and he runs away. And so
He
he
gets the
comes
dodo.
back.
He gets the dodo
Yes.
to try to help him, and the dodo starts gathering firewood to burn the. Well, at first they
wait.
get a lizard handyman.
Well, first he's like, you got to help me solve this problem. He's like, I know what we need, and then he looks around and he sees a lizard passing by holding a ladder. He's like, we need a lizard with a ladder. That's pretty funny. He's just kind of looking around at the first thing he sees, and it's like, perfect. It's exactly what we need. And the lizard with the ladder comes by, and he's like, hey, have you ever been in a chimney? Have you ever swept a chimney before? And he's like, oh, I sure have, boss, or whatever he says. And then he gets up in the ladder, and then he sees the giant eye of Alice in the window, and he freaks out and he runs away. And then he forces him back. He pushes him down this chimney, and that like loosens all the soot and ash and everything like that. And then Alice sneezes as a result and sends the lizard flying, he, like shooting into the sky like he's
Team Rocket or some shit.
like he's Team Rocket. And then he just it's like beep, and he like disappears forever. And they go like, oh, there goes Bill. Which I found really funny because like Bill's dead, presumably. They're like, well, Bill's gone forever. There he goes. What a shame. So that was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Um,
And so then the dodo decides that he needs to smoke Alice out, smoke the monster out by burning the house down. And the rabbit is like kind of just along for the
timid.
ride.
Yeah.
Like he's
he's too timid to say, please don't burn down my house. And the dodo's like, I know, we'll smoke her out by burning down the house. So he's just like, he fancies himself very smart, a fixer and a problem solver, but he has all the stupidest ideas possible. And he's also got, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't he sort of dressed like he's a politician?
The rabbit or the dodo?
No, the dodo.
Yeah, I think the dodo. Like, I see that.
He has
It
something
feels
that
like
kind
he
of looks
is,
like
right?
it kind of looks like a barrister's wig or something like that. Not quite, but it's like I don't know. I don't know if I'm just getting that wrong culturally, but there's something there. He's dressed like maybe someone in the chat can help me out. But the way
Well, I
he's
mean, like
dressed,
if he's the lead character, sort of like in that caucus race scene,
yeah,
right? And that's what they call it. then I feel
Hmm.
like that's got to be some kind of political. There's got to be some. There's got to be some kind of political inspiration behind that character design, right? Like with the,
Yeah.
there has to be.
I think
But
I think I think he's something of a politician. It seems to be because of the way he's dressed and the way he talks. He's like, "Oh, I know what we'll do. The worst, and then the worst idea you've ever heard." Like,
yeah,
I don't know. It seems like
I
that's
know what we'll
sort of
do.
what
We'll all sit down and watch the first season of Adolescence.
they're.
That'll
we
sure help us.
Can we make it mandatory? Is that possible? Can we do that? That'll solve things. And so he tries to burn down the house, but then Alice has the idea that like, well, I need to eat something. If I eat something, then maybe I'll shrink. So she grabs the rabbit who's holding on to one of his carrots in the garden, and she eats that, and that makes her small again. And then
Oh, that could
she
be good.
shrinks back down to normal size, and then the rabbit immediately is like, "Oh my god, look at the time, I'm late," and he runs away again, which is kind of funny.
It's Wasserman is saying. I always thought he's dressed like a captain. That could be it too. Could be like a military thing. That might
Yeah,
yeah,
maybe.
that tracks. And yet also just to address, I don't know exactly what you meant earlier about they make everything political, aren't they? In the chat, I don't know if like I don't think the movie really has as much of that political aspect to it. I think the movie is just more interested in taking the fantastical images and sort of putting them on the screen for kids, right? I don't think it's as interested in making the political commentary as maybe the author originally was.
Yeah,
But I
no,
think that some of
but it's
that
kept a lot
yeah,
of yeah, it's kept a lot of the details at least, but like it's hard to know what they're going for just based on it's hard to read that sort of social or political commentary into the movie because at most you get some little details that make you think like maybe this is supposed to be like a military captain or a politician or
yeah,
someone,
maybe.
and so you imagine that there might be that sort of criticism there, but it's really non-specific by the time it gets to the movie.
Yeah. And like, like I said, joking. That's yeah, all good. I wanted to make sure that we address that as like some of the like, especially if there's like an entire annotated edition that's sort of explaining all the social and political circumstances of the era of the book. That's obviously not something you're going to get from the movie. Maybe
Yeah.
another reason why a lot of the literary crowd was not as thrilled with this as maybe Disney might have
Yeah,
hoped
they lost a lot of the
originally.
specificity,
Yeah,
cultural specificity, and like the specificity of certain critiques and whatever else. You know what I mean? Because like you read oh God, what's it called? The book by Voltaire,
oh shit,
where
I have no idea.
where he goes on that sort of like wacky. Hold on.
Are you talking? Are we Voltaire? Because I was thinking like Gulliver's Travels is like this feels a
No,
little bit in line with that. Which like
Candide. Have you read Candide?
no,
It's good, by the way, but Candide, it's it's a sort of similar type story in general where there's like a person who gets like tossed around by the winds of fate into all these like crazy ridiculous circumstances, but there's a lot of if you like read the introduction, a lot of copies of the book, they'll talk about all these different all these little vignettes are like relevant to certain political figures and movements and lines of like philosophical thought that were happening at the time. A lot of that gets lost reading it today, that you don't realize you're not really you haven't kept abreast of like whatever century that is, like Italian politics and stuff like that. So like you miss a lot of those details, but there's a lot of like like specificity in terms of like the commentary and critique. So it's like that, if they adapted that as well, you'd probably lose a lot of the specificity and it'd just be sort of like, and here's a wacky thing. And here's the crazy circumstance he finds himself in, and it would lose the specificity of it. Anyway, Candide's good, by the way. You should read that at some point.
all right.
It's good. Like the basic gist of Candide is that there's a character who thinks everything happens for a reason and everything is ultimately good, and then the story just punishes him over and over and over and over to be like, you still think that? Do you still think that? That's the short version of what it's
that's kind of
about.
fun.
It's kind of got dark comedy vibes. I think it could be a fun thing to see adapted one day.
So okay, Lewis Carroll was a mathematician, so I guess they're more social references than political in most cases. But yeah, again, something that I don't think translates well to the way that Disney adapted it. I think it's more
No, they
fun. It's
lost a
more
lot
of
of
like a
that
fun,
detail.
goofy nonsense adventure. Yeah, like I think that that's essentially what we're getting.
Yeah. I mean, like the patterns are still there. They're just like we've lost a lot of the signifiers that makes it obvious like who like that specific people or specific cultural things from the time it was written are being criticized. It's like not like the general pattern of this sort of like person like in for example the dodo like who thinks he's really really smart and thinks he's a natural leader but just has the stupidest ideas possible and has no idea like,
Yes.
that's kind of like we've abstracted or we've lost the detail such that it's just kind of an eternal pattern at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, so now that she's small again, she goes running after the rabbit and she ends up in a big field of giant talking flowers. And the flowers sing a nice little happy song, and it's very pretty. And there's a fun little gag where Alice sings along with the flowers, but she can't quite hit the high note that the music demands of her, and so she gets a little embarrassed. But one of the other flowers like takes over for her. It's kind of a fun little gag. I like that. So like this is everything she hoped it would be. This is what she thought her magical Wonderland nonsense topsy-turvy world would be like. All these pretty flowers singing to her, and there's magical creatures. I think there's like bread and butterflies and things like
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
Fun, goofy things an imaginative young girl might come up with. And and she's like, okay, this is cool. I like it here. But then pretty quickly, these female flowers are like, so what kind of flower are you? And she's like, oh, I'm not a flower. And it's like, man, you have such weird petals. And someone's like, I think she's a weed. She's like, I'm not a weed. And then as soon as they all think she's a weed, they turn on her and become
Yes.
like really sort of like petty and cruel and like kick her out like a mean girls, like you can't sit with us kind of thing, like othering of her. And
The gossip through
yeah,
the
very
high
gossipy.
society
Yeah,
of the
busybodies.
flowers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they turn on her immediately, which is pretty funny.
Yes.
There is something of another small theme that kind of runs through both of these movies, and it's that women can't be friends with each other.
Yes. Yeah. Women will ruin each other's lives. Essentially, is what I've gathered from these past two movies.
Well, we'll talk about that in more detail when we get to Peter
When we get
Pan.
to Peter Pan, it's like every scene, every
Yeah.
single one with a
It's
female
pretty funny.
character, they're just being total bitches.
Yes, very jealous, very petty, very cruel, very tribal. You know, which is just kind of funny to see presented so boldly in both of these movies. Because of course, we're joking when we say that the theme is that that's always the way it is, right? But like, it's just so funny because you don't see that sort of thing at all anymore. Because no one will I mean, you see that a little bit sometimes in a movie like Mean Girls, but then again, that was like quite a while. It's been a while since Mean Girls. Obviously, they've remade it, but like you don't get that quite as much in stories today as these movies were clearly willing to depict that sort of very jealous, very sort of like casually cruel behavior.
Yeah.
It's just kind of interesting to notice in both movies. It's more so in Peter Pan, but I just thought it was funny to notice here as well.
Yeah.
And
Well, I mean, the
so
main villain of this movie, right? Like, if it is the Queen of Hearts, who is like that as well, right? Like,
yeah, well, she's kind of a lone tyrant as well, but she's it's interesting that there's a female heroine in both movies, but in this as well, there's like several female villains. I really like the Queen of Hearts. I think she's really interesting as a villain. We'll talk about her more when we get to it. But anyway, she gets kicked out. She can't sit with the
Can't sit with the
flowers.
flowers anymore. No weeds in my garden.
And so then she runs into the caterpillar that's smoking hookah and asking
And
her,
he
like,
throws
who
her
are you?
into an identity crisis.
Yeah. This is what I will give you about this one, feeling a little disconnected from everything, is that it's just a little repetitive
Yeah.
and just kind of drags a little bit because you get the idea pretty quickly. Um, but there's a sort of, yeah, we get a little bit of the identity crisis thing, like the losing your head in more ways than one. He's asking, who are you? And all that sort of stuff. And she doesn't really have a good answer for him at this point because she's been thrown all topsy turvy, but she's tiny at this point. Obviously she's smaller than the flowers. And so she's got to find something to make herself big again. And he very angrily tells her that, like, if you eat the mushroom, if you eat from one side of the mushroom, it'll make you big. If you eat from the other side of the mushroom, it will make you small. And so at first she eats one and she grows taller than the tallest tree in the forest. And then she eats the other half and she grows tiny again. And so she has to find the right balance, right?
Yes.
When she finds the right balance, that brings her back to normal size. All right, so it's thin, but there's a little something there, right? And then she goes wandering, and then she finds her way to a woods. And as a visual gag, I quite like that the woods have signs all over them that says, like, up yonder, that way, over here, and they're all pointing in different directions. It's like they've taken the trouble to make signs to try and orient you, but they're all nonsense, which I find amusing.
Yes.
So she's walking through the woods, and that's when she discovers the Cheshire Cat, who is something of a weird, shape-shifting, chaotic cat creature that can turn invisible and, like, take his head
Remove its
off and
body
things like
parts
that.
and yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so the Cheshire Cat, and he's got, like, weird kind of, like, hideous pink and purple stripes and all that sort of stuff, and green eyes. Green eyes are a bad sign in any Disney movie. Stay away from green eyes.
Well, yeah,
um,
this one is particularly iconic with the stoner culture tied into that pretty well. A lot of people, Cheshire cat tattoos are a popular thing among a
they
particular
certainly
crowd.
were. Yeah, absolutely. And so, like, there's fun little details, all the, like, upside down imagery and the, like, losing your head. So he says, like, hey, can you stand on your head? And he takes off his own head and he
And
stands
stands on
on it
top
with
of
his
it. Yeah.
feet. Yeah, it's a fun little gag. And she's, like, trying to figure out where she's going. And he says, like, oh, you should go this way. And if there's more important things he says there, I don't remember what they are. But she's like, hey, maybe you should go this way. She goes this way. And then she finds this is where the Mad Hatter and the Hare are having their tea party. Right. And so
Yes.
this is another example of something that seems like it would be nice. Obviously, it's kind of a distraction in terms of her ultimate goal of finding the rabbit. The other thing that's kind of thin about this movie is that, like, I understand why following the rabbit brings her here and why she is interested in like following it, because it's strange and it brings her to this fantastical world that she's so interested in. But, like, once she's here, why is she so interested in the rabbit?
Because because the movie needs
You
a
know?
goal, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like
Yeah, that's what I mean.
it's a little bit, yeah. Because once she gets here, you would think that, like, since it was sort of a whim that she was following it in the first place, but I guess she's curious. Yeah, she's curious as to what he's late for, right? Like, what could that
Yeah,
what could
so there's
that
a
be?
curiosity there for sure. But it's kind of the one goal tying all of these things together, and I just don't quite understand why she's so set on I mean, it's a very dream-like thing. One could imagine having a dream where it's like, and I just really had to find this rabbit, and I really wasn't sure why, you
Yeah,
know? And, like, it
and I
makes
think that I
sense
think
in
that's like essentially what the best you're gonna get from that sort of thing, right? Is that, like, that's yeah, that's
yeah.
why,
Wasserman says that the Cheshire Cat is ambiguous. Yeah, he's definitely a trickster character, though I would say he's a bit more kind of secretly malicious
malevolent,
than he is.
really.
Yeah, than he is neutral. He doesn't. Like, because a lot of trickster figures and fairy tales and myths and all that sort of stuff, like, if you interact them with a certain way, they can be incredibly positive. I don't really get that vibe from the Cheshire Cat. He seems like he's there to sort of deceive and lead astray. Like that's kind of what he wants to do, and that's especially clear by the end. I don't know about you, but I never really got the vibe that there's a positive side of the Cheshire Cat.
I don't know. I never considered it to be a particular like a particularly I never considered it to be a particularly like malevolent creature. I always thought of him as sort of like he knows more than he lets on, but he gives the exact advice that she asks for, right? Where she like Wasserman was saying, she doesn't know where she wants to get, so it doesn't matter what way she goes. Um, I never considered him to be like particularly, malicious. I did think of it more in the ambiguous way, right? It's interesting too because I was looking up to see if like Cheshire has any particular significance because it's like an area, a county in England, um, and like there's no definitive answers to this, but like there's a theory that the name and the smile were inspired by a carving of a grinning cat on a church tower in that region. Um, not really sure
Oh,
what the
okay.
significance of Cheshire like as a
Yeah.
place is for it. But it is,
Regarding the sort of like moral dimension of the Cheshire Cat, he's not like here to do her harm explicitly in this scene at all, but so he's certainly not a villain in the same way that the queen is. Though he seems like chaotic and playful, but not in a sort of neutral way, because especially what he does at the end, like he knows full well he's kind of framing her for what happens to the queen, and he's constantly making things more chaotic, knowing that she'll be punished for it and knowing that she'll probably have her head cut off. So it's like I have a hard time seeing him as neutral. He seems like he's happy to just
I,
lead her astray.
he seems like the sense that I get from him in this scenario is that if she had worded her question or her request for directions in a different way, then he would have been like he would have helped her, right? It's just he's taking everything in like very literal face value as sort of like the guide character, and he directs her towards where she needs to go, like, yeah, knowing that there's danger, but he like he's not really there to like warn her of the danger. He's just like he does point her in the correct direction of where she wants to go. It's just that like he doesn't tell her everything. I thought of it more as a chaotic neutral type, I think, than a chaotic evil, if that
Well,
makes
he's
sense.
definitely not neutral by the end, but in this scene, but he also doesn't tell her, he doesn't send her in the right direction here either.
Yeah, well, yeah. She asks, so, like, he asks where you're going, or like, and she says, I'm not really sure." He says, "Well, then it doesn't matter which way you go," and he kind of
Yeah,
fucks off,
which is
which is funny.
Yeah. Yeah, and so like maybe to your point, if she asked the question better and like forced the issue, she could have gotten
A more
useful
helpful
information
answer.
out of. Yeah, maybe is an idea. So then she has the tea party with the Mad Hatter and
Yeah,
the
the
hair.
unbirthday thing was kind of funny to me because like, I had forgotten that it was unbirthday when I was watching this. I had always thought it was like a non like I thought it was non-birthday, right? Which to me that made a little more. I was like, because unbirthday sounds like you're being removed. Like I brought you into this world, I can take you out of it, kind of thing. I was just like, huh, that seems just like a strange way of putting it. But then I remembered that it's not supposed to make grammatical sense. It's just supposed to be fun, kind of like a fun way of saying like any day that's not your birthday is technically your unbirthday, which is
And they're gonna celebrate.
Yeah,
You're
they're
gonna
gonna
throw a
celebrate,
party.
and that was really funny. It was like, oh, it's your unbirthday today too. It's like that's funny. I like that.
What a coincidence.
What a coincidence.
And
But she gets
it's a funny
progressively more
little
frustrated.
detail. He says, "This is an unbirthday party." She's like, "Unbirthday? I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand." He said, "Well, it's very simple. 30 days have September." No, like, like he's thinking about trying to explain it that way and then decides against it. I don't know. I found that funny. Yeah. So, and then they sing a little song, like, and what's kind of funny here, it's very dreamlike as well, is that she never actually gets to drink the tea. It's a tea party, but like
Oh yeah,
constant things.
every time they hand her a cup, they take it away again before she has a
Yeah,
chance to drink it. Yeah.
that's pretty fun. It's a very dreamlike thing to happen as well.
There's a lot of that going on too, right? Like you got to be small to fit through the door, so you drink the thing to shrink, and then it's like, oh yeah, but you can't get through here because you need the key, and it's up there. Yeah. Then you get too big, and then yeah, there's a little bit like it follows through the whole movie essentially, like that. Grin like a Cheshire cat was a phrase at the time, apparently. Interesting. I did not know that.
Jay Jameson says also some strange tea physics. Yeah. And some fun gags in this sequence, like when he says, "Oh, just a half a cup for me, please," and he breaks the cup that breaks
half.
the little mug in half, so like down vertically, and then he pours it in and just stays only on that one half. It's pretty fun. I like it.
Yeah, I like this scene. I think it's fun.
And
The song with this one, "A Very Merry Unbirthday," is a lot of fun too. It's kind of got like that weird circus type carnival vibe.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of visual gags during the conversation. I let the hat. You'll see the cake pop with the lit candle coming out from underneath the hat and everything. So yeah, this is like a very dream sequence type thing. You know,
I quite like when the rabbit does show up and he's like, "I'm late," and then the Mad Hatter looks at his watch or his little clock and he's like, "Oh my gosh, you're like 2 days late. This thing's way off." And of course that makes the rabbit more upset. But then he sets about trying to fix it by opening it up.
Opening it up and
it's like, "Oh, here's your problem. There's a bunch of wheels in here." Which I find very funny.
I liked that. Yeah, they put jam.
And he starts pulling it apart, and the rabbit, of course, the rabbit's like too timid to like speak up in the same way he was with the dodo. And he's like, "Oh no!" And he's just watching him destroy his watch and stuff like that. And he's putting butter and jam into it and stuff like that. He tries to smush it all together, and it just breaks again. And the way he says it at the end, it's so funny. Hold on. I want to get the line exactly right because the way he says it's very funny. He says, well, first he says, "Well, no wonder you're late. The clock is exactly 2 days slow," right? And then later he's like, "There's only one way to stop a mad watch," and so he does all this stuff to try and fix it. And he goes, "It's 2 days slow. That's what it is." Like when what he tries to do by putting jam and butter in it doesn't work, he just reverts back to like, "Yeah, it was 2 days slow. That's the problem." And he hands him this giant mess of a broken watch. That's even worse than when he started it. Very funny.
It is pretty good. Yeah. So the rabbit leaves the party, and then they move on to the court of the White Queen, where they're painting the roses red. Right. That's the next bit.
Well, there's a couple little things where she's wandering through, and so she's starting to get really frustrated. Alice is at this point, because everything that she's trying to engage with in the tea party with these guys, but they won't let her drink the tea, and they're constantly changing the rules on her, and they're constantly interrupting her, and it's getting very, very annoying. So she gets fed up with them and she leaves. And this is like that Mad Hatter tea party sequence is like the halfway point in the movie, and from here on she's like really starting to get fed up. So there are a couple funny little bits along the way where she's presented with another wacky situation and she's like, "Nope, I'm not engaging with that," which is kind of funny. So she's walking through the woods, she picks a path, she doesn't really know where it says like Tulgey Wood, and she's going through the woods, and then she finds like these glasses with a beak on it. Excuse me. Glasses with a beak on it, and then a mirror with a beak, like these like bird glasses make this weird combo thing. And she sees the stuff and she's like nope, I'm not dealing with this. And so she sees a whole bunch of wacky things, and she just like she nopes out of there. So she keeps walking, and then she sees all these strange birds that look like there are vultures that look like umbrellas, and there's one bird that is a bird cage that has birds inside of it, and when they escape, it chases after them. It eats the birds who go back into the bird cage, and all sorts of stuff like that.
Yeah.
And she's fed up at this point. She's just like trying desperately to find a path. Eventually, she sees two birds with pencils for beaks, and they write, "Don't step on the mome raths." And she's like, "Oh, okay, great." And then these weird things, they point to a path, and she's like, finally a path, and like something to orient myself, something that indicates where I'm going, some tiny bit of order in this chaotic, strange wood. So she's walking along the path, thinking things are looking up for her, and then she sees a dog with a broom for a face brushing away the path. And I like the way it comes up to her, stops right in front of her, moves around her, and then keeps going and like sweeps away the path behind her. So now she's left on this tiny little square of path in the middle of the woods. And then she gets upset and she has a little cry. And that there's an interesting visual thing that happens when she cries, because it makes all the sort of chaotic animals around her also start to cry, and then they disappear.
Yeah,
which is
that is
interesting. And then it's
that is like, I mean, like the fact that like she's longing for the path, and then the chaotic creations of her own subconscious sort of like come along and destroy it, right, and eliminate her ability to follow it, right, is interesting. That she's longing for some sort of order and some sort of direction, and then right when she gets what she wants there, the dog, a dog with a broom for a face brushes it away and robs her of it, right? And so then when she
but then
cries,
crying sort of like washes this away, which is interesting, because it's like it's kind of like the crying is an indication that like what she hoped, this is what she wished for, and then when she finally gets it, she doesn't like it, and so it makes her upset, and that kind of causes the chaos to recede a bit. And that's when the Cheshire Cat comes back. He kind of helps her out. So like he does kind of help her get where she's going at this point.
Yeah.
And it's after she sort of kind of emotionally to herself admits that this is not what she wanted at all. She kind of hits her lowest point, and then he comes up and he's like, "Okay, well maybe I will help you out." So yeah, maybe is a bit more neutral, but what he does at the end is pretty pretty malicious. So that's kind of what a kind of tainting my opinion.
Stirring the pot a little bit,
That's one way to put it.
He's a perennial shit stirrer.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, yes. And so the Cheshire Cat comes back and says like, "Oh, well, here's a shortcut to get to the queen, because that's where you need to go. You need to get to the queen." And so he opens up a hole in a tree that leads her to a maze, and it's not even like a square maze with straight lines. It's all very chaotic. She finally comes out of the maze, or comes to a clearing in the maze, and that's where she finds the playing cards that are painting the roses red. And they sing a nice little song about painting the roses red, because apparently they accidentally painted white roses, and the queen wanted red. So now every day they have to go paint the roses red to keep up the illusion, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, that's been like used as a metaphor a lot, right? Like painting the roses red is something that has been used literarily, I think, since this quite a bit, to represent a whole bunch of things. It's an interesting set of images, right? Like an interesting imagery conveyed by what it means to do that, metaphorically speaking.
Absolutely.
So
she's helping them out, and she's having a good time painting the roses red, and then eventually the queen comes with her giant, guard of cards, and they do like a little dance that kind of reminds me of like the Pink Elephants on Parade sequence. And eventually she shows up, and then there's the fun reveal that what he was late for this whole time was to be the trumpeter, like announcing the arrival of the queen. So the rabbit shows up with his little trumpet, and he's all out of breath and frantic, like he's been running late to this the whole time. And he blows the little trumpet for the fanfare for the queen, which is pretty funny. That like where he was trying to get to the whole time is here as well.
Yeah.
So then the queen arrives, and the king also, which is this dynamic is like this is probably my favorite stuff in the movie because I really like the evolution of the nonsense going from like silly, arbitrary, crazy, wacky animals to this woman, excuse me, who rules with like an iron fist and is like super petty and super insecure and like just has this iron grip on everyone here, and everyone is sort of subjected to her whims. And also there's a king, and he's very small and he's just kind of in the background, just kind of like happy to be there. And like he it's so funny to me, especially later when like he has the idea to like put her on trial instead of just killing her immediately, and he's so proud of himself like for putting forward like a tiny little bit of order here, you know. And then
Yes.
he's so proud of himself for encouraging this trial to happen, even if it's a complete kangaroo court kind of thing.
Yeah. So Georgios mentions that the gardeners should be spades from the book, which makes way and Disney made them the clubs instead, which is like that feels like something that you probably like.
That just feels like a mistake.
Yeah, that just feels like you fucked up. Like
Like a
obviously the gardeners should be
whoopsie.
spades. Like
Yes.
yeah, she's a good wife. She allowed him to have fun with the trial.
Exactly.
She lets him feel somewhat important. Yeah.
So she shows up, and then she gets really mad when she discovers because there's one rose that hasn't been fully painted red, and that breaks the whole illusion. And then she's like, "One of you is going to pay for this," and it's the three clubs that obviously should be spades, and the girl, and the excuse me, the clubs are dragged off to be beheaded, presumably. Um, and then there's just left the girl, and so. Wait, how does the competition start? I can't remember because they get into a game of like croquet, but I don't remember how it starts or like why it starts off the
Uh
top of my head. Do you remember?
no. No, I should have this up so that I can scroll through it, but I don't at the moment. I can probably
I
get
don't
that.
remember why it starts, except that it just starts. Nexus Hives says, "Are you going to compare to the Alice in Wonderland 2016 and Pan
16.
2016 Alice in Wonderland? What's that?"
I don't
We
know.
talked about the 2010 one.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I'll go grab and scroll through the movie real quick. You figure out what the fuck is up with that.
Alice in Wonderland 2016. No, that's like a Chinese adaptation. No, I think you mean 2010. We talked about that one a little bit. I haven't seen it. Hugh has. We talked about it. We talked about how it was only really popular because it was coming on the heels of Avatar and the 3D glasses and everything like that. It was a big spectacle movie. Um, and Pan 2015. Pan 2015. I don't know that one. Are you just pulling the most obscure adaptations of this on purpose? Is that what's happening here, Nexus Hives? Because I never heard of Pan 2015. I think that's what's happening. I see. You're a clever little boy. 12-year-old orphan Peter is spirited away to the magical world of Neverland, where he finds both fun and danger, and ultimately discovers his destiny to become the hero who will forever be known as Peter Pan. Starring Levi Miller, Hugh Jackman, and Rooney Mara. I've never heard of this in my life. Is this a thing people know about? Because I've never heard of this. So yeah, we unfortunately have not seen Alice in Wonderland 2016 and Pan 2015. There are so many adaptations of these movies. That's why we decided to include the years they were released in the
Wait,
title.
there
because
is a 2016 one.
there's a 2016 Alice in Wonderland that looks like a Chinese movie.
Oh, interesting. Oh, maybe he meant Through the Looking Glass because they made the sequel to. They made a live action sequel
In
to the live action.
2016?
Yeah, in 2016.
Yeah, okay.
with Johnny Depp and Helena Bonham Carter again.
Yep. And then he talked about Pan 2015 with Hugh Jackman and Rooney Mara.
Oh
Have you seen that
Jesus,
one?
no, I haven't. I no, I haven't. I forgot that existed.
There's so many. There's so many of these. Alice Through the Looking Glass, 2016. Yeah. Well, there's also, of course, is it Peter Pan and Wendy? Is that what they called that direct to Disney Plus
Yeah, the direct to
adaptation?
Disney Plus reboot. Yeah, that of Peter Pan, where I don't is Wendy doesn't Wendy become like
A Girl Boss Warrior.
captain
Yeah.
of the pirates or something like that?
Something like that. Yeah. That looked awful. I didn't see that one. Thankfully, I did not subject myself to it, but it looked atrocious. I did watch a little Platoon's review of it, and that was pretty funny.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Wait, there are not just one, but two Wizard of Oz animes.
Wizard of Oz animes?
Yeah, that's what Dr. Diddler says. Animes of the Wizard of Oz.
I believe it. I can believe that for sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, somebody made Wicked, so like that that makes sense. Okay, so the reason that the croquet game starts is because the queen figures out that Alice isn't a playing card. She's not a suit. She's a girl.
Very clever of her.
And she just wants to play croquet with her because, you know.
Okay,
she
that's
likes
why
it.
I don't remember it, because it was just random
Also,
as hell.
shout out to the queen representing Maryland. The flag colors
yeah.
of her costume.
Yeah, her costume is very Maryland flag coded. That's funny. So
Yeah.
they play a game of croquet, except that they use flamingos as mallets and presumably hedgehogs or porcupines, hedgehogs, I guess, as the balls. And so that's a fun little visual gag. And of course, because she's the Stalin-esque tyrant, right? So when she hits it, everyone's like the cards that are forming themselves into the little hoops they have to get through move to make sure the ball goes through and stuff like that. There's a fun little gag where she swings and misses actually, and the king encourages the porcupine to roll on its own to make it seem like it was hit. And so, of course, she's winning because, she'll kill anyone who doesn't,
Allow her
warp
to win.
reality such that she wins.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
And so now we see the sort of like final boss of chaos, which is a tyrant who takes advantage of it in order to enact every whim they want, essentially.
Exactly.
Whatever they want
yeah.
at any given time, there are no consistent rules other than what I say goes. And so they use the chaos and the topsy-turvy nature of this world to their advantage to get whatever they want and satiate their thirst for blood and victory and acclaim and praise and all that sort of stuff. Which I like that as the sort of like final conclusion of this journey through topsy-turvy nonsense world. I think that's actually a pretty strong narrative choice.
Yes.
And so, she's playing against
and the
queen.
one card that is set up as the like one of the what do they call them? Wickets, croquet wickets. That you have to hit the ball through. The one card that misses at the end of the second shot, right, gets dragged off to be executed because even though everything else went perfectly, yeah, and she's like they all adapted everything to meet her needs. The one little thing that gets screwed up,
wrong.
She executes the guy immediately because she didn't get a perfect score, not even just like the best, better than everybody else.
Yeah. It's what I like about this so much is I think there's actually a strong symbolic lesson in this aspect of the story, and it's like you wish for something like anarchy where there's no rules and everything's very creative and imaginative. People can do whatever they want. There's no rules, there's no order, there's no responsibilities or whatever. And then what happens is a tyranny forms, right? Which is it's a really arbitrary, chaotic one where you can never really know exactly what the rules are other than do what you're told and hope you don't fuck up. But like what happens as a result here is a sort of excess of order. You know what I mean? Like everyone here is being totally dominated hierarchically by this queen who's just, dominating every aspects of their lives. So like you think you get rid of sort of hierarchy and rules and order, and then you end up with an extreme version of that, but with no internal logical consistency to it or moral consistency to it. And so it's like you get like the worst version of the thing you were trying to avoid by creating this in the first place. I think there's a nice little lesson in that,
Yeah.
I would say.
So interesting. In the book, it's implied that no one ever really gets beheaded, and everyone is just kind of humoring the queen. That's that's interesting, and that makes sense to me. Like as far as the theme goes, actually, that like she thinks she has all the power, all this power to do all this tyrannical stuff, and then it's actually not even like nothing's really happening, and she doesn't even remember ordering it. That's kind of a farcical, funny way of looking at
Yeah.
sort of tyrannical behavior.
If they revealed that here, I think that would cheapen it. I don't
Yeah, yeah.
know.
I
In the
think maybe
context
a
of the
little
book,
bit.
it might be better, but in this, I like the brutality of it. I like that she's just killing people left and right anytime they mess up anything for her. They violate whatever her whim of the moment is. I think
Yeah.
that's good, and I like how genuinely stressful all these scenes are with her. You know what I mean? Because anything could go wrong at any moment. Speaking of, the Cheshire Cat shows back up and he's like, "Hey, check this out. I'm going to embarrass the queen and make it seem like you did it." It's like, "Whoa. Where did that come from, dude?" that
Well,
I
he
don't think
asks
that
her
was
how you're
very nice.
getting on, right? And she says, I'm not. And so
What?
hold on, because like he's saying like we could make her really angry, right? But what he's essentially doing is getting her out of the situation in a albeit dangerous and unexpected way. But he all does seem like he is aware of the fact that this is sort of like a fantasy and a dream in a way. Like he has, it seems like he's holding some like that kind of knowledge back from the full revelation. So I
Um,
feel like it's a little bit like him sort of throwing her, like getting her out of this situation that she put her like wished herself into, because he realizes that she's not like enjoying herself, right? Like because
um,
I feel like you can make
I
that.
I don't think so because what he specifically does is designed to get her killed. Like straightforwardly, that is what it's designed to do. The only reason she isn't killed immediately is because the king goes, "Hey, do you think maybe we could have a trial? Let's have a trial. That might be nice. Let's do a trial." Like that's the only reason she's not killed immediately by the thing that only happened because the Cheshire Cat did it. It feels a lot more like pot stirring than like, "Hey, check this out." I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I can get on board with he's actually trying to be helpful here by
by
what
by
pushing things
pushing the plot
along.
along, basically getting her out of this.
Um, I don't know about that
I don't
one.
know.
I don't
It
know.
feels like you could. I feel like you could read it that way.
I don't think you could. I don't think you could.
Okay.
I think you're wrong. Yeah. That's
I
what I have
guess
to
that's
say
true.
about
He did mislead her that the queen would like her by telling the truth earlier. So I guess maybe, yeah, I guess maybe overall it's a little thin to get to,
Yeah, and I
yeah.
think part of the thing with the Cheshire Cat, he just takes such glee in this maneuver right here. He's like, haha, this evil, very vindictive, violent queen who is definitely going to want you killed for this. She just thinks you embarrassed her in front of everyone. Haha. It's like,
He does
Jesus.
end up celebrating. Wait, what does he do when she becomes oh because she
What?
becomes giant and freaks everybody out, right? And then she shrinks back down, and he's just kind of sitting on the yeah. Oh yeah, and he's sitting on. He basically throws her under the bus because she said that Alice called the queen a fat, pompous, bad-tempered old tyrant, and then
Mhm.
when she shrinks and the queen asks her to repeat it, and he says exactly what it is, and yeah. So
Yeah.
no, I think you're right.
I think
Actually,
it's more he just enjoys the chaos and the drama of it.
yeah, I think I'm with you. I think I'm with you. I think the cat is kind of just a shit stirrer. He's not
Yeah, he's
really
not,
like a
as Wasserman says, he's not like loyal and subservient to the queen because he kind of has the power to avoid her tyranny by turning invisible and all that sort of stuff. So he's not subject to it, but he likes the drama. He likes the chaos. He's like, he's
yeah.
enjoying it. He's like, "Hey, check this out." you know? But it's certainly, I don't know, he certainly has a malevolent streak
Oh,
if
for
nothing
sure.
else.
Yeah, no, I think I will admit I was incorrect. Yeah, I don't think there's really a way to read him as helpful even
In this
in
moment
this
anyway.
moment. Yeah.
Yeah. And so because the king has decided like, "Hey, maybe we should have a trial." And then he feels really good about himself. Just like I just love the symbolism of that as this like diminutive king behind the scenes who's just nothing in terms of power and influence compared to the queen, who's like wants to be seen as important anyway and kind of demands to be seen as important. Like, oh, don't forget about me. And then he's like, oh, we could have a trial because like trial that like that's an orderly thing, right? So it's like him getting his little bit of order, and it's just enough to make him feel good, even if the whole thing's just a nonsensical kangaroo court. But he feels so content with himself for convincing her to have a trial. So they go to have the trial, and witnesses are brought forth against her, and like there's everything that could go wrong in terms of the administration of justice in this courtroom, from like intimidating the witnesses and leading intimidating the jurors, leading the witnesses, all that sort of stuff, not reading her rights and all that sort of everything you can imagine is going wrong. Eventually she eats a little bit of the mushroom that she still has. Well, she eats both at the same time, and what it happens to do in this particular circumstance is make her huge. And then she's like, "Ah, see, now I have the power over you," and haha. But then it brings her immediately back down to normal size before she's had a chance to escape or fight them off or anything of the sort. And then this is when the Cheshire Cat is like, because while she's big and she's feeling strong, she
That's when she
calls her
tells the queen off and calls her a fat, grumpy,
pompous.
bad-tempered,
Yeah.
pompous old tyrant.
Mm-hmm.
And then she shrinks as she's saying it, and then the Cheshire Cat throws her under the bus to deliberately get her killed. Because cats are dicks.
They just want to watch the world burn. And so now like they're chasing after her and all the cards are running after her. She runs away. She runs through the maze. She kind of like passes by some of the things she's seen along the journey, and eventually in terms of like someone sitting on the rock and everyone running around in a circle and a giant teacup, and then they're out on the ocean waters again with the butterfly smoking a hookah. They sort of travel back through a lot of these images. She eventually comes to the door, but it's locked, and everyone's chasing her and the queen, and they're about to kill her. And what's about to happen? Well, she looks through the keyhole and sees herself dreaming, resting underneath a tree, and she
I
goes,
love
"Oh, I
the
just have
mix
to
of
wake up."
colors, by the way. Like the mix of
Oh yeah.
colors in that sequence right before it gets to her sleeping with the tree it's a really, and then like when it comes and sort of does like this impressionist almost like Monet painting type sequence of her with the tree there, the brushstrokes and everything on that. It's really like it's a really gorgeous
Oh yeah.
scene here.
I think it's a really beautifully animated movie. I think
Yeah.
it's great. It has a lot of iconic imagery for a reason, well earned. And so she finally comes back to the door and she's about to be killed. Everything's closing in on her. And then she just gets woken up by her mom. And then like within seconds, the movie's over. So it's a little like a little
It's funny
abrupt.
because like her mom says like recite your lesson, and she hops up and starts reciting, the nonsense poem about the crocodile's tail. And her mom's like, what the fuck is that? What are you talking about? What are you on drugs? And she's just like, well, the caterpillar told me. And she's like, caterpillar, god damn it. And just like, let's just go have tea. And then they walk away and the movie's over. It's like her mom's done with her shit. Everybody's done with her shit.
And then it's just over. And that it's a little anticlimactic. It's a little unsatisfying. It's a little thin for reasons we've already talked about. The other reason I think it could something you could do to improve this ending, even if you just had her woken up by her mother right at that moment as everything's closing in on her, is if she has a little, something with her mother that amounts to something like, "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention with my lesson. I'll try to do better." Just a little something that shows she learned, you know, that this like fantastical dream world she's imagining where she doesn't have any sort of like boring history lessons to deal with or responsibilities where everything's upside down and she can just daydream all day is like not actually what she wants, and so she's going to maybe steer towards the middle. Something like that, some little brief thing she talks about with her mom at the end could go a long way in terms of making the reality that she learned the lesson clear. Because as is, it's just like she wakes up from the dream. She's like, "Oh, I was talking to the caterpillar, and they told me this poem." And the mom's just like, really? Okay, come on, let's just go have some tea."
God. Like the way she reacts to it is just like, God damn it, Alice. God damn it. The tea. I
So
guess.
Georges Rex says she's credited as a sister, not the mother.
Oh, that's her sister. Okay.
Fair enough, I guess. I assumed it was her mother. Either way, I think a little just it ends so abruptly as well. We're reaching the sort of climax of the tension in the movie in terms of dealing with this villain and trying to escape, and then within 30 seconds the movie's over. It's like, okay, a little falling action, a little something might have been nice. But that's the gist of Alice in Wonderland. I
Yeah.
think it's a beautifully animated, very very symbolically interesting but thin narrative, and I think it's worth watching. I think it's fun. There are a lot of fun gags.
It's a fun movie. It's iconic. People still cling to this imagery very, very solidly. It's one of it was received poorly on its release, but it's one of those ones that has been considered to be among Disney's best in the years since. So definitely worth checking it out. The White Rabbit and the Cheshire Cat and everything have played roles in modern media. Like at the very least, like The Matrix brings up the White Rabbit, right? Like that's a major driving point at the beginning of that.
I mean, there's so many things when describing the plot of this movie you realize are just like common idioms now, like, and like down the rabbit hole, and all the Cheshire Cat and the Mad Hatter and all that sort. There's more too that I'm forgetting already, but there were so many.
Painting the Roses Red is another one we talked
Painting the
about
Roses
already.
Red,
It's there's a lot. There's a lot of it. It's been very influential, and I think
I think because it's pretty symbolically coherent. I think that's the strongest thing about it. The character work is thin. The plot is dreamlike, so it doesn't follow a very strict sense of cause and effect. So if you're big on that sort of thing, this is not going to be your favorite story ever. And then world building, it's all deliberately nonsensical. So like in terms of the different aspects of storytelling, I think symbolically the thematic stuff is the strongest for sure, and everything else is thin at best.
Yeah. Georgia says, "I think the popularity in pop culture is more the book than the film." I don't know, man. I've seen like I think the Disney animated versions of the characters are the ones that sort of live in the sort
At
of
least
popular
for people
subconscious,
today.
at least for people now. Like people, if you people don't think of like the Lewis Carroll animated version or like illustration of the Cheshire Cat, they think of this, right? Like Queen
Yeah.
of Hearts is very much represented by this, the White Rabbits also. So like I don't I feel
I
like
think the further you go back in time, the more it's the book.
yeah, maybe
But
overall the thematic elements of it have more to do with the book. Maybe people are sort of blending the two together. But I think that like for the visuals, this really this
I
movie is
think
really where it comes from.
I think that's especially true today.
Yeah.
Just like where things are currently. I think that the movie is more what people are picturing when they're thinking about a lot of this stuff. But also
The
to a
amount of
degree,
like
like
"we're all mad here" bumper stickers with the Cheshire Cat's smile on them that I see
yeah.
on a daily basis is like it would boggle your mind.
Yeah, it's also the kind of thing where I think sometimes people it's like everyone is familiar with certain images, not just like not even just I'm thinking too of like mental images and ideas, not just actual images from this movie, but the certain ideas people have of what Alice in Wonderland is are kind of for a lot of people in their sort of general consciousness, even if they've never seen the movie or read the book. It's just kind of evolved past both of them to some degree.
Yeah.
Like I think everyone knows what going down a rabbit hole means, even if they've never seen or read either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think even if you haven't seen or read either, you have a basic understanding of what the general story is and what it is as a sort of archetype that exists in many other things. Not to mention all the many, many movies that are inspired by this kind of story. Not obviously this isn't like the first thing to ever do it, but it's certainly iconic. It's certainly you know, one of the prime examples of this kind of dreamlike journey into this like other fantastical dreamlike nightmare world, you know.
Yeah. And I mean, it's been adapted a lot. Yeah, like there's clearly a lot of resonance of the imagery in the book, right? Like among across all kinds of across all cultures, right? So Wasserman also is saying like I like our Alice cartoon more, and I assume that means like the communist Polish one that you grew up with, whichever one that might be. Um,
What? Oh, okay. I did.
Yeah, I think like there's a lot of different adaptations of this story that like for some reason like it just the general vision of Lewis Carroll is like very much yeah, very much within the so you're laughing at the Jefferson Airplane thing.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Very much in the culture, right? Like it's a very resonant thing for people across, a lot of different, regardless
So
of whether or not there was specific
I think,
societal
yeah,
satire at work. So
I think obviously it itself drew a lot of inspiration from Alice in Wonderland to a degree. Obviously, it's in the text itself, but in the same way that the Matrix has kind of like out the Matrix in terms of what it represents and what some of its imagery represents has sort of outgrown the film itself as well.
oh yeah, red pill, red pill is
Yeah, like when people talk about, like the red pill and all the other images that come from that movie, it's like the movie is just so ingrained in the culture now that like I don't even know how many people are even like revisiting the movie or watch it very often, but it's just all, it's kind of grown beyond that. And I think that's definitely true with Alice in Wonderland. Like it's just it's just so deeply ingrained in our
yeah.
culture that like people have a decent understanding of what the gist of it is, even if they've never seen it. And I don't mean like I don't even mean they've heard the plot, but they know that they know the basic story, and they're relying on those sort of images and those ideas, like when they speak, like going down a rabbit hole and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But I do think this movie in particular is very visually iconic, if nothing else.
Sure. Yeah. Should we move on to Peter Pan?
I think we should.
2 years later, and Peter Pan, 1953. So Alice in Wonderland, not particularly successful at the box office. Peter Pan, on the other hand, made on a budget of $4 million. Box office take of $87.4 million. For this
that's
one.
pretty good.
That's pretty solid.
That's what you want to see.
Yeah, this one was originally planned to be developed in 1938, and then Pearl Harbor happened, and he kind of pushed this one to the side. This one went through a very interesting development cycle where the plot. So he purchased the rights. So he had to purchase the rights in 1938 from the Great Ormond Street Hospital for Sick Children, which is an interesting that he had to get the copyright right. I don't know how they ended up with the hospital, but there is an acknowledgement made at the beginning of this movie in the first title card after Peter Pan. That thanks the hospital for their involvement in getting this production made, because Paramount had already secured the live-action rights to Peter Pan. It was a very popular play. The hospital tried to broker an agreement between Disney and Paramount Studios. It did not work out, but Disney managed to convince Paramount to let him have the animated rights rather than the live-action rights to adapting the screen, or adapting Peter Pan for the screen. However, in 1939, the attack on Pearl Harbor happened, and he pivoted hard into doing. Not 1939 wasn't Pearl Harbor. That was 41. But he pivoted hard after 1941 to World War II stuff, and then this got bumped to the side for a while. Cinderella overtook it. He wanted it to be the first one that he made afterward, but they didn't have a good idea for it. And when one of the directors pitched the original version of the script, Walt Disney was quiet for a while and then basically said something like, I've been thinking about Cinderella. Maybe we do that instead. And so they let this one go a little bit further.
Interesting.
Yeah, this one is...
Lord McSmith says it's finally time to talk about how What Makes the Red Man Red is an absolute bop. Well, it certainly is a very catchy tune.
Yeah.
Can't argue with that.
And according to the lack of a warning at the beginning of the movie, accurate. Anthropologically speaking, I would say.
That's what that means. They stand by everything that happened in the movie. Otherwise, there'd be a warning.
Otherwise, they'd be telling me that these stereotypes were wrong then and wrong now. They've deliberately decided not to tell me that. So,
which means they still agree with them.
Yep.
Those are the only two options. Before we get too far into Peter Pan, shall we throw Alice in Wonderland on the ranking so far, or do you want to just do both of them at the end?
Let's do both of them at the end.
We'll do both of them at the end.
Yeah. So this one was interesting for me because if we had talked about this at the beginning, right before, I would have, if you had asked me how many times I'd seen Peter Pan at the start of this project, I probably would have said something along the lines of, well, yeah, we had it, but it wasn't it wasn't one of the big ones. It was no Aladdin, it was no Lion King, in my house, that kind of thing. As we were watching this, I realized that when I was a kid, I must have watched this movie a lot. A lot. Because there were little things where I was like, oh yeah, the buried treasure. He has it. It's the cufflinks. They're the buried treasure, and he hid it. I would never have remembered that until I started watching this again.
Yeah.
Everything came flooding back it was very familiar for me. Uh, this one, I think this might have been one of my favorite ones when I was a kid.
Mm.
That I just sort of completely forgot about how much I enjoyed this when I was young. What did you think about this movie?
Well, tell us what you think about it now first.
I had a really good time with it, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know if I it would be difficult for me without doing a second watch immediately to decide whether or not it's entirely or very heavily influenced by nostalgia.
Yeah.
But I really enjoyed this. I thought there was a lot of humor that was really hitting for me. Um, I I didn't notice the you had
You
mentioned.
loved you loved learning that the
I
how
loved
the red
learning
man
about
turned
how the
red.
red man became red. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I did not recall how, like, somebody. Okay, so Kyle just said Peter Pan is actually a harem anime. Yes, yes, it is. It is very much that coded. It's I this one might have been my favorite of the ones that we've watched so far.
Really?
Yeah. And
Okay.
we will talk about that and interrogate it. That might change as we go through it. Um,
Okay.
but
Well,
first reaction
this
was I loved it.
okay, well this might be where we've disagreed the most in this Disney arc so far. I did not have an especially great time watching this. Um, well, okay, so this is clearly a movie that I've seen before in my life, but I had the exact opposite thing happen to me where I assumed I was more familiar with this movie than I actually was. Because when I went to go rewatch it, I'm like, I don't remember this very well. Like, I don't remember most of the finer details of the movie. So it was rather fresh to me. Now, I will give you that maybe this had something to do with the mood I was in when I watched it, but I did find this movie kind of grating and obnoxious. Um, and I'll tell you why, right?
Yeah.
The movie is incessantly loud and chaotic the entire time. Unlike some of the other movies that we've talked about in this Disney arc so far, this movie just doesn't really let you breathe ever. And I think one of the things it does constantly, and I think this is to the detriment of the really stellar songs in the movie, of which there are many. I think all the songs essentially are great in this, but there is so much constant, omnipresent score in every other scene. Score that is actually very, very chaotic because it often doesn't even follow a very steady rhythm. It just kind of Mickey Mouses. That is, it matches the actions on screen, but for everything, like every little movement, every little noise, like there's a really loud musical stinger that accompanies it. And so there isn't probably more than 30 seconds in the movie that doesn't have music in it. And I find it kind of grating. Like I had a headache by the end. um, and I think the best way of describing it is like, what is this movie? Like an hour and 20 minutes?
Uh, yeah, about that.
This Watching this movie felt like being the only adult at a party of children for like an hour and 20 minutes, like especially if they're all boys and they're just kind of yelling constantly. Like that's what it that's a bit what it felt like to me, which I like the story of this movie. I do. I think it's good. I think, it's symbolically and thematically coherent. I think it's got some really good character work, but the actual experience of watching it I found very exhausting
Okay,
and
now
not
that I can
especially
understand,
fun.
right? Because there is a lot of it's like a sort of a young boyish chaos about
Oh
everything.
my God, there is so much young boyish chaos in every scene, in every aspect of the movie. Yes.
Yeah, it is very much about like a young girl's adventures with the chaotic mess that are young boys trying to
Yeah.
corral them into a sensible a sensible sort of Yeah.
it feels in terms of the editing and pacing like it's like kind of like Zoomer brained. Like the movie is like the editing is super quick cut constantly. There's always music. There's always something happening. It's just kind of a sensory overload in a way that movies from the 1950s typically aren't.
Yes.
I couldn't like I could imagine being an like like Don Draper like taking my kids to see this movie and being like but this just felt very much aimed at sort of like young boys, not just in terms of what the story's about, but like also how chaotic and fast paced and like constant like there's constant stimulus the entire time. And I didn't really care for that. I just found it kind of hard to watch, a little annoying. I just wanted to turn the volume down a lot. Like I kept turning the volume down and then being like, "Oh wait, I can't actually hear what they're saying anymore."
That's
Like
funny.
I
Yeah,
want to I want
I
to
didn't
leave.
notice that really. Honestly, I didn't have that experience really at all. I mean, I felt the chaos of it, right? Like especially, oh
Yes,
my god, especially in the scenes with Captain Hook where it's like,
yes,
I mean, the comedy, the slapstick comedy in the Captain Hook sequences is nuts, right? It is so chaotic. Um, but I was in. I bought in for this one.
Georges Rex. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking, but didn't say very well. Don Draper would leave his kids in the cinema and go spend time with the counter girl. Exactly. Like
Yes.
he would like he'd watch this and go ugh, and then he'd leave, and then he'd go.
He'd kind of
You
make that like that face of like, all right, I guess this is what the kids
know,
are into. Yeah.
yeah, he'll look over
Then,
them, see that they're enjoying it, and go cool, and then he'll leave and go have an affair.
Kyle R is asked, "Are you saying that this was Skibbity Toilet for boomer males?"
I, I, it's not. It's certainly not that absurd, but in terms of the like pacing and amount of like sheer stimulus being thrown at you, a little bit, a little
Yeah, I
bit. It's
mean,
very
definitely very visually stimulating. I noticed some of the chaos. I like it slowed down for sure at the mother song, but I was not as
yes.
off put by this. Um, so like and like I didn't notice it as much, you know. I think that
Yeah,
I
I mean, I
was
want to leave room for the possibility that it might have just been the mood I was in when I watched it, but I was certainly not in the mood for how loud and chaotic and annoying this movie made. Like, I mean, for example, whenever they're with the Lost Boys,
Oh, dude,
they're
yeah, they
just
are
like
a little
constantly yelling over each other, which is like I get it. I understand why, but it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Uh, I just
Yeah,
like,
I
you
mean,
know,
I
and if it was
understand being
only
annoyed by it. So like I'm not
and if it
gonna
were only if it were only certain scenes, I'd be like, all right, I get it, you know. But it felt kind of a little too constant for me. I mean, this is a problem I have with a lot of movies, even if the end result isn't the same kind of feeling. I don't like it when movies are wall to wall music. I think you need some scenes or at least chunks of scenes to play out without music to make the music more impactful, right? And so this sometimes you get stuff like Oppenheimer and Sinners where the music is more or less constant through the entire movie. It can make certain scenes that shouldn't feel like montages where you don't really get to sink into the drama of what's happening, or it just comes across like they're just trying to tell you how to feel constantly. In this, like the constant Mickey Mousing of every little movement all the characters make on screen, it just it annoyed me. I've I was exhausted, and then when the songs would come back, I was like, oh, okay, I like the songs. The songs would hit harder if they didn't do that constantly in all the scenes in between,
that
personally.
you know what
But
I could see that maybe yeah. So Lord McSmith is saying this might explain why my parents refused to buy me the VHS as a child. Now that is an interesting interesting thought because like I said, I definitely had a like a retroactive realization that I watched this movie way too much when I was a kid, right? But I would have told you that I didn't if you had asked me before this. So maybe
yeah,
what happened is I did it a lot and then my parents got so fed up with it that they just demanded that other things be played instead. That could be what ended. That could be the history of this of my
That's funny.
relationship with this movie. It
I
would
have a
make a lot of
similar
sense.
I have a similar story because when I was young, I would watch Tarzan, Disney's Tarzan on VHS, and it would get to the trash in the camp sequence, and I would rewind and play just that one sequence over and over and over and over again until my mom was like, "Hey, can we finish the movie, please? Now I think it's time to finish the movie," and I would reluctantly continue watching the film. So I get it. I'm sure because I remember liking this movie. I thought I was going to like it more than Alice in Wonderland, and I kind of had the opposite experience. So I definitely saw it, enjoyed it when I was a kid. I think it has very boy energy.
Yes, this is a
Maybe too
young
much of it.
lads movie
Maybe.
for sure.
Sure, it's
Um,
one for the boys.
funnily enough, because more about Wendy and her realization of growing up, right? Than it
Yeah, it
is.
is. It is Wendy's story. I think more so than anyone else's. Peter Pan gets a little character arc too, obviously, and so do some of the young boys. But this is Wendy's story. But that said, it has so much boy energy because it's constantly just like her being thrown into the deep end of
Yeah,
boy energy.
and maybe that is sort of like the genius of the movie, in a typically like chaotic sort of way, that you are put in the role of Wendy as a mature adult, realizing how much of a shit show you have stepped into in this little boy's like paradise of
Yeah.
essentially being like following all your whims, right? Like hunting bears or tigers or whatever, capturing Indians, fighting pirates,
Yeah.
getting kisses from all the mermaids and the princesses and the fairies and everything, and just sort of like living in a like completely male dominated sort of fantasy, right? Like
Yes.
you're realizing along with Wendy what a clusterfuck this is.
Yes, and as Jay Jameson puts it quite well, the goal is to present the mother as the bringer of civilization to unruly children. Yeah, that's definitely a big part of it, and we get the mother song, which is probably the best moment in the movie for me. I really like that. I think all the songs are good. A lot of the story on paper here, I love. I love.
Yes.
It's just, yeah,
It
it's
feels
a lot.
very like that's why I was a little bit surprised to hear this reaction as well, because like I would have guessed that you would have resonated more with this one than with Alice in Wonderland, just
I think
based
the
purely
story,
on the story and this like the
yes.
symbolic masculine feminine sort of energies that it presents, right? Like this is a
Mhm.
very, I would not be surprised to learn that the overall bones of this story are like some of Jordan Peterson's favorites. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
which definitely made me think like, yeah, no, like this is because it is a very well told symbolic story in that way, right?
It's
Like,
a
yeah,
really strong fairy tale. I do think that the story here is better than in Alice in Wonderland, and we'll talk about the story presently. But yeah, like that is the strongest thing about it for sure. When I think about the story and I think about what it all represents, I'm for it. I'm into it. I like it a lot. I just didn't actually enjoy watching it this time, which is,
yeah.
I guess that's just how it goes sometimes. So let's jump into the story.
Yeah, let's do it.
Talk
So
us
like
through it.
we mentioned, this is the first. So Alice in Wonderland is the first one that we've noticed to actually credit the voice actors, but they do it at the end. This one, they credit them right at the start with basically right after they say Walt Disney Productions is grateful to the Hospital for Sick Children, yeah, on Great whatever street, Great or Ermine Street, London, to which Sir James M. Barrie gave his copyright of Peter Pan. So that they had to ask for that, and then right after that, boom, second one, talents of, and then it gives the list of all the voice actors. So good on you, Disney. You finally 1953. What is that, like almost a decade later, or no, almost 2 decades later, you finally did it.
That's 16 years after Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. He finally decided, hey, maybe we should credit the voice actors.
Yeah.
Pretty funny. But yeah,
Yeah.
they did it, and hey, we'll give them credit for that. So
Yeah. And so it opened.
Disney Plus, if you're listening, for everything before Alice in Wonderland, could you please give credit to the voice actors in these original movies? I think that would be a good thing to do. You can even, tell the internet about it, and people will go, "Oh, that's nice. Get a little good publicity in there." You probably need it, so give it a shot.
Yeah. Like, try that one out. Try that one out, and then also bring back Song of the South. That's not exactly the publicity that you want,
No,
but
do that quietly without
yeah.
telling anyone.
Oh, that'd be great. Okay, so it opens with an interesting set of lines. It says, all this has happened before, and it will all happen again, but this time it happened in London. And it zooms in.
I really, really like that opening line.
Yes.
I think that's great.
Especially considering all the well documented symbolic meaning behind this story.
It's a very strong archetypal story, and it's it has its bones in plenty of other stories and myths and that came before it and came after it. So it definitely feels like a timeless tale.
Yes, for sure. And he goes on to say, the narrator goes on to say that it happened at the Darling family house because there were people who believed in Peter Pan. And we get a little rundown of the whole family.
Well, really quick, interesting thing. I looked it up because I was wondering if that opening line comes from Peter Pan, the book, or Peter Pan, the movie. And apparently the opening line of the play and the novel is all children except one grow up. So it's not the same opening line. So I think that
that's a strong change,
this is a line created for this movie, and I think it's a strong line.
Yeah, very much.
Anyway, continue.
Yeah, so we get a little rundown of why Peter Pan chose this time to visit the Darling family house, because there were people there who believed in him. And then, this is another interesting adaptation thing, is that originally the script was going to be the backstory of how Peter Pan came to be, because that is in... I think he is a character who very popular at the time, and there are a lot of different books, which is one of the reasons why I couldn't find the time to tackle this one, because it's a little difficult to go back and trace where he starts and what exactly this movie was adapting, because Walt Disney was fascinated with the play from a very young age, because the books had been adapted into a stage play, and he saw a traveling performance and then performed in one. He has a really funny line in his interview about it, where he was chosen to play Peter Pan, and he says, no other actor ever managed to get as into the character as me, because my brother was flying me around on a crane, and then it broke, and I flew into the audience, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
But he originally was going to introduce the character of Peter Pan and how he came to be, and they decided that would be a little bit... They're like, that'd be a little complicated. Let's just jump right into the story, because it's not really Peter Pan's story. It's about Wendy and her relationship with the spirit of youth, which is what...
And Peter Pan is just kind of a timeless character that's just always been around, and so I think that quite works for this version. Yeah.
So Mrs. Darling in the house believes that Peter Pan is the spirit of youth, which is, I think,
what the movie thinks
as well. So it's kind of giving you a very efficient introduction right at the beginning.
There's a nice little joke because Mr. Darling.
Yeah, it says, well, Mr. Darling, and then he's looking for his cufflinks, and he's being a grumpy British father about it. If I can't find my cufflinks, we don't go to the party, and if we don't go to the party, then I can't show my face in the office again. And then he bumps his head on open drawer and jumps around and goes, well, Mr. Darling was a practical man, which is a nice dry little bit of humor.
A couple of things that have been mentioned so far that I think are worth pointing out here is that the voice of Mr. Darling is the same as Captain Hook. That's a fun choice.
Oh, that is kind of fun.
That's something I noticed this time around. I was like, that sounds like Captain Hook. It is, and I think that's a strong. It's not just a fun little detail. I think it's a strong narrative choice as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, especially because there's a sort of conflict between the sort of like spirit of youth and the spirit of like maturity and practicality and all that sort of stuff. And the movie kind of does a good job of highlighting the sort of um, the strengths and weaknesses of both spirits and like why they need to sort of be in dialogue or communion with each other. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
About like being too practical and like throwing away the sort of whimsy and like wishful imaginative sort of spirit of youth, but also like hammering on the importance and the need of growing up as well. I think that's sort of central to the theme, and so that Captain Hook,
like J. Jameson says, to defeating the father is a mythological concept, very time honored kind of thing. Jordan Peterson would be proud of that as well.
Yeah, well, it's not just defeating the father, because in the end, spoiler alert, they have a little moment where Mr. Darling sees the cloud, the ship that looks like a cloud passing in front of the moon, and he sort of remembers what he believed as a kid at the end. So it's almost more like redeeming the father. What we get in Captain Hook is sort of like an exaggerated tyrannical version of the dad's hatred of youth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
and so
true.
that's defeated, but it's like we're not actually fighting the dad, if you will. But giving them the same voice is a nice way of sort of drawing that comparison between them.
Interesting that a lot of people are mentioning too that apparently this is a long running tradition with the stage play, is that the father and Captain Hook are played by the same actor.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense. I for the same reason. Yeah.
I like it. Yeah, so we're introduced to the mother and the father as they're preparing to go to a party. The father's missing his cufflinks. And then we're introduced to John and Michael, the two sons, the two Darling family sons, who are, very young. They're still in the nursery, as the movie will make it sort of be like that's the like the metaphorical depiction of they're still in the throes of youth, right? Is that they live in the nursery together with their sister, and
Wendy's like right on the cusp.
Yeah, Wendy's right on the cusp. She's the eldest, but she is the ultimate authority on Peter Pan. Not only does she believe in Peter Pan, but she is the ultimate authority on him and all of his adventures.
She's the lore expert.
Yes, she is the lore.
She writes a lot of Peter Pan fan fiction.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, well, that explains a lot about the harem anime stuff. Now that now that I think about it, but we're introduced to John and Michael as they play act Peter Pan and Captain Hook, and it's the first introduction to the boyish chaos of them fighting with swords in the house, fighting with wooden swords in the house, and pulling each other's, like the kid playing Captain Hook grabs the little one's ankle with a coat hanger and yanks his feet out from under him and slew foots him into a drawer, which is like, the kind of shit that only durable little boys get up to. The amount of concussions that these two have had in their lives, I'm sure, is uncountable. So,
and then there's the dog.
And then we introduce the dog, Nana, the nursemaid, who is
a dog.
Is a dog, and is quite unfairly thrown under the bus in this movie.
She's doing a lot.
She's doing a lot of work. Like, you should be rather impressed that a dog can pull this shit off.
Someone mentioned it already, that like, because the whole thing with Wendy is that she's kind of forced to mature, and she's like not really ready to. She's kind of holding on to being a kid, but she's forced to become more of a mother figure and to teach these boys, to civilize them and to sort of help them mature as well. But also, like, she's kind of forced to, like, right after an argument breaks out shortly, the dad's gonna say, "Well, it's time for you to get out of the nursery. Like, you need to get a room of your own. You're not a kid anymore." Kind of thing. It's time for you to grow up, right? And so she's kind of forced to grow up pretty young. Someone's mentioned it in chat already. It's like, why is the dog like the nursemaid. Like what is happening there? What is the mother doing all day? I think that's kind of a fun question. The mother has such a strange role in this story. I mean, she seems generally nice and whatever, and she's like, you know, a
Yeah,
nice counterbalance to the dad, but it's like, what is happening here?
yeah. That's it. So somebody had also mentioned like if they're middle class at this time, like they very likely would have just had a like a nursemaid or a nanny, a la the Mary Poppins situation, right?
Sure.
Like,
Yeah.
the common trope at the time. Interesting choice to make Nana a dog. There's also I don't know if I doubt that that's something in the actual play, but people can correct me if I'm wrong about that. But there is an earlier version of the script as well, the Disney version, where Nana would actually come along with the kids to Neverland and was almost sort of the audience stand-in of the film, where you sort of see everything through her eyes as
Huh.
like the attempting civilizing force upon the the boyish chaos of Neverland, which is
Yeah.
like that's a really I'm glad they didn't go with that. That's a strange
Yeah.
choice to do.
Well, it's funny because they came very close to doing that. Like they almost bring the dog along, and then they don't at the last second. And
Yeah,
I couldn't remember what happened. I'm like, wait, did they bring the dog? Oh no, they
yeah.
don't.
Like
Okay, no.
I, I remembered. Like I was like, oh, he's gonna like. Part of my brain when that happens was like, oh, he's gonna grab Tinkerbell and shake that bitch like there's no tomorrow
Yeah.
over there. I was like, oh yeah, the dog can fly, but the dog gets stuck. That's that's again like an interesting choice, right? Like to do that in the first place. Kind of unnecessary to have the dog even like get the taste of the pixie dust. Uh,
Yeah.
Not sure what's
No,
going
I
on
remember
there.
that the dog was tied up, and that's why. But like they come so close. Like I just couldn't remember when it was while it was happening. I'm like, wait, do they bring the dog or not? It's kind of funny the way Michael like does all. He goes and gets Tinkerbell, and then he sprinkles all the dust on the dog, and then the dog's butt starts flying up. And then when he realizes the dog is tied up, he's like, okay, anyway, bye, Nana. Like he
And
doesn't
the
go
dog is like
untie it.
waving like the
Yeah.
cat in Alice in
Yes.
Wonderland.
There are
Poor,
a lot of
that poor
little
dog.
tiny connections here
Yeah.
that are fun.
So yeah, they're going full on, yeah, full ham in their nursery games, pretending to be Captain Hook and Peter Pan, and I did like the bit where one of them calls the other an insolent pup, and the dog
Mhm.
gets offended. Like, what did you just say?
I
Um,
really like the way the two boys talk. They're quite funny because you know, like the older son, Jonathan. Is
I think
that what it
Jonathan's the
was?
older one. Yeah.
Yeah, he you know he clearly aspires to be like an officer and a gentleman kind of guy. I mean, like they're
Yeah,
playing
he's the
pirates and
most
all that sort
British.
of
He
stuff.
is the most British kid of
Yes,
all time. Yeah,
yes. And then like, but just like the way they talk, you know, and I like the way he tries to use sort of like poetic language like that. He's always, you know, it's I like their dialogue quite a bit.
yeah. The
It's quite
back and
fun.
like, there's one scene later on where he'll say like, "I should be interested in trying to see the Aborigines," and the little kid goes, "And the Indians too." It's like
Yeah.
that's funny.
Yes, exactly.
There's a lot of moments where they do that together, but the the dad kind of represents your attitude toward the movie at this point when he walks in and goes, "Boys, less noise, please. Just chill out." And
He's
yeah,
looking, yeah, he's
he's looking
looking
for his
for.
cufflinks, which the boys have hidden. They are the buried treasure, and they have lost it. They do not know where it is. Um, and
But
they're
they have a
looking.
map
They have a
that's just
map that
like,
they drew to it on his shirt front,
yes.
with chalk. That like he loses his mind when he finally sees what happens. Um, the mother kind of undermines him. Somebody mentioned this too. She undermines him quite a bit at the first part of this movie, but also doesn't really seem to be doing anything. So like,
Yeah.
it's a little bit um a little poking fun at his bombastic attitude, right? But maybe in a way that is not entirely deserved, because he seems to be the only one who's like got a clue where anything is like anything is going here. She kind of
Yeah.
defends the fact that they've drawn on his shirt, and she's like, "Oh, it comes right off. Come on." And he's like, "We're bitch, we're about to leave. Like, I need this."
Anyway, so they get into an argument, and then like there's a sort of slapsticky like fall he gets into where like he and the dog both get knocked over, and everyone goes to
Goes
see
to the
if the dog
dog,
is
yeah.
okay.
It's there's a lot of like funny little misdirect moments too, where he calls Wendy in because he's angry, and she's just sort of like she doesn't pay attention to the blowhard attitude that he's got, right? Because he's trying to sort of assert his dominance by screaming and getting her to rush. He's like, Wendy, to get her in there, and she just kind of casual. She's like, yeah, what's up? What do you need? And she comes in. He goes, would you kindly explain? And then she immediately is just like, mother, you look gorgeous, and like runs over to
Yeah,
and then the dog and him take a tumble. He's furious that they're
more concerned with the
more
dog
concerned
than
with the
him.
dog than him, and also that she's been telling the kids stories. That's like the main thing is he's upset that she tells them the stories about Peter Pan because, like we said, she is the lore expert, and he's starting to
He
get
thinks
fed.
it's childish nonsense. It's time for her to grow up. So he puts
Exactly.
the dog outside, ties it up to a tree, and the dog makes puppy dog eyes at him, and he's like, "Hey, I'm sorry. Like it's not your fault.
Yeah, it's like,
Their
look,
fault."
I'm. Don't give me that look. He says, "You're not really a nurse. You're a dog," which is like kind of funny. And he goes,
Yeah.
"And the children aren't puppies; they're people." And sooner or later, Nana, people have to grow up, which is okay. Like, I don't know
The
how I like
theme.
that. Like, it's the theme, but I don't know how because it's sort of implying there, like the way that he's saying it, right? That like puppies don't grow up, which is like it's a little haphazardly slapped together there. I think it's like he's explaining this. It's like, yeah, but like they all do. It's not like puppies aren't perpetually.
I know what you mean. It's
Yeah,
maybe not the
maybe not the wisest compare contrast to have taken there, but that's fine. Yeah, he's frustrated and a little pissy that he's being inconvenienced. And yeah, she is somebody's mentioned the dog is the scapegoat there, right? And Wendy doesn't want to grow up. He's like, oh, we're gonna get her own room. She's out of the nursery because I'm fed up with her telling the kids all these stories about Peter Pan and everything. It's time for her to, become a grown up, basically. And Wendy doesn't want to. She doesn't want to become a grown up. She's happy where she is, sort of, as a child. And there's the theme of the movie, right?
and that's when Peter Pan shows up.
Well, yeah, and so we find out that Wendy has been visited by Peter Pan multiple times, or like he's been around, and Nana grabbed his shadow the last time he was there. So Peter Pan is gonna come back for it, and she's convinced like that. So she asks her mom to leave the window open so that he can have an easier time getting in. And so with the dog outside, it's going to be much less difficult for him. So yeah, that's a fun one too, right? Like Peter Pan's shadow is I like the symbolic language there being employed. Peter Pan is missing his shadow, and so he needs to come back and get it. The scene of him coming in at the start is like the grin that he sees when the dog is that we see him give with Tinkerbell like kind of underlighting his face is like comically villainous. Yeah,
Yes.
I love it. I'll put it up on the screen for us all.
Yeah, it is comically villainous and very strange looking. So yeah, he comes in and then he sneaks in, and along with Tinkerbell, he's looking for his shadow. They're checking dressers and drawers and trunks and all that sort of stuff. Tinkerbell gets trapped inside one of the dressers, and then Peter Pan finds his shadow, but then his shadow clearly has like a sort of life of its own, and he's trying to capture it. It's kind of a fun slapsticky fight before like, and I like the way that he has to like attach it to his feet before it
Yes.
becomes part of him again. That's kind of
Yeah,
fun.
and so thematically, why does Peter Pan need his shadow in the story, right? Because Jungian shadow archetype is like there's clearly something there, right?
Yeah,
Um,
I'm not so sure about this one. I mean, not that it doesn't work, but I'm not quite sure. So like the whole idea, I think with Carl Jung's vision of what the shadow is, it's like, it's a part of yourself that you've not incorporated. It's like kind of everything that your normal waking persona isn't. So it's not like always, it's often sort of like if you're a very sort of mild mannered person who hates confrontation, but there might be a part of you deep down that is like more sort of resentful or whatever. It's all like, but you're like refusing to resentful and aggressive that you're like refusing to incorporate as part of yourself because you don't like to envision yourself that way. And so like that more resentful, aggressive aspect of yourself might manifest in other ways that you're not aware of. And so like that sort of idea that's like what doesn't fit about you, what the parts of you that don't fit neatly into your normal waking persona are your shadow, right? So for Peter Pan,
well, for Peter
being
Pan, it
a
would sort of be like the opposite of what the usual thing would be, right? And he has like I
well,
think there's
it's just the
something about
opposite
the
of
fact that he has to come to Wendy for it, and to reincorporate it,
well,
because
if there's an aspect of who Peter Pan is that he's not engaging with or refuses to recognize in himself, it's probably a sort of like emotional intimacy and vulnerability and things like that. Like his feminine side, if you will. You know what I mean? Like all the sort of things he doesn't want to, like for example, like when she's singing the mother song and everyone else is loving it, but like Peter Pan's in the other room and he's like pouting and kind of refusing to be moved by it, if you will. So like that his shadow gets trapped with Wendy. There's something there. I'm not completely like
yeah,
rock solid on what I think it means, but I don't know, there's something
I
there.
don't know if it's a full Jungian thing. I do think that it is sort of representative of the fact that he is essentially split in two. There's his shadow is missing, and in order to reincorporate that, he needs to come to Wendy for it. I think that that's really like the
Yeah,
strongest
there's
thing that I
something
can take about
the
take is that.
simplest yeah, the simplest
Not getting into the
way
whole
to
psychoanalyzation of the character, I think it's just like I really like it that he is missing an aspect of himself,
Mhm.
regardless of what it symbolizes, that he needs to reincorporate by visiting a woman and
Wendy.
like and he and having her help him, right? Someone who believes in him, cares about him, and he has to engage with her more than he does with the others, right? Like in
Mhm.
all the other relationships he has with female characters, like we're going to see later with Tiger Lily or Tinkerbell or the mermaids, it's really up until the point where Tinkerbell is almost killed. It's really more about like convenience for him, right? Or like him being sort of like a praise junkie, a little
Yeah,
bit.
the attention of
Yeah,
women that want his attention are just, flattering him and, throwing themselves at him or whatever.
yeah,
Yeah. And yeah, so she's kind of, she's related obviously to the things that he needs to learn or aspects of himself that he needs to engage with emotionally, if you will. His feminine
yeah.
side, all that sort of stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, and so he's trying to stick it back on with soap, which is also kind of funny. He just like he
And
has
she wakes up, sees this happening, and is like, "No, that's not how you do it. You need to sew it back on." And then, so here's the first bit in the sort of like minor theme of this movie being like female jealousy.
Oh yeah,
Tinker,
Tinkerbell over so he's upset that Wendy's going to leave the nursery because he wants to hear more stories about himself. which
Oh
is
yeah, he loves it.
he loves it. Yeah, he can't. I mean, he can't get enough of that. And he goes back and tells them to the Lost Boys, right? And that kind of builds his legend a bit. But he says, "Well, no, you'll just come and tell the stories to them directly, and you won't have to grow up because I'm going to take you to Neverland." And she gets so excited. She's so happy. She goes, "I think I'll give you a kiss." And Tinkerbell's like, "The fuck you will, bitch."
Yeah.
um,
Lord McSmith actually has an interesting thing. Could it be that he's detached from his shadow? Echoes the idea that he isn't entirely corporeal. Wendy is the one who eventually sews them together, just like she brings his story to life. Yeah, there's something like
yeah, I could see that.
missing your shadow. It's almost like you're not really in the world. You know what I mean? Like there's something like having a shadow means you're like, you're fully in the world. You're fully corporeal. You're fully realized and embodied. Now you're casting a shadow. You know what I mean? I think there's something there. You know,
Yeah.
I think there's definitely something to that. Georgius Rex asks a very important question: how would soap act as an adhesive? That's a good question.
Good
He's
question.
dumb and he doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know it. He's a little bit like Jack Burton in that sense.
I mean, like, if we think about the sort of gender dynamics kind of at the heart of the story, a lot of the symbolism is pretty on the nose, not in a bad way, but like in a sort of, it's like it's obvious. Like he doesn't understand sewing, and the woman needs to show him the importance of sewing. You know what I mean? As
Doesn't he
like a
say exactly
traditional.
something like when he's just like sewing? That's a girl's job, and he goes, "Well, go on
Yeah,
then,
exactly.
girl." When she goes to sew it to him, right? Like he's being rather dismissive in a
Yes,
yeah,
exactly. He's being rather dismissive of the importance of the feminine side of things.
yeah. And Tinkerbell is pretty pissed off at the fact that she tries to kiss him. Um, I really like the part too where he just doesn't seem to like he doesn't understand that the thing like what's going on with Tinkerbell. Like he doesn't understand the emotional things at all, right? Because Tinkerbell he catches her, that wakes both the boys up so that they're all coming with him now because he was originally just going to take Wendy. Um, but he catches Tinkerbell and she starts like jingling because she doesn't speak. She speaks by like shaking around and it makes little chimes and he can kind of understand that. And they ask what she's saying. He goes, "She says you're a big ugly girl." Like just starts cracking up. And Wendy at first is like, "Oh, hi, wait a minute." Hey, wait a minute. And that's gonna be a recurring theme throughout the part of this part of the movie. Um,
Yes. Well, I quite like how kind of dismissive he is of her in a rather rude way, because she's obviously a big fan of his, but he's just really a big fan of himself. So, for example, there's a really funny bit where she's talking a mile a minute at him. So she's like, it needs sewing. That's the proper way to do it. Come to think of it, I've never thought about sewing shadows. Of course, I knew it was your shadow the minute I saw it. I said to myself, I'll put it away for him until he comes back. Oh, he's sure to come back. And you did, didn't you, Peter? After all, one can't leave a shadow lying about and not miss it sooner or later, don't you agree? What I don't understand is how Nana got it in the first place. She really isn't. Oh, sit down, it won't take long. She really isn't vicious. She's a wonderful nurse. Father says, and he goes, girls talk too much. And she's like,
uh,
oh,
hmm, hmm.
He says, well, get on with it, girl. And he says, my name is Wendy. Wendy, Moira, Angela. And he's like, Wendy's enough. Which is really funny.
God, based Peter Pan based.
You know what I'm reminded of? Because recently I just started watching Mad Men again. I was reminded, I think it's the first episode where he's having a conversation. Maybe it's the second episode, but he's talking to Roger Sterling. And he's like, what do women want?
He
And
goes,
Roger
"Who
Sterling goes,
cares?"
who cares?
Oh God, yeah, Jesus Christ.
It's pretty good. Anyway.
Yeah, so they have to figure out and then they have to, figure out how to get to Wonderland. He's like, "Well, you're just gonna fly, dummy." And of course
Like, how do you
how do you
fly?
fly? And he has to sort of like sit and think of. He's like, "Well, yeah, I guess I never thought about it before." And he sort of explains to them, they're like, "Oh, you just have a happy thought, and that way you can, kind of use that and soar." And then they try, and it doesn't work. And he remembers, "Oh, silly me, pixie dust. That's the necessary aspect of this of this equation. Actually, that's the first most important thing, you would say. But they have their happy little thought song, and that he can fly. Tinkerbell's being a bitch when they all fall. And she's like laughing at them and everything, and then he just grabs her and shakes her.
Well, he grabs her and spanks her.
Oh, true. Yes.
To be clear.
And I'm sure 6-year-old me had nothing awakened in him by that moment.
Absolutely not. I'm sure nothing happened there.
No.
And so that, causes all the, the pixie dust to fall on them, and then they all start to fly around the room, and isn't that lovely? And so then they're flying around, and then like we said, they're about to leave, and then Michael's like, "Wait, the dog!" So he takes some of the pixie dust, and
he just grabs Tinkerbell out of the air and shakes her like a fucking salt shaker or a shake weight or something. God, the brain damage that this chick has received.
Why she's so angry. And then the pixie dust gets on the dog, and he starts to fly too, but then obviously he gets caught because he's attached by a rope to the tree, and then Michael doesn't bother untying him. He's just like, "Okay, bye." It's like, oh, I guess he didn't really want the dog to come that much, huh? And so they're flying around, and Peter Pan's riding swans and also playing his little pan flute and all that sort of stuff. They're like, fun, fantastical flying montage scene.
Yes. So quantum ranger power, by the way. The scene with the keyhole has already happened, and yes, of course, nothing else involved in that scene awoke anything in the psyche of my childhood. Nothing at all. I don't know what you're insinuating. Not even a little bit. They fly to Neverland, and then we get our introduction to Captain Hook.
You Can Fly, by the way. Fun song. Really fun song.
Really
good
fun
stuff.
The pirate song, too, is a really good... That we're introduced to Captain Hook.
All the songs.
All the songs are absolute bangers, man.
Really quick, there's a really fun visual transition. So they're flying, and then they fly, to the... second star to the right, straight until morning? Is that the line? It's something like that.
Yeah.
And so when you see that star, it starts off as just like a glimmering star in the distance, and then we get closer, and there's like these rings around it, and then we zoom in closer, and those rings become rainbows, and it's an island now in the ocean. That's just such a cool visual.
Yeah.
I really like that. Or like the star in the sky becomes an island in the ocean. That's just great. I love that. And so then we're introduced to our pirates who are sitting in a little cove on some sort of island, and they're singing a nice little jaunty tune about how great it is to be
a pirate. And they're throwing darts or knives, not darts. They're throwing knives at a drawing of the captain on one of the doors.
Yes,
which leads us to the conclusion that maybe something's amiss. Maybe Captain Hook is neglecting his duties.
Here's a question, Hugh. Do you think the sort of tension between the crew who's fed up with Hook for obsessively trying to catch Peter Pan instead of doing fun, normal pirate stuff like looting ships and all that,
slitting throats and kill?
Yeah. Do you think that actually comes into play later?
Nope.
Yeah,
not particularly, and that's a little disappointing because I think that the white whale obsession, that could have been played for dramatic effect later.
I think it's also possible it could have been something like where the pirates turn on him in the end, kind of like how the hyenas turn on Scar at the end.
Yeah,
something. I just felt like that narrative opportunity was wasted a little.
Yeah,
because they set it up right at the very beginning.
They set it up, and then they because especially once the pirates all hear Wendy's mother song, and they all have an intense emotional reaction to it, but Captain Hook doesn't. You would think that they're sort of setting it up that maybe the pirates, because the pirates are sort of like the natural conclusion of the Lost Boys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you would think that would have something to do with how we're gonna end.
Am I misremembering anything? Because I don't remember anything really coming of that.
No, I don't think it does.
Because they're doing his bidding pretty much right up until the very end, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
They're still going after the Lost Boys later on. I mean, they have that moment where a bunch of them are attacking them in the crow's nest, and they cut the rope and they all fall, and then they're pretty much out of the movie.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a missed opportunity there. But I,
Yeah,
I I like I like the pirates as the sort of like vision of what the Lost Boys will end up as if they don't grow up.
yeah, exactly. I mean, like that's sort of what the pirates represent is like the natural conclusion of what happens when boys don't.
When boys will be boys,
Yeah,
Hugh.
when boys are stunted emotionally,
Yeah.
is they all become pirates who are overly aggressive and
He has the
nasty.
plan to convince Tinkerbell to sell out Wendy because they're leaving tomorrow. I don't I don't understand how that plays into the pirates breaking with Captain Hook.
Because they don't really. Like that.
Yeah.
That's sort of a misdirect because they say they're gonna leave, and Smee gets excited to tell the crew, and then he's like, no, 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 hold on, because like Smee's like, oh, we should get out of here. I think you're right. Too much woman trouble on the island, which is funny. Like telegraphing the theme there, right, of what's going on. And he goes, "Now
Yeah.
you didn't hear this from me, but Peter Pan banished Tinkerbell." And Captain Hook immediately is just like, "Wait a minute, there's our in. Why didn't you fucking tell me about this earlier? Like we can use that. We can leverage this." Um, and Smee goes to tell the crew like that they're leaving, and he brings him back and goes, "No, no, no, hold the fucking phone. We've got a plan now. We can actually get Peter Pan." Um, yeah. So like, I don't think that the mutineers, the like the potential for a mutiny, the discontent with the leadership, is really leveraged,
Yeah.
effectively in the movie. I think that's one of the stumbling that it has.
Yeah, so we're introduced to the pirates and Smee, who's like they're all threatening Smee, which is pretty funny. And then he goes up to the captain, and we've already established pretty clearly here that everyone else wants to do typical pirate stuff, but the captain, oh, he's obsessed. So we find the captain, and he's looking at a map. He's like, "Where's Peter Pan? I got to get Peter Pan. He's got to be around here somewhere." He's looking at a map and it's like, no, Mermaid Lagoon, we checked there. The Cove, oh, we checked there too. He's like, the Native American lands or the Indian lands? He's like, no, maybe. He kind of has an idea that like maybe they'd be over there. And then he finds Smee, and there's a fun little gag where Smee is going to give him a shave for him, and he puts this towel, like a hot towel, on his face, and then a bird lands on Captain Hook's head, thinking it's a nest. That's a fun little gag. I like that. And then of course Smee shaves off the back of the bird, and the bird freaks out and flies away. And then Smee, when the bird is gone, thinks that he's accidentally decapitated Captain Hook, and he's like, "Oh wait!" Then he's like looking for his head so he can put it back on. That's a fun little scene. I like it. Um, do-do-do-do-do. Also, how does Mr. Smee just find and capture Tinkerbell with no issue? That's the one note I had. They can't find the hideout, but he finds Tinkerbell with zero issue. Yeah, they learn later that Tinkerbell has been banished, but then they just find her with ease. So, I don't know. Tinkerbell, I mean, she does glow in the dark. That's one thing, to say about why
Oh,
they were able to find Tinkerbell. She glows in
oh
the
yeah.
dark.
Did we talk?
But it
So
is
did we talk about
a
how
little
when
convenient.
Shmi shaves the seagull and is pulling the tail up, it looks like a cock and balls?
No, we didn't talk about that specifically.
It looks very cock and balls when he goes to shave the seagull and thinks he's shaved off Captain Hook's head. It's one of those little moments. I think the animator amused themselves
Sure.
intensely. They were like, oh, I'm just gonna draw a cock and see if Disney notices.
So he thinks he decapitated him. Eventually realizes he didn't. It's a fun slapstick little bit. And then, oh my gosh, what's that in the sky? It's Peter Pan and some kids. And so he uses his little telescope thing, sees them, and he's like, "All right, now we got to go after them. We finally got a lead, trying to find Peter Pan." Meanwhile, Tinkerbell has flown all the way to the Lost Boys. Why, Hugh? Well, because she's going to try and get the Lost Boys
To kill
into
Wendy.
shooting to kill Wendy.
'Cause she's like, you gotta fucking shoot her. You just gotta.
That's the only way to that's the only way to deal with these bitches. You gotta take them out. she's competing for Peter Pan's affection. Can't let that happen. So she literally tries to drum up the Lost Boys to kill Wendy, and so they're using their little catapults and stuff like that to shoot Wendy out of the sky, and they do. But thankfully, dear viewer, Peter Pan saves her. This makes Tinkerbell very angry because she wanted to murder Wendy.
She wanted Wendy dead. She wanted that bitch dead. She almost kissed Peter Pan. You don't get away with that. Cardi B would not allow for such nonsense.
What's kind of funny about Tinkerbell, I think this would be maybe a little stronger if the mermaids weren't just also like this, but Tinkerbell specifically, she's, a tiny, obviously she's a little pixie, she's a little fairy, whatever. So she's not really human, and fairies and all that sort of stuff. They're kind of trickster figures. So she's a bit chaotic, right? But the fact that she's a tiny little woman, right? That she's kind of, represents a small woman in general that might be kind of petty and vindictive,
Yes.
like not a fully mature woman, if you will. And that's sort of represented in her size. And so like the fact that she's very, very jealous, like, I think that, works. But what's funny is that the mermaids are just also like that.
Well, because they're only half a woman.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's true as well. But it's just kind of, I don't know. It's kind of funny that there's so much of that in this movie. Yeah. Anyway, so she tries to murder Wendy. It doesn't work. Thankfully, everyone is saved, and then the Lost Boys.
So Peter banishes Tinkerbell forever.
Well,
like she admits that he's like, "Are you guilty or not?" She goes, "Yep."
Yeah, so she's banished as a result
forever. And then Wendy appeals and says, "No, not forever." He goes, "Well, for a week then. All right, come on, let's go explore the island."
Well, a week is forever to a kid, so
yeah. It's got like playground energy, like
sure.
The whole yeah. So he goes to visit. So he takes Wendy to go visit the mermaids, but the Lost Boys are like, fuck that. Women? No way. I want to go hunting or, fighting. And Jonathan's like, I'd rather go see the Indians.
But the Aborigines.
And the kid's like, and the Indians too. This is the second time that he's done that, because he says like, I dare say I'd like to cross swords with some actual buccaneers. And the kid goes, yeah, and fight pirates too. Which is, kind of a fun little wordplay. I like that.
And then there is a rather fun montage song of them traversing the landscape, and the same gag happens over and over, and it's funny every time to me, where like they're sort of very cavalier, not a care in the world, crossing through this dangerous jungle and prairie, like savannah and all that sort of stuff. And there are so many dangers and things that almost kill Michael specifically every time. Like first it's like the hippo that they think is a rock, they step on it and it almost gets Michael, but it doesn't. And then there's a rhino and the same thing happens. And then there's a bear that's like, it's woken up by them passing by, and it goes to swipe at Michael, but he sees him carrying a teddy bear and it throws him off just long enough to save him.
What?
He's like, what the hell is that? And so like that they're just going la 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 la, crossing the jungle, like not really realizing how dangerous it is, and just barely lucking out that Michael isn't killed several times over. That's pretty funny. I like that.
And then they find the set of footprints in the sand, and they're like black footprints, and so he assumes they must be from the Blackfoot tribe. which is
It's pretty funny. And
also
then this is around the exact same time where they're like, now remember, gentlemen, the savages, they're not very smart. And then they immediately get outsmarted immediately, which is
yeah.
pretty funny.
The initial
Good.
phase is an encircling maneuver, and then a tomahawk like just barely misses Michael, and
Yeah.
he picks it up and starts doing the same dance that I do at the Redskins game, uh, which is then a tree sneaks up on him like it's playing Fortnite, and he notices. He's the first one to get clued in. He's like, "Guys, we're in trouble. They're in the
Mhm.
trees, man. they're they're
Yeah.
here. Viet Cong." And they like so as he say planning it, he says, "Remember, the Indian is cunning but not intelligent," and then they all get got.
Yeah.
And it's one of those chaotic like there's a bunch of arms and legs flying out of the dust circle in the middle. Your classic kind of
Yes.
Looney Tunes fight sequences, and we cut to them all being captured.
Well,
And
they're tied to a stake, with a rope tying them all there, and there's logs under them and hay, like they're going to be set ablaze and burned alive. And there's a fun little gag where the teddy bear gets his own separate stake to be burned
yeah,
on.
yeah.
It's just like that's just great. That's great. It's just classic visual comedy right there. And then they encounter the chief of this tribe, who has rather comedically exaggerated proportions, I guess we would say.
Uh,
I think that's the best way of saying it.
yeah, exaggerated proportions is a polite way of putting it. Yeah. It's a little
We'll put
bit
it on screen because it's fun.
I sure I will. Let's do
So, he's got his big headdress and it's got horns and the feathers and all that sort of stuff. And his face is like, not just kind of red, like extremely red. And he's got this big, booming, deep voice when he says how and all that sort of stuff. Great voice, by the way, whoever's doing the voice acting for him. He's got a great voice. I'm going to look it up. Peter Pan.
yeah, how and then they explain so this is like they explain like, we've been fighting you forever and like sometimes you win, sometimes we win. And it like the Lost Boys explain like yeah, it's literally a game. Like it like a cowboys and Indians, like kids on a playground, being like, "Yeah, this time we're gonna play cowboys and Indians," and sometimes the Indians win, sometimes we
Yes.
win, which is I really like that touch, right? Like it's like it
Yes.
makes you think like, oh, hunting bears, like sometimes the bears win and turn them loose, and sometimes
Hmm.
they win and turn the bears loose, right? So
Yeah.
it's like the imagination and the storytelling that they're doing there is very much like unruly, chaotic sort of like
Schoolyard
adventure
games kind of
schoolyard
thing.
games, which is I there's something very powerful about that for me. Like
Multiple people have mentioned that he looks a little bit like the Queen of Hearts, and I
yeah,
can see that
I can see that for
in
sure.
terms of the proportions. She gets really angry at one point in Alice in Wonderland, and her face turns the same color. So there's that too. Um, but
Maybe that's part of what made the red man red.
well, the other thing that
Uh,
I like about this is that it's like, well, sometimes we win, sometimes you win. And then he's like, but now, like, we're not playing those games anymore. Like, now it's for real. And so that kind of contributes to the overall theme of, like, eventually, like, schoolyard games and everything, but eventually, it stops becoming a game. Like, eventually, you have to grow up, is kind of what's
oh yeah,
happening
like
here.
he thinks they've gone too far by kidnapping his daughter, right? Like
Oh, right, there's that too.
yeah,
Yeah. But like but they of course they haven't kidnapped his daughter. That would be the bad evil pirates.
that
But
would be. But like, the way that he reveals this is by saying, "This time, no, turn 'em loose," which is
yeah, the sort of broken English is pretty funny.
it's
It's funny.
yeah.
What's especially funny about it, and this is especially true in like the what makes the red man red scene that comes later, is that all the white kids start talking that way too. As a result of being around them, they all start talking in the same sort of like
Yep.
broken, chopped English. It's pretty funny. Someone said that's just an Italian man after a couple for Nets. James Gandolfini often look like this. Well, I swear I wasn't able to find it quickly on IMDb. Oh, actually, no, there it is. Candy. I knew he was fucking Italian. Candido. That's Italian, right? Candidido.
I did maybe, yeah. I mean,
That sounds Italian.
that sounds Italian.
Yes.
So yeah.
Oh, actually, no. It says Spanish, Portuguese, and Italian. Okay, so it's
Well,
something
I
like
mean,
that.
so
But
there's a little bit of Italian in there.
he sounds like his accent sounds kind of like an Italian guy from New York a little bit, doing an impersonation of a Native American guy.
Did
It's
like
pretty
classic
funny.
Hollywood, you know.
Yeah. Georges Rex says the game's over once girls get
Was
involved.
this
Yep,
before
that's
Italians were considered white?
anyway. So those are the stakes now. They've been captured, and now it's they've gone too far. So now we're not playing games anymore. This is for real. We're gonna burn you at the stake. Uh-oh. Meanwhile, Peter Pan and Wendy are at the pool of mermaids, the Mermaid Lagoon. I don't remember why they're there.
Just
You?
because Wendy wants to meet the mermaids.
Oh, okay. Right.
So
Yeah, he just
Peter
wants to
takes
show them
her.
all the fantastical stuff. So
Yeah,
they go to
he's taking her on a tour of the island.
Yes,
And
exactly.
she goes to meet the mermaids, and the mermaids are all jealous because like he jumps down immediately and goes and like starts hanging out with his harem, and they're all excited for him to be there. And then she shows up because he's just left Wendy behind because he lives his life a quarter mile at a time.
Is this what that meant this whole time?
Like just without looking any. Yeah, I think so. I think Peter Pan is the prototype of Dominic Toretto.
Yes, so he kind of leaves her behind and then kind of fails to introduce her properly, if you will. And then when he brings her over, the mermaids aren't happy about it.
Yeah, they are. They're only trying to drown her.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which is quite funny. They're like messing with her, like, why is she wearing a nightdress? And they're kind of like being kind of casually petty and cruel.
you're wearing starfish on your tits, bitch.
Well, that's their custom
Yeah.
here, Hugh. You got to respect their culture. And then when Peter Pan stops them, they're like, "Oh, come on, we were only trying to drown her," which is very funny. It's a great line, but it's just more of that same Tinkerbell energy, where basically all the women here, except for I think Tiger Lily, basically all the women in Peter Pan's life hate Wendy and are incredibly jealous that she's going to steal his attention away. So they like try to kill her.
With Tiger Lily, it gets reversed a little bit because Wendy gets upset that Tiger Lily kisses him after. Yeah.
Exactly. Tables are turned.
So like the way that they get out of this, basically, Peter Pan, stops the mermaids from killing Wendy, and then they see Captain Hook and Smee sailing with Tiger Lily in a boat. And the scene that it's like the way that it's drawn with like the red sun in the background and like the fog and the island and everything.
Yeah,
It is
it's really
beautiful,
cool.
man. It looks great.
You want me to put it on screen real quick,
Sure, can you grab a
or
screen?
I'll send you the screenshot. I mean,
Yeah.
there it goes. Yeah, it's really stylish in a way that like it's kind of eschewing realism for a cool vibe. I like the sort of like layers of purple in the clouds. Pretty hip.
Yeah. It's pretty great. Just yeah, and this is one of my favorite parts of revisiting these older movies is just like how often we get to see these kinds of like Alice in Wonderland had this similar thing at the end where she wakes up and everything kind of looks like an impressionist painting. And then we've got this. I think this is one of the last ones that was worked on by Disney's like core of 9 main animators. I think after this, they kind of some of them moved on and others became more prominent and all that kind of thing. But this is like the last of the group of the big 9 that he had. I think his 9 old men was what they called him. So, yeah, this is just a really nice scene. And they notice that Tiger Lily has been kidnapped Hook scares the mermaids away, and Peter and Wendy have to go attempt to rescue her. And they get to a cave. That's just how things looked back then. Yeah, probably. I mean, I prove nobody can prove otherwise. But so then they get to the cave. Tiger Lily's being interrogated, and Captain Hook wants Tiger Lily to reveal Peter Pan's hideout location. And she's not talking. She's a stoic, silent princess warrior type. And Peter Pan then showing off to Wendy throws his voice a few times and causes some confusion between Smee and Captain Hook to to get Tiger Lily out of this jam, and it causes a big chaotic clusterfuck of an action sequence, which is Wendy. This is one of the ones too where Wendy sort of becomes horrified at what she's watching, right? Because Peter Pan is sort of like going toe to toe with Captain Hook in a sword fight in this sequence after he's caused all the confusion between Smee and Hook, and she's kind of like, "Oh my God, wait, what are you doing? Stop! Be careful!" And he's just sort of like living on the edge, fighting him and taking a lot of risks that she is not.
He laughs in the face of danger.
Laughs in the face of danger, yeah. Oh, did we talk about the crocodile, by the way, and how like it following Hook around like all the time is like a pretty fun little bit. I love the crocodile music.
Yeah, I love the crocodile music because it should be so ominous, but the music that plays is pretty fun and kind of up tempo and bouncy because we're mostly invited as an audience to sort of like laugh at Hook.
Yes.
Because he's so scared of the crocodile. I mean it is scary, but like as an audience, we get a fun little jaunty tune whenever the alligator shows up.
Yeah. Oh, and I love the touch of the ticking clock in the alligator, right? Like that. Yeah, like it causes his beard or his mustache to twitch, and he like freaks out. He doesn't want it, like his fear of death essentially approaching from
and time and mortality and all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I another hammering the point of youth and not growing up and being afraid of getting older and time and all of that, which is very effective.
And you are impending doom because Peter Pan doesn't care about death. He laughs in the face of danger. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah,
and I like that. The island that they like, the little cave they go to is skull shaped. That's another sort of obvious
Skull Island or Skull Rock, or whatever it is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So where are you? Are you at the part where Peter Pan is like an amazing impressionist?
Yeah, he's throwing his voice back and forth to confuse Hook and Smee.
Well, he's throwing other people's voices too. That's what I found so funny about that.
Imitating Captain Hook.
Like he's so good at imitating Captain Hook that it's literally just Captain Hook's voice actor, which I find funny.
Yeah,
a fun little gag.
Yeah, and he has that moment where he convinces Hook that he's the spirit of the water or something like that. It's and then it leads to the sword fight, and this is where Wendy sort of like gets a taste of the reality of the stories, right? Where she's like kind of horrified by the fact that he's just leaping headfirst into danger.
Yeah. Which she's scared on his behalf because he's not really scared at all, and she's like, "Oh my God, you can actually get killed!" Like obviously, yeah, like you said, she already knows that he's in danger from the stories, but now she's seeing it for real, and it's much more dangerous and scary in the moment than she sort of anticipated it being.
Yeah, exactly. And the crocodile comes in to lend an assist, and Hook and Smee. Now, this is one of the things that like. I can understand what you're saying about it being a little bit too chaotic, right? Is that like even these sequences, like they're very like fast-paced and action-packed, but they go on for quite a while. The slapstick kind of like chaos of Hook versus the crocodile.
Like he almost gets eaten by the crocodile probably 20 times in this scene alone. You know what I mean? It kind of it goes on for a while.
It goes on for a bit, yeah. And like this is not the last of the slapstick sequences that we're gonna have with him.
And there are like really aggressively loud, intense musical stings on every major snap of his mouth, for example, and every time something gets hit that are like kind of separate from any sort of sense of rhythm in the music. So the whole thing is kind of an assault on the senses a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly can be. But yeah, so they get out of there, and it gets to Hook. It gets to Hook, like recovering from from getting his ass beat. He's got a bad headache, and he's not doing so hot. And Smee is hammering, a do not disturb sign onto the door. That's fun. He accidentally hammers Hook in the head and gives him a concussion. Knocks him like clean out. But this is where he gets the misdirect, right? Because he's like, this is where he's like, basically, oh yeah, I think we should leave. I think it's a smart idea to get out of here. There's woman trouble on the island, and this gives Hook the idea of tricking a jealous female. A jealous female can be tricked into anything, he says.
There you go. That's the theme of the movie.
That is the theme of that is really the theme of Tinkerbell's story. I mean, that's the whole purpose of her, right? And so then Smee has to go and capture.
You take one thing away from this movie, it's that, I think. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, so he has to go capture Tinkerbell, and then this is where we get the absolute banger of a tune from the Indians celebrating the return of Tiger Lily. What made the red man red, and all of the other things. Now, one of the questions, because they make Peter Pan an honorary chief, and he says, tonight we will teach the pale faces about, us, right? And so there's 3 questions posed. Why does he ask you how? When did he first say ugh? And what made the red man red?
When did he first say ugh is the funniest one.
That is the one where I was just like, that feels that one feels a little mean-spirited, maybe.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like it's a little bit like the like the we celebrate our differences video where they have the black guys come up and start going ooga ooga boog. It's like that one feels a little hard, but the way that they turn it into a joke in the song, I find it very funny. So when he gets around to answering the question of when did the Indian first say ugh?
Let's take them in order, if we shall.
Okay, yes.
So
why does he ask you how?
Why does he ask you how, Hugh?
This one, I don't actually remember this.
Okay, well, fine. We'll skip around in order. I'll pull it up. You talk about the second one.
I gotta go in here. Why does he ask you how? Once the engine didn't know all the things that he know now, and this is where they're passing the pipe around. But the engine, he sure learn a lot, and it's all from asking how. And that's the answer.
So why do Native Americans say how? Well, it's not that that's a word that means something different in their language. It's that they're just really curious.
This was Elizabeth Warren's campaign song. Yes, Hana means what mana means, and Ganda means that too. And then they dance around for a little bit, and this is when Wendy gets caught dancing, and yet more womanly matters taking place on the island. The Indian woman says, "Squaw no dance, squaw fetch 'em firewood." So Wendy has to leave the party.
Because apparently it's the men who dance at the ritual.
Yes. And so when did he first say ugh? And this is... in the Injun book, it say, when first Brave married squaw, he gave out with a heap big ugh, when he saw his mother-in-law, which that feels very 50s.
Yes.
There's something charming in that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very funny. What I love about this whole sequence is the audacity of it.
That's probably me too. Yeah.
That's my favorite part. My favorite part is that ostensibly this sequence is supposed to be like, oh, thank you for saving our princess, essentially. Uh, you are now an honorary member of the tribe. We are going to teach you about our ways now. And they use that as a vehicle for just like the simplest like boomer jokes ever. That's so funny. It's so good.
Especially
Uh,
considering, like, so one of the things that I find really like you said, audacious about this, right, is that like Disney did a lot of work, especially during the war, he sent animators on all expenses paid trips to Brazil and Argentina and Mexico and like places all around South and Central and Latin America in order to sort of like translate that culture into something less stereotypical
yeah.
than was generally understood by the public at that time. And
Yes.
then with this one here, rather than doing that, he was just like, so what made the red man red? Well, let's go back 1,000,000 years to the very first Injun prince. He kissed a maid and start to blush, and we've all been blushing since. There's your answer. And yeah,
Yes.
but like I said, the warnings have been removed, so you should take this as a full ringing endorsement of a depiction of Native American culture.
Yeah.
um,
So, what have we learned, Hugh? Well, what we've learned about this Native American tribe is that they say how because they're just really curious about how things work. They say ugh. They first said ugh because the first time a brave married a squaw, he saw his mother-in-law,
he
and
gave
then
out with a heap big ugh.
heap big
Heap
ugh.
big ugh. They say that a lot in this. It's
Heap
like
big
heap big.
is a lot. Yes. And why are Native Americans red-skinned compared to white people? Well, because one of their ancestors blushed so hard that they've been blushing ever since. It's like someone like the jokes themselves are like okay, they're obviously insensitive and ignorant, but they're mostly just really silly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they're just really dumb jokes. You know,
Well,
like
yeah, they're like fucking family circus Sunday funnies kind
yes,
of jokes,
exactly.
you know.
And it's so funny. I just love the audacity of it all. It's very funny.
And
And also
the
the other
song ends with a big swelling number. Now you know why the red man's red. So there you go.
yeah, we've all learned something, I think. We've all learned something. We've learned that a jealous woman can be tricked into anything, and that Indian people say ugh because mother-in-laws.
Yeah. Now, Lord Moosemith, I could see it as a deliberate sort of childlike misrepresentation of a very narrow lens on Native American culture. Yeah, you could definitely
You could try to make that
you
work,
could you could try. Yeah.
but then
Um, and they're too silly to
but
be offensive. Well, you know, I might be inclined to agree, but
but
I could see where
there's a couple
somebody
things
might.
that so the very first introduction to the Indians in this movie were when the kid was like, now they're cunning, but they're not very smart, and then they immediately get outsmarted. And so your first thought is, oh, okay, that's obviously a joke at the expense of the kids who have a very sort of, um, ignorant and like, they don't really understand the Native Americans at all, and they have this sort of outsider's point of view. They think they're not very bright, and it turns out they actually are reasonably fairly intelligent, and they've outsmarted them instantly, right? And obviously they care about their princess and they want to get her back, and so there's nothing offensive. There's nothing intended to be offensive or diminutive about their portrayal up until this point. It's just like they don't really care to get any of the details right. Right? That's like the worst thing you could say up until that point. And then it comes to this song, and there's just a couple things that definitely kind of tilt the scales a little bit. One of them is that the chief has just the most insane like face and build and proportions ever. There's also the fact that they're all like really deeply red skinned except for Tiger Lily for some reason because she has to be pretty, so they made her not as red skinned. And it's like, that's not great. And then there's the like like the jokes like they say how because they're just really curious. Like that's not insulting. It's just like oh like you don't really care to understand. You're just kind of having fun with the trappings and the stereotypes, right? The when did the Indian first say ugh thing feels a little bit more insulting.
As if like ugh is the like
the like a caveman like first word they said kind of thing. Like
yeah, that's the
what I mean?
one.
Like
that's the main one that I'm kind of like, oh, that. That's the others they come across, and like it's used to sort of make a silly joke that I think is funny, right? Like
it's like I wouldn't call any of the intentions here racist at all. But it is funny, as someone mentioned, that it's so much easier to see how this is offensive than Song of the South.
Like Song of the South, if you actually sit and watch it. Yeah. It's like
that's what's kind of funny. Like there's like it's just basically you watch this stuff and you go, oof, that's that's bold. That's bold to do in 1953. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, maybe not as bold to do in 1953. This might have been a little bit more common, I think, in a time where westerns were extremely popular. Yeah, westerns like was The Searchers? Is that the John Wayne one?
That's that is one of the John Wayne ones. Yeah, I mean like I said, nothing here is actually super purposefully degrading. It's just insensitive and ignorant, and they don't really care. They're just having fun.
Yeah, and that's about like I feel like that's probably the worst that you could say.
They just don't care about getting any of the details.
The worst you could say if you're not like if you're trying to give it the benefit of the doubt,
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like we've all learned a lot here about other cultures and other peoples. And I think we should all share this knowledge to people in our lives as we move out into the world, and we can help teach each other.
Yeah,
things
I feel like
when did the Indian first say ugh, and other valuable pieces of information. There's also like the when you look at the character designs and the faces of all the generic Indians that don't really say anything other than sing as part of the chorus, they're not very flattering. There's that too.
Yeah,
they're very cartoonish.
That. Although, like, it's not like they're being super flattering to the Lost Boys necessarily, right? Like,
the Lost Boys. Well, the Lost Boys, except for the fat one, look kind of just generically like kids. It's kind of there's definitely. I mean, this is true of every Disney movie where like basically the main characters tend to be much more conventionally like normal or attractive or whatever, and then the more wacky or the more villains tend to be like have harsher features or more like more gangly features, like more distorted proportions the further you get from the center. The further you get from the moral and narrative center of the story, people tend to have more exaggerated proportions and things like that. But I mean, if we're just looking at the Native American characters, they're not like, except for Tiger Lily, because she's supposed to be pretty, so she also has a completely different skin tone than everyone else. It's just like I wouldn't have made that choice. We'll just say that.
Kyle R. Playing this song on acoustic guitar for a Navajo baddie on our Tinder date to show her I'm an ally. That's great. Yeah, make sure you basically my takeaway from this is the Commanders is a stupid name and we need to bring Redskins back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Redskins logo, that profile logo is
It's
much more
better than
flattering.
the W that they put up, that's for sure.
That's for sure. Yes.
Maybe we can just call them the Washington Blushing Men, since that
they've been,
seems.
they've been blushing ever since. Yeah. So that was that. I had forgotten about this part entirely, just as an example of the things that I forgot existed in Peter Pan, and I was like, oh, there it is. That's pretty
So
fun.
okay. Lord McSmith is asking, would you say this interpretation is more or less offensive than the Native American lore in the Echo Show? I don't know the Echo Show. I have no idea what Native American lore presentation is in that show. So you might
Well,
have
they're
to.
certainly endeavoring in Echo to like do it justice, but also, from what I understand, they're just kind of playing fast and loose with it, also. And they're just kind of like making up a lot of bullshit, whatever they want to serve the story. I haven't watched the show, but I've heard the coverage of it from a number of people, and so I don't know. It depends. I guess what's more offensive? People who treat your culture with a sort of like, who cares if we get any of the details right? We're just having fun, sort
Or
of.
people who kind of don't care if they get any of the details right. They're just having fun.
Or no, or the option is like, the other option is the person who's going to moralize about other depictions of the culture and try to do it justice, but also do a bad job because they don't really care either.
And they're just having fun.
Like,
Yeah, basically. Like, exactly. They're doing
yeah,
the same thing, except one is more preachy. Nobody's
well,
like
they're
claiming
it's like, what it's, they're very different. But when I think about how African culture is used in Black Panther, for example,
Oh
I'm
boy.
like, oh. I mean, it's certainly not cartoonish and used. It's not meant to be the butt of the joke, but it is, like, by implication, you're saying a lot of things that are not very flattering, actually. So it's like, it's just kind of two opposite ends of a spectrum, if you will, neither of which are incredibly um
Yeah, Jay Jameson, I especially with this comment, right? Japan does this all the time with European culture and Christianity, and there is zero problem, so I'm not terribly worried. I don't think anybody should be terribly worried about it, and I think
no.
that the Japanese tend to get a pass on this kind of stuff for some like. There's a lot of people. I've noticed a lot that people who tend to, preach these kinds of moralizing lessons about treating other cultures with respect often really tend to love anime and not to consider, you know, anything about what the culture that made that thing they love so much is like and how they view representing their, other things. Um, so yeah, I feel like it shouldn't be as big of a deal as like people make it out to be, right? Of like, oh, we should get this completely removed from circulation or cut this,
Or put up
all
a
this,
trigger warning in
put
front
up a
of it.
trigger
Yeah.
warning in front of it. Um, you don't have to take it that seriously. Is
No.
basically the point.
But you also don't have to pretend like a Native American might watch this and go, woof.
Yeah,
you know like, that's, I don't love that. You know what I mean? Like, like, it's all, it depends on how react to it. Like, if I had a Native American friend, I don't know any Native Americans personally, but if I did and they're just like, yeah, that's a little hard to watch, I'd be like, I get it.
yeah, yeah.
I get why
I
it's hard
see.
to watch.
Yeah, I
But if you
understand.
threw a hissy fit about it, I'd be like, relax, like, calm
Well, I
down,
mean, look,
it's
if you
fine.
don't like it, like it's fine. I'm not about to. I'm not about to
but
assume that this is what you do in your spare time, guy. Like,
yeah, no one thinks that. It's okay. And then, regarding, other cultures, like, I really don't have a problem. Like, we've talked about it with Big Trouble in Little China, like the accusation of Orientalism. It's just like, well, every culture forever has looked at other cultures as interesting, like objects of fascination, but also of like danger, like as exotic,
yeah,
essentially. That's just a perfectly natural human thing, because that's what other cultures are. They're, They have like they have like wondrous possibilities of, positive things, but also dangers and stuff like that. And they're foreign and strange and exotic and cool and interesting. Like that sort of, looking at other cultures that way is just perfectly normal and has been normal for like all of human history. I don't really have any sort of problem with that in storytelling as presenting another culture as strange and fascinating, and exotic and all that sort of stuff. Like that sort of thing doesn't really bother me at all because like it wouldn't bother me if a Japanese story did that about, Americans or Europeans or etc. Like that sort of thing,
Yeah.
that's just perfectly normal. It's almost more interesting to like, oh, is that how you see us? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of can be fun and funny in its own right. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
like
Quantum Ranger power. It's those silly Japanese is the basic opinion. I assume. Funnily enough, I've heard a lot of people who have this opinion who get as preachy about Japanese politics as they do about our own, which is bizarre to me. As if they're like them pretending as if they have any idea about how the politics or political situation of another country that they've like literally half a world away. They don't
mhm,
like as if they have some kind of insight into what the proper way of them running their government should be like. That always kind of like, but they know the surface level stuff, right? They know they
yeah.
don't like the ones who label themselves as conservatives, regardless of whether or not the whole nation is widely considered to be a rather conservative one. It's
Mhm.
99% homogenous. It's very difficult for, even if you are a citizen of Japan who doesn't look like traditionally Japanese, it's very difficult for people to function in that society. White people who've grown up in Japan as Japanese citizens are often treated as if they're foreigners. So it's one of those things. It's like, maybe we just leave it alone. Somebody said here too, we realized stereotypes were insensitive, but forgot that they were fun. Yeah, maybe we could just, I'll take a
Yeah.
little break, take a breather, and have some fun with it.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, okay, so if I look at something like this in Peter Pan, I go like, wow, that's bold and funny. You don't see much like that anymore. It's fun to watch. I get a lot of enjoyment from it. And, if a Native American writer, director, whatever, storyteller made something that was whatever the equivalent inverse would be about white Americans, I would probably find that kind of bold
And
and
fun. Yeah,
crazy and fun too in a you know what I mean? So
yeah,
like, I don't know. I think, you can just have some fun, you know, you can play with this stuff. It doesn't have to be, like I said, like someone was saying earlier, like we don't have to take it super seriously. Like there's
exactly.
there's nothing in this that is deliberately trying to be demeaning at all or mean-spirited really. It's just, you know,
Yeah,
it's just not how that's just you wouldn't do that today. Mostly because we know more, generally speaking, about Native American cultures than the people writing this cared to. You know what I mean? It's also just like an accuracy thing. If you know a lot about of whatever culture is being represented and they get it wrong, it's just going to bother you. But that's true of everything. That's true of like, whatever niche hobby you might have, or like, if you know a lot about guns and you watch something that doesn't take how guns work seriously, it's going to bother you. It's the same sort of thing.
exactly. Yeah. So they come home
Anywho,
from the party after the song, and they're still singing what made the red man red, which same.
Dr.
But
Diddler says, like a Caucasian's shirt. Yeah, like I'm
yeah,
not going to get
I
offended at
don't
a
give a fuck about
Caucasian
that.
shirt.
Honestly, I prefer. I think they needed to go further when they because I remember them making those shirts with like the white guy in the Redskins logo, right, and putting
Hmm.
Caucasians underneath. And I was like, no, no. See, Caucasians isn't offensive enough. You need to like it has to say crackers or honkies or something like that underneath it. Like make it
Mayo monkey.
yeah, mayo monkey, snow roaches. Make it something like that. Like that
Not that
then
Redskin is actually on the level of that either, but
yeah, but yeah.
just for fun,
Take it yeah, take
have,
it one step further cuz like that was the argument is that Redskins was like that level of
which it isn't, but whatever.
I
Yeah.
I would disagree with that, but then again I'm not one. So I'm not a Redskin, so what do I know? Okay. Anyway, they come home and they're still wearing war paint and they're like keeping the party going. And Wendy's like, "Well, I mean, come on, guys, we gotta get out of here. We gotta go home sometime. We gotta go home to mom." And they're like, "No, we don't need to." I like the kid saying like, "Braves don't need sleep. Go many days without sleep." You know.
Yeah, it's. I love that the way that the other kids just start talking like that as a result of hanging out with them, because they're loving it. They're like, "This is great. I like singing, dancing, playing the drums, and all that stuff. This is great. I like it here." And so they start talking like him too. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. And so Wendy, like all of the boys are like kind of fascinated by the idea of a mother that Wendy starts talking about. And they realize that like, oh, I think I had one of those once, which like kids have been kidnapped clearly, or like they've left and they've been gone for a while, right?
Hmm.
I think I had a mother once, and Wendy starts singing the song, the lullaby, uh, to get them all to relax and fall asleep after the party, and like bring them back to reality a little bit. Peter is not thrilled, um, and he breaks one of the arrows that like because he goes off and hides in his room like a pouty little bitch, like Superman, basically. Um, and then we are revealed that, or it is revealed to us that the pirates are hanging out outside because they're waiting. Oh, they have blackmailed Tinkerbell, basically, or like manipulated Tinkerbell into telling them where Peter Pan's hideout is,
Yes.
so that they can kidnap Wendy and the Lost Boys and leave a bomb for Peter to you know to blow him up and get rid of him. Um, and they're all listening to the song. They're all weeping except Captain Hook, who's trying not to blow their cover. And Wendy uses this to sort of get Peter to sort of like allow them to leave. And the little kid says, "I want to see my mother," and she goes, "Of course we will." And that is if Peter doesn't mind. And then he throws out it's like, "Okay, go ahead, go back and grow up, but if you do, you can never come back." And he storms off. So we've sort of hit we've hit the all is lost moment here, sort of, right, between the relationship with Wendy and Peter. She's the farthest from that particular goal, right, of having that infatuation with the spirit of youth, as the movie is putting it forward. Captain Sigma. Yeah, basically, he's just like, do not fall for the tricks of women. They will emotionally manipulate you into this. And then they capture her, they leave the bomb. Mr. Smee asks, wouldn't it be more humane to slit Peter Pan's throat? Which is like, it's funny. There's a lot of like brutal murder talk just kind of casually thrown around. It reminds you of what people used to be able to deal with in their children's media.
Yes.
At a time where that kind of thing would raise a lot of eyebrows. Be like, people would be watching that and be like, "Whoa!" So then this is where, like, after this, they leave the bomb and the pirates are doing their next jaunty little tune about, this is sort of explaining sort of like this is the natural end of your journey, right? There isn't a boy who wouldn't enjoy the life of being a crook. And so they're like, trying to recruit them into the pirate crew,
Yes.
by kind of showing them, like, hey, isn't this pretty great? Like, if you sign without delay, you'll get a free tattoo, or we'll push you overboard. We'll walk you off the plank if you don't sign up with us. And Wendy is exerting her influence on the kids. She
basically convinces them that it'd be better to refuse.
Yes.
And to sort of like die nobly as martyrs, essentially, rather than give in to their villainy and evil ways.
Yeah. At Tinkerbell, at the point where she realizes that Captain Hook has betrayed, well, not at the point she realizes Captain Hook has betrayed her, because when she goes to, or once she gives the hideout, which is at Hangman's Tree, by the way, which is an interesting little. I don't know exactly what that means, but they live at Hangman's Tree in a cave underneath it. Which in fun little like Tom Sawyer-ish type, place names that I think. But when Tinkerbell is immediately, as she reveals the hiding spot, grabbed and thrown into a lantern. And it takes her quite a while, like until the next morning, to realize that Captain Hook is actually going to kill Peter Pan, and then she decides to rock the lantern about and break it and fly out. Probably, if it was that simple, you probably could have done it a little earlier, Tink. Just saying.
Yeah, the thing about Tinkerbell is when she finally realizes, oh no, I have to go save Peter Pan, it's a little like, yeah, you think so? And then also, I never really got the strong sense, unless I'm missing something again, that she did really anything to redeem herself for trying to kill Wendy. Because she goes to save Peter, but she always liked Peter.
Yeah.
There's no reconciliation of that conflict either.
No, not directly with Wendy. No, I don't think she gets that. Because she doesn't care when Wendy's on the boat and all the Lost Boys are stuck. It's only when she hears that they've left a bomb in Peter's hideout that she decides to take action and break out and run away and try to save him. And so you could say that the redemption that she experiences is that she is willing to sacrifice her own life getting the bomb away from Peter.
Yeah, I mean, that's something for sure. I just also think it would have been stronger if there were some way of her to be willing to sacrifice herself to save Wendy rather than Peter Pan,
Yeah.
Because I feel like basically at any point in this story, she would have been willing to sacrifice herself for Peter Pan.
Yeah, no, I think it's not as powerful.
Not really meaningful. Yeah. I mean, it's nice that she does.
I don't think she gets any significant role in the battle to come either.
No, she's kind of there along with Peter Pan, kind of at his side, but she doesn't really.
Yeah, I mean, I also fully believe that she would pixie dust up the boat and fly them all out of there if it meant getting Wendy the fuck out of her life. So yeah, there's not much of a reconciliation there that I think it could have been done. I don't think it would have taken too much extra effort. But
Lord McSmith says Peter isn't exactly a hero either. I don't know. I feel like he comes back to save all of them at the end. That's certainly something.
Yeah, well, and I think the other thing that he does a lot, we see it happen at least one other time. When Captain Hook sees them at the beginning when they first get to Neverland, he tells them to go and he'll draw Captain Hook's fire.
Yeah.
To
he's
give
always
them time to
been
escape. So he's always he's got this
brave.
sort of brave, heroic aspect to him.
Sure. Yeah. He's just kind of immature and isn't willing to really engage with his feminine side or his emotions or be intimate with people and stuff like that. You know what I mean? He's almost too brave.
Yes.
Where he just throws himself into danger. But at the end, he kind of saves everyone. I think he's certainly heroic in that regard. So I disagree there. I think, he comes back to save everyone and fight Captain Hook in order to save everyone's lives as they're about to be killed.
Yeah, well, and then he once he takes the pirate ship, he flies them home, right? Cuz he realizes that's what they want.
Yeah.
And he, he uses his it's Tinkerbell's power. She's a unique character kind of, but she is really more of an aspect of him than her own
in a lot of ways,
in a lot of ways. So he uses his power to get them home and give them what they want, round it out, right? And so I think that it's just Tinkerbell herself doesn't really have that level. So, here's another one. Oh, go ahead.
Well, yeah. Dr. Diddler said she redeemed herself through her merch sales. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of that, by the way, because I know Tinkerbell is one of the most popular characters in Disney lore, basically.
Why?
Probably because she's hot. I think that's probably the main reason. But Were you so I seem to have been aware of the idea that like Tinkerbell can't exist unless people believe in her. I
Um,
don't remember that being part like that's not in this movie, but I remember that being like part of her.
was there? Okay, so I don't remember that. So maybe were there any like direct to video sequels or like animated TV shows or maybe like a ride at Disney that sort of implied something like that?
I don't I that I don't know. I've never seen I don't think I've ever seen like the Return to Neverland straight to video sequel. And I don't I
But
mean
I
I haven't paid
associate
attention
that
to like
with like, making Santa's sled fly and Elf. I don't really associate that with Tinkerbell.
yeah, actually, you know what? Kyle R is making a good point. A couple people are making a good point here. Women really love Tinkerbell as a character, a lot of them. Um, it really, I think she does hit the if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best demographic. I think that's probably a solid, um, solid assessment of her popularity.
Oh, is that from Hook? Donald's Angry is saying.
Oh, okay. So the Tinkerbell.
But you haven't seen Hook.
Oh well, no. There's okay. So there is an expression in American English called the Tinkerbell effect, um, describing the phenomenon of thinking something exists only because people believe in it. The effect is named after Tinkerbell, the fairy in the play Peter Pan, who is revived from near death by the belief of the audience.
Oh.
Okay,
Okay. Yeah, that's
interesting.
not in the movie,
No,
which is
got it.
interesting.
But like
But
it's
yeah, I'd never heard that
so
before.
permeated, as I've heard the Tinkerbell effect a lot, and that's got to be where that I pulled that from. But I guess that plays a role in Hook, uh, at some point.
Yeah. So Tinkerbell, murderously jealous and then kind of only sort of redeems herself. It's a just a little bit of a missed
She
opportunity, I
she
think.
she manages to get a redemptive moment without having to do any work.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. A lot, a bit, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
so
like that. I mean, Peter
the bomb
rescues
goes
Wendy as
off,
she.
but he manages to survive thanks to Tinkerbell, and then he manages to rescue Tinkerbell, who was like at
That's kind of a
first injured.
harrowing scene, man. Like I actually
Yeah,
kind of I was like, damn, this is pretty powerful. Like when he's like, don't go out, Tink, and
yeah.
she's like kind of, weakly tinkling in the background. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, it's a pretty good scene. It reminded me a little bit of like Spider-Man: Homecoming, where he has to lift the busted building up off of him. Like
Mm.
that. Yeah, I like it. I like it when those kinds of moments hit. Um, and so then he comes back. He saves Wendy from going off the plank. Uh,
And then he fights Captain
Fights
Hook.
Captain Hook and he wins and throws him to the crocodile.
Uh-huh.
And they that's it.
I mean, that's the gist of
That's
it.
the gist of the movie. Yeah,
It's a
like it's a
long fight
long
scene.
it's a long sequence. But that yeah, they go home and then we establish that maybe the father, once went through this on his own. That he has been to Neverland before and he kind of lost touch with the spirit of youth and he gets back in touch with it when he sees the cloud that looks like a boat out there in the moon.
It's funny because I had forgotten the dad's general sort of arc, if you want to call it that, in this movie. Um, Imagine if that was the whole movie, and that's kind of what Hook is.
Yeah,
I think you'd like Hook.
I
I
probably
think
would.
I
Like,
think you're
yeah,
gonna like it. I'm
I don't know
excited
why I've
to
never seen it. I just,
probably because everyone thinks it's bad for no reason.
yeah, I don't know, man. I've heard of it. I
Zoom
know it's very.
Lagoon. The weekly tinkling sounds like an old man's prostate issue. Yeah, like Tom Hanks in A Green Mile. It's
It only
weekly
happens when
tinkling.
you believe.
That's what John Coffey helps him do. He helps him believe. Uh,
Yeah, that I think that that's overall.
so that's the basic ending. The crocodile chases Hook off into the distance, and the pirate buddies go chasing after him, and then we're brought back home, and everything is restored. And there's Wendy has grown up a little bit. The kids have like learned a bit about the importance of maturity and not just kind of going off to play pirates, and like the danger and stuff like that, and the importance of
The importance of motherhood and the
and their
civilizing
life at
influence
home.
of the
Yeah.
female.
Yeah, and then also the dad has sort of gained a little bit of the sort of youthful spark he lost, and so everyone sort of comes closer together,
Yeah,
get a
and
nice little
they can all
reunion.
bond over knowing for certain what made the red man red.
Yeah.
Yeah, and why he says "ugh."
Yes.
Yeah,
And so that's Peter Pan. Like I said, I think the story is strong, and there's a lot to like about this movie. It's very beautifully animated. All the songs are bangers. Um, I think there's a lot of fun visual gags that are quite nice. There are some missed opportunities for character scenes that I think would have improved the story, like a better reconciliation of the conflict between Tinkerbell and Wendy, and perhaps something that pays off the pirates losing their faith in their leader, like some sort of tension there might have been nice. I think all that stuff is pretty solid though in terms of the story narratively, like the themes, the world building, the characters, the plot, and all that stuff are all pretty good.
yeah,
The actual sonic and visual experience of watching the movie, I find a bit of an assault on the senses. And I think there were some choices made in terms of how much music to use and how fast to pace the scenes and how chaotic everything is that just undermined it a bit for me. Uh, like I said, it gave me a headache watching it. It just had such ADD energy the whole time, and I struggled with that.
I did
Otherwise,
not. I did not. I didn't even notice it really. I think I was kind of overwhelmed by remembering how much of the movie I was like
it's
was
like
buried in my
you're Leo and Once
subconscious.
Upon a Time in Hollywood, just pointing at the screen every couple of minutes.
I was like, shit, I remember this so well. I it's a little bit like if you when you go, like if and you go to play a song on an instrument that you haven't played for a really long time and you start doing it and you're like, oh shit, I remember this. Like, yeah, that's
Yeah,
how this is supposed to go. It was a little bit like that for me. I was like, wow, I
yeah,
know all of these lines.
yeah. I like it more on paper than I actually enjoyed watching it this time. Like I said, it might have been the mood I was in, but it is a very loud, chaotic movie that never really gives you a
Yes.
chance to breathe, except for the mother song. Otherwise, it's just pretty breakneck, yelling chaos and loud arrhythmic musical stings for most of the movie. So it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. Maybe you just got to be in the right mood to enjoy it.
Yeah, yeah,
But
it's certainly possible. But
so that is the end of Peter Pan. Unless you had any closing thoughts, I think we should add these two that we talked about today to our overall rankings.
yeah,
What
let's
say
do it.
you?
Um,
So
I
here,
yeah,
I think our rankings are pretty similar with a couple things switched. I will briefly read what mine is currently. Number one for me is still Pinocchio, then Cinderella, then Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, then Dumbo, then Song of the South, then Bambi, and then way, way, way down at the very end is Fantasia 1940. So, the question for me, where do Alice in Wonderland and Peter Pan fit in? Uh, Certainly not in the top three for me either. I'm getting to forget some of the finer details of Dumbo already. Um, I think Song of the South, like we both liked quite a bit about Song of the South, but it certainly had way less charm for the fact that a lot of the movie was live action and like not maybe, the best acting and all that sort of stuff, compared to
Yeah.
some of the best movies. So I'm gonna put Alice in Wonderland below Dumbo, above Song of the South, and I don't know where to put Peter Pan. That's tricky for me. I assume you're gonna put Peter Pan in like the top three. Is that right?
I think I'm gonna put Peter Pan at number one. I enjoyed this one, and this might again. I don't know if I can separate this from the nostalgia factor, but there's just so much of it that I enjoyed. I mean, I think overall the story is pretty solid, minus those couple of things where I think it could have made some better steps to giving all the characters like a rounded journey. But I just this one really gets me, man. I think this is my favorite of the ones that we've watched so far.
Really? Okay,
I'm
that's
gonna put
gonna
that
be
up
our.
there. We're gonna
That's gonna.
that's gonna be our disagreement point. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, this is gonna be up there. Pinocchio would be number two, so it'd bump Pinocchio out of the number one spot, and then Snow White.
No, you're
Three.
so wrong about that. You're so wrong about that.
That's fine.
But that's okay.
Fine. Yeah, Alice in Wonderland, I'm gonna put it somewhere around the middle. Lower than Cinderella, higher than Dumbo, I think is where Alice in Wonderland falls for me on this list.
Hmm. Where the fuck do I put Peter Pan? Because it's such a tricky thing. Because I like the story, but when I watched it, I was like annoyed.
I mean,
I
yeah,
was
that's fair. That's fair, man.
I
I
was
get it. I
annoyed
get
by
it.
the experience, but also, I don't know if I was just like a kind of a fluke thing or what. But fuck it. I am, people are gonna hate me, but this is just where I'm putting it for now. Maybe I'll rewatch it and I won't have the same annoyances. I'm gonna put Peter Pan just below Alice in Wonderland at number 6.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. That's how I feel. That's how I feel in my
Hey,
heart of
that's
hearts.
fine. That's fine. I think they're similar, and I think it's a good thing that we ended up tackling them, together. I think that as a pair, I think that the Peter Pan story hits a little harder than Alice in Wonderland for me because I think it's more fully realized thematically. But
Oh, it
yeah,
certainly is. Yeah,
yeah. So yeah, but
it
I mean,
certainly.
yeah, I think I don't know, man. It's just like I struggle to think of like as many things about these movies that I enjoy half as much as like the crocodile music when he comes sneaking up, or like Captain Hook and Mr. Smee being goofballs. Like there's just a lot that I really really like about this one. Really, it just makes it
That's
fun for
fair.
me.
That's fair. That's totally fair. All right.
Yeah, Fantasia's still at the very bottom, and I think
Yeah.
after talking about it, Alice in Wonderland bumps itself up above, because I would rather rewatch Alice in Wonderland than Dumbo at this point. I feel like I
Really?
got everything out of Dumbo that I need from that watch.
Really? Because I feel I like Dumbo. I think
I like it
Dumbo's
too. I
good.
just think I'm like, yeah, it's one of the ones where I'm like, that's one that I'm not jumping to revisit.
That's fair. If I never see Bambi again, that's fine
Yeah,
too.
that's fine. That's fine. Bambi's pretty low on the list for me, honestly.
Yeah, it's just really pretty to look at. That's really what I like about Bambi. Here's a point in Bambi's favor. I don't think it's better than Peter Pan, but Bambi isn't nearly as much of an assault on the senses. It lets you breathe a little bit. It has moments of quiet in a feature film. Isn't that something? Um,
Yeah.
I was amazed at how there was literally none in Peter Pan. Like it's just wall to wall noise. It really is. It's crazy. Anyway, Yeah. So Georges Rex says, I mean, Cinderella is better than Pinocchio, anyways. Incorrect. Hey, we've had a lot of opinions here on the show. It's the name of our channel, but some things are facts, and you're wrong. Um,
I can give you my rankings in order because I just pulled up my list. So I'm gonna go number 1 Peter Pan, number 2 Pinocchio, Snow White, Cinderella, Alice in Wonderland, and then I'm gonna go Song of the South, Dumbo, Fantasia on that list. And that's not to say that I didn't like Dumbo, and it looks close to Fantasia, but I anticipate that once we get to the 80s, the gap between the two of them is going to expand.
I think so,
Yeah.
probably.
Once we get to the shit in that
Yeah.
dark age,
Yeah, the
like
only
the Black Cauldron and everything. Oh well, then
Yeah.
then again, I remember liking the Great Mouse Detective when I was young, so who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm excited. I think there's a lot of ones in that little gap that I've not seen at all, so that'll be interesting. Yeah, like the only ones I don't even think Bambi's a bad movie. It just has so little story that I don't really want to rewatch it anytime soon. The only one that I actually genuinely think is kind of bad is Fantasia. I
Yeah, I
think
forgot to put Bambi on. I'm going to put Dumbo, then Bambi, then Fantasia. So that one feels there is
feels
already
a
a
little
gap.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, for anyone wondering, I think essentially all these movies but Fantasia are at least good. But I think, for example, Pinocchio, Cinderella, Snow White are just masterpieces. And then there's a kind of a gap between the highs and lows in this list where it can be a little tricky to decide which ones are better than the others. But
Yeah.
that's where we are for now.
To Jay in the chat asking, is Secret of Nim in the batch of the 80s? That's not a Disney movie, actually. It is Don Bluth. We might cover that one as like a an aside because I think the story behind that is interesting. Don Bluth, very famous Disney animator, went off on his own in the 1980s and made The Secret of Nim, which was I'm pretty sure that was well received. Yeah, pretty well received on its own, but different. Yeah, it took. I think that took stuff from The Rescuers, or like the attempted sequel of The Rescuers, and kind of made that into its own thing. So we might talk briefly about that when we get into that quote unquote dark age period.
The dark period.
Yeah, well, I mean, because that includes that's including these movies that I remember very like I want to say fondly, right? Like The Fox and the Hound. I remember that being pretty good. I remember Oliver and Company being something that I really enjoyed. Yeah,
I'm not 100% sure I've seen either of those. So we'll see what happens
Kurt
when we
Russell
get
does a
there.
voice in The Fox and the Hound. So that's
We like Kurt
we
Russell
like Kurt
here.
Russell on this channel, yeah.
So was there a yeah, there's a message earlier. It wasn't a super chat, but it said, "Hey guys, you really need to watch Warfare. It's good." Rat and Mahler gives it a quote hyper recommendation, and it might be
Oh,
his favorite film of the year. And he mentioned it again. Cover Warfare next. Got to keep following along with Garland's filmography. Yes, we do. We got to keep we got to keep abreast of what our boy's up to. I do want to watch Warfare. In fact, I was going to see it in theater this week until I realized that it's already out of theaters, and this is a big annoyance for me because theatrical release windows are so gosh darn short these days, and it's very, very annoying. I looked it up because I feel like it didn't always used to be this way. Before 2020, the average release window for a movie in theaters was 90 days. It's
what
like
is it now?
35 now. I think the
That's
average is
fucking
like
annoying.
35. Sometimes it's like 18. Sometimes it's 24.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
interestingly enough, it's still playing at twice a day right now in theaters near me, which is
Wow.
shocking
It
because
is not.
normally
It is not near
I
me.
get fuck all for show times. The
Yeah.
part of the country I am in is not considered an important enough area to
Market.
throw the newest and most talked about movies on theatrical releases. So most of the time, I don't get to see these. So I could go see that in theaters if I had a mind to. But I might just wait until it's out on. It looks like it's
Yeah, I
available
mean, you
to
might as well
rent
because
or something.
I can't see it in theaters anymore. So that now I have to wait until it's out on VOD,
It
which
is out on
isn't
VOD
ideal.
now.
It is?
Yeah, I
Where?
just well, not
Like
free.
Amazon?
Apple TV, Google
For like
Play,
what?
and
Like
for
$4? Or are we talking
20.
like
We're talking
18?
20.
20, oof.
So yeah,
I might wait till it's 4.
yeah. I think that sounds good. I think we'll
But
wait.
I would like to see it. I've heard good things about it. It looks like a really solid movie. Very interested in it. Very interested to see a movie that's like only kind of made by Alex Garland to see how much of his Garlandness gets all over it. So yeah,
Well,
we got to keep
already I can tell
updated on
you
him.
it didn't get that much all over it because it's only an hour and 35 minutes. So he didn't overextend the runtime as he likes to do for his own
That's
projects.
good. And then the other thing we got to do is we got to cover 28 days later
We
and
do.
maybe
You've never
28
seen
weeks
that.
later. I still haven't. No, we haven't. So that's what we got to do for our Alex Garland coverage. Also, because I am quite excited based on the trailers for 28 years later. So I'm looking forward to that. So those are definitely things we will be covering in the near future. I don't know what we'll be covering next week yet, but we will figure that out. And if it's something that requires you to go see before we talk about it, I'll let you know on Twitter, probably.
Yes.
Thank you all very much for joining us and for the super chats and all sorts of nice, fun, and funny messages in the chat. Really quick, Dr. Diddler with a super chat. Thank you very much. Says, just saw Peter Pan peanut butter. Coincidence? Yes. Well, there you go. You heard it here first.
That's
Topaz Dude says 2020 really messed up release windows. Studios are now feeling it in their pockets just for some short-term growth in their streaming services, which lose money. Yeah. Oh, don't get me started because we're about to end here.
Yeah.
But it's crazy how much they've dumped into their streaming services. Only I think maybe one of which, being Netflix, is consistently profitable. It's crazy. So I'll be brief. AMC is really, in particular, trying to push the studios back to longer release windows. They've been advocating that publicly and in any meetings they have with studio heads for a while now, and we're starting to see progress there, I think. But not nearly enough. I think there's a lot of things in general that just became the new normal after 2020, and then everyone is kind of at different points realizing, hey, wait a minute, it didn't used to be like this. Why are we doing this? And I think movie release windows is one of them, and they gotta because you might assume if you haven't been paying attention that it's been a slow decline over years. It hasn't. It happened all at once in 2020, and it like hacked 2/3 off of the average release window for a movie in theaters. That's crazy.
wild.
We gotta fix that. There's no good reason for that as far as I'm concerned. And it'd also be nice because if you have a couple busy weeks in a row and a movie's already gone, it's like, come on, dude. People have lives. People do other things. And I wanted to see Warfare in the theater. I did. I've heard it's a movie that is benefited from seeing on a big screen with an amazing sound system and all that stuff. So I'm annoyed at that, but I will check that movie out at some point.
We'll get the full Alex Garland career scope. Right as he retires. I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's funny that he's like the main director that we've done our entire retrospectives.
Well, he's the reason we started a YouTube channel.
That is true.
You can thank him for that if you like what we do.
That and the Game of Thrones finale. That was the
Well, we started with Annihilation as the first thing we started working on because we saw it in the theater and we were like, that kind of sucked actually.
That was trash.
And then we saw all the reviews that were like, oh, this is so amazing. It's so smart actually if you think about it. Oh,
you're
really
denying the anti-intellectualism is the reason people don't like it.
Yes. So you can thank Alex Garland for us being on YouTube. We owe him a great debt, I think. Anyway, Thank you very much for joining us on this fine Sunday for a chat about 2 classic Disney films. We will see you next Sunday for something else. I don't know what yet, but I hope it will be good.
Sure it
You
will be.
all have a fine week, and we'll see you next time. Take care. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Toodaloo.
Goodbye now.
Sayonara.
Bye.